Preface of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Preface. To attempt to describe within the limits of one book the whole evolution of the ship from the days of her crude beginnings and limited utility to the present time when she has become so essential a feature of modern life may seem to be an ambitious scheme. The term ship denotes so much and includes so many different types that it would be utterly impossible to deal with the subject fully in any single book of moderate dimensions, and for all but a few readers such a volume would be not only too large but too technical. What I have had in my mind has been to inspire those who are interested in the following chapters with a keen desire to seek for fuller information elsewhere, and with this object in view I have endeavored to present not so much a catalogue of the varying characteristics of vessels in all ages, as a vivid picture of the gradual growth of this most romantic of the works of man, and a general idea of its development in so many and wonderful ways. What is here set forth is the fruit of a good many years of historical research, and of personal, practical experience due to a natural love of the sea, and enthusiasm for what seems to me one of the most fascinating studies in the whole range of knowledge. Of the shortcomings of this book no one is more conscious than the writer himself, but if the vast range of the subject and the difficulty of sustaining the reader's interest whilst keeping the great mass of details within bounds, as well as the task of making a highly technical subject intelligible to those unfamiliar with sea terms, be considered, he trusts that some slight indulgence may be granted him. E. Keble Chatterton, 1910. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Chapter 1 The First Ships of the Nile. We do not know who it was that, in the dim dawn of the world's history, first dared to trust himself to the frail support of some object floating upon the treacherous and unstable waves. Every record of himself and his craft has disappeared, but for his enterprising audacity in seeking to tame the terrors of the deep, this primitive man deserves a place of honor at the head of that long line of great seamen, which includes, through the flight of time, men of such varying personalities, voyaging in such different ships, as Pytheas and Columbus, Drake and Raleigh, Captain Cook and Nelson, Franklin, and a myriad others who obeyed that instinct of the sea which, even in our own times of peace and plenty, is happily handed down from father to son, from generation to generation. Very like many other benefactors of the world, this first sailor has come and gone without leaving behind him any memorial other than the good which he accomplished. His praise is in the ship, and in every species of craft which is used for the service and progress of man. Little could he realize all that was bound to follow when he brought into being the first boat or ship. Not solely was he essaying a new and striking experiment, not merely was he turning his activities into a new channel for his own personal edification, but, in bringing into being the ship, he was doing more to promote civilization, commerce, and the general prosperity of nations than could have been achieved in almost any other way. For it is, when you pause for a moment, that you realize all that the ship means. Except it had been by her assistance, continents had remained undiscovered, countries had continued to be kept apart by the vast seas intervening. New ideas could not have been brought into the lands, islands would have remained isolated, and except between land-girt territories, all exchange of wealth, of thought, and of development must necessarily have been restricted to the immediate locality. Without the ship, for instance, neither Christianity nor civilization would have reached the inhabitants of our own isle. The whole continent of America would have remained unknown and unpeopled. Looked at in its most elementary function, the ship is just a floating bridge, a ferry if you like, which connects land and land. But its early growth, its romantic development, and ultimate perfection are full of so much interest, and, incidentally, provide so many arresting surprises, that we are readily pardoned if we think of her not so much as a convenient and essential means of transit, as a being which has almost a human personality, which has pluck and endurance to wrestle against the wind and waves which forever seem to be waging an eternal warfare against her. It is for this reason that we speak of the ship more frequently as she rather than it. We feel that of all inanimate things the ship is the most human. Because of her nobility of birth, her length of pedigree, her dignity in appearance, and her heroic behavior when called to carry valuable human lives and freight across the ocean, we feel that it is permissible to allow some strong bonds of sentiment to bind us to her, and so we honor her by separating her from the dull things of man's creation that have neither voice nor expression, and raise her to our own class of animate beings. Like ourselves, she has a distinct character and personality of her own, and because of her admirable beauty and grace, coupled with her capriciousness and sprightliness, we class her among the category of the sex feminine. We begin, then, to endeavor to see how the boat became a ship, how the sailing ship grew from something almost insignificant to a vessel of such a size and such dimensions that today, with her cloud of white canvas hovering over her cliff-like hull, she seems almost to have reached the final stage of development where beauty is combined with strength. We shall not end our inquiry there, however, even though much of the sentiment attached to the ship disappears when we leave the sails on shore and fit boilers and engines in the hull and the paddle or propeller outside. But we shall proceed onward, and watch how the advance of science has modified the hull, rigging, and general utility of the ship, and this not merely for the peaceful pursuits of trade, but in obedience to the demands which have been made upon the ship that at all times and for all nations she should be ready for offence and defence in the event of war. It is a long story, but one which to every man and boy should appeal in no uncertain way, for with the ship is associated so much that will ever be regarded as worthy of admiration, the finest exhibitions of grit and heroism, of patient endurance during peril and deprivation, the grandest examples of courageous enterprise, belong as much to the sea and ships as to the battlefield. But there are, besides, virtues of an especial kind that are bred on the sea, which in the lives of the world's great seamen, and even the coasters and fishermen of our own land today, are at once manifest, and unmistakably differentiate the man from the wastrel. Let us, then, proceed without further delay to see of what kind were the ships which in all ages have been so much associated as well with the development of countries as of man's own characters. Since history is silent regarding the first sailing man, perhaps we may be permitted to make a mental picture of his earliest exploits. Between man and water has always existed a feud. The one is ever trying to overcome the other. A fair day may see the fleet sailing confidently out toward the horizon, only to be mercilessly sent to its destruction when the winds have conspired to help the treacherousness of the sea. And so man gradually builds ships of greater and greater seaworthiness, in order that the waves and storm shall annoy rather than destroy her. But even today liners disappear without leaving behind even the barest bits of wreckage. No doubt that first sailor of whom we are speaking was thoroughly conscious of this feud. He knew that the river or tidal estuary was his sworn enemy, and this the more excited his primitive fighting instinct. He was determined to try. Perhaps, having noticed the carcasses of dead animals floating down with the stream or tide, he may have taken the skins of the wild animals captured in the chase, inflated them, and entrusted his body to their support. Perhaps, also, by this means the art of swimming, so natural to animals, was acquired by man. But under no circumstances could these bladder-like supports be called boats. He was entirely at the mercy of the wind and current, and the danger of drowning was at hand all the time. To take the place of the skins, he makes a raft, but even that is clumsy and difficult to govern. Finally, convinced that wood has in itself the power of carrying not only its own weight, but the burden of man, he finds in the forest one mighty tree, hews it down, and away, seated on its trunk, he goes along the river. With one of the branches for his primitive paddle, he is able to get along with greater ease and comfort than on the skins, and because of the rounded underwater surface of the tree trunk, the resistance as it goes through the water is not considerable. The next stage consists in hollowing out the trunk, till she becomes in fact and name a dugout. The space thus obtained gives him room for his bow and arrows and spears, as well as for carrying the spoils of his hunting. For a time then he paddles, until, finding what the modern canoeist quickly discovers, that a few hours of this kind of work is exceedingly fatiguing, he begins to utilize his strength and weight to better purpose. So, in the absence of the modern rowlocks, or even wooden pegs, he attaches a paddle to each side of the boat and binds them to the hull with leather thongs. Thus he is able to sit in his boat, or stand, to send her up or down stream as he pleases, with a minimal amount of physical effort. This is a great improvement, but in the course of time, as he advances toward complete development, he seeks to harness the wind, which sometimes impedes, sometimes accelerates, his movement through the water. The skin of one of the animals that he has killed might be employed in a new way, and so, hoisting it up, supported by only one paddle while steering with the other, he finds as he goes against the stream that the favorable wind, bellying out his skin sail, increases his rate of progress beyond anything he had previously contemplated. He is able to sit at the bottom of his boat without doing any work, whilst the little ship carries him on quietly to his home further up the river, where the banks are closer together and the water shoals more gently, where he can beach his craft easily for the night. As time goes on, a spar is used exclusively for the mast, and instead of the chance skin, one specially prepared for the purposes of a sail and cut to a suitable shape will be adopted. Some day, too, this man's descendants will learn the art of tacking, of going against the wind. The tree trunk will be improved in many ways, including size and shape of the primitive hull, but these changes are for those who shall come after. Already he has done much. He has brought into being that great and wonderful thing, the sailing craft. That is enough for one lifetime. Surely it must have been on some such lines as these that the earliest navigator proceeded to free himself from the limitations in which he first found himself. From this stage we shall, however, rarely be compelled to argue upon mere theory, but from actual facts before us, we shall be able, with perhaps a few breaks where the chain of evidence is not complete, to show, step by step, the continuity of man's struggle to evolve, first from wood, then from iron, and finally from steel, the ideal ship that shall prevent the sea from claiming its everlasting toll. We turn our eyes, therefore, to the east, whence civilization has spread. We look across the Syro-Arabian desert to Babylonia, and what do we see? Not much, unfortunately, at present. There was no doubt the Tigris and the Euphrates which first, of all waters, witnessed the strange and novel sight of man sailing sometimes also paddling his craft up and down the river. Perhaps we may yet receive at the hands of explorers such data as will assist us to reconstruct afresh the earliest historical ship. But unhappily, the discoveries so far made have revealed matter belonging only to a very much later period. Our story, therefore, cannot begin as early as the earliest civilization, but at any rate we can start confidently from about the year 6000 B.C., when Babylonian settlers, having come westwards, had already settled down in the country we know as Egypt. Happily, from about this date actual illustrations of Egyptian ships are still in existence. In the British Museum, for instance, there is preserved an amphora, or vase, bearing a crudely drawn but unmistakable ship. The mast and square sail are there set very far forward in the bows. There is a cabin in the stern of the ship for her commander, whilst in the bows also is a small platform on which the lookout man can stand. In almost all the illustrations of Egyptian ships, we find this man in the bows depicted, and sometimes with a pole in his hand so that he may sound the water when the ship is getting into the shallows. Whether this, the earliest representation of a ship known, was a dugout or not is not quite certain. If it were a dugout, then the high bows and stern must have been added to the hollowed-out tree trunk. But besides the evidence which is obtainable from old Egyptian vases, there are two other sources of information which enable us to see the growth of the ship in Egyptian times. First, there are the wall paintings which have been found by excavators in tombs and forgotten palaces of the previous rulers of this ancient people. Second, there have, within recent years, been brought to light little models of boats and ships which, in confirming and supplementing the information of the wall pictures, are most valuable. For a time, Egyptology has remained an unknown science, but the finding of the Rosetta Stone in the 18th century, which enabled the hieroglyphic writings to be deciphered, gave the impetus necessary to study existing monuments in the 19th century. And now, thanks to the careful labors and excavations of European and American scholars, all sorts of wonderful articles have been brought to the surface, jewels and models and many other things, throwing a clear light onto the arts, religion, habits, literature, and minds of the ancient Egyptians. But especially valuable has been the excavation of the temple of Queen Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari, the thorough exploration of which is only now barely completed. From Giza, Saqqara, and elsewhere, the information concerning the early Egyptian craft is such that we can form a fairly clear conception in our minds of these early navigators. It would not be difficult to devote the whole space at our disposal to a study of just this Egyptian section alone. But since we have set out to present an account of the ship as she developed in all ages, we shall not be able to give more than the most essential characteristics which marked the Egyptian ships. The history of Egypt in the early times has been divided into various dynasties, but before these, we must not forget that there existed a pre-dynastic period, to which the ship on the British Museum vase just mentioned belongs. It is when we come to assign definite dates that we are confronted with no little difficulty, for Egyptologists themselves are not in entire agreement, some ascribing a much later and others a far later date. But if we assign the pre-dynastic period to that time which existed before 6000 BC, we shall not get very far wrong. Professor Flinders Petrie dates the first dynasty from 4777 BC, but another eminent scholar is of the opinion that 3180 BC is nearer the truth. However, we can rest content that somewhere about 4 or 5 or even 6,000 years before the beginning of Christianity, Egypt was in a highly civilized condition, and not in a rude barbaric state. Thanks to the work of exploration and copies made on the spot, we have most instructive illustrations of the ships of the 4th and 5th dynasties. We see the Egyptians busily engaged in making their ships. We see the smaller craft being strengthened by the stalks of the lotus plant, bundles of which are being carried down to the yard on the backs of the shipwrights' men. The smaller craft would seem to be performing the work which a modern dinghy is employed in, carrying only 3 men. So far the real ship, as distinct from the boat, has made only a slight advance towards perfection. In design she is scarcely superior to the pre-dynastic craft. Her mast is not made of a single pole, such as we in our own time are accustomed to use. It is, on the contrary, double, wide at the base and coming to a point at the top. In other words, it is exactly the shape of the letter A, the foot of each of the 2 sides of the triangle fitting into the ship inboard. Such an arrangement was most sensible, and necessitated no supporting rigging on either side, such as we see in the modern sailing vessel. At the same time, in order to support the mast from aft, a number of shrouds, usually totaling 10, lead from just above the middle of the mast to the stern. It is a curious repetition of history that after so many hundreds of years in which the single stick has been used, I am not referring, of course, to topmasts, the British Navy has returned to the fashion in vogue during the 4th and 5th dynasties of the Egyptians. If the reader should chance to see HMS Dreadnought, he will notice that both her masts are built on this principle, and even to Lord Nelson, an earlier ship, has one of her masts thus made. There is just this difference between these modern masts and the Egyptian. Whereas the latter were literally A-shaped, even to having the crosspiece, the modern British warships have not 2 legs, but 3, so that in battle the risk of having the entire mast shot away is minimized. But, to return to the Nile, we find that these sailing craft were supplied with a large square sail fitted with yard but no boom. The braces, by which the yard and sail could be trimmed to the wind, led, like the shrouds, to the stern of the ship also. In order to support the mast at the forward end, A forestay led down to the bows, and an additional backstay is sometimes shown extending from the top of the mast to the extremity of the stern. The sail at this stage is lofty but narrow, and comes right down to the deck. At this period, too, the steering was effected by a number of men placed in the stern, varying from 2 to 6, according to the size of the vessel. Each of the 6 men was supplied with a steering paddle, and took his orders from the pilot. On big ships, we see the sailor who worked the braces sitting on the cabin top, while below him, sheltered from the sun, the commander, with his thong stick, by which to stir up his lazy crew, sits in authority. But it must not be thought that these craft always proceeded under sail power. The prevailing wind in Egypt is north, and the current of the Nile, of course, flows from south to north. Thus, when ascending the river, the ship could spread its large high sail and go against the stream. But on returning, the mast was taken out of its sockets, laid aft on the cabin top with the legs pointed forward, and the oarsmen would get out their long paddles and row back with the assistance of the stream. Egyptian illustrations show that enormous crews were carried on these ships in proportion to their size. As many as 45 are shown in one instance, including the 6 steersmen, the man on the cabin top, the commander, 29 oarsmen, and 8 other men, whose work, besides keeping a lookout, probably included the lowering and raising of the mast and attending to the sail. It is probable that the number of men shown rowing really represent but half of this section of the crew, and that had the Egyptian artist depicted the ship bow or stern on, we would have seen another 29 oarsmen at work on the other side. The hulls were even at this period most certainly hollow, and of great shear, so that both bow and stern had enormous overhang high above the water, being a much exaggerated example of the design of the bow and stern which the reader must have seen on most modern racing yachts. Sometimes there is a figurehead shown at the bow. We have illustrations, too, showing a shipwright's yard at the time of the 6th dynasty. The men are engaged in their various operations, and the head naval constructor or superintendent is seen carried down in a kind of Egyptian sedan chair to learn how the work is progressing. Some of the men are hammering and chipping away at the wood. Others are engaged in fashioning and fixing into place the various portions of the vessels. And in order to get the ends of the ship into the right shape, we see the extremity of the overhang attached by a strong thong to a ring on the ground. But there is nothing to show whether steaming boxes were first employed before the strain was put on the wood. Reference has been made to the employment of the strong lotus stalks for binding and strengthening the hulls, but there was also employed, at any rate for the bigger ships, a powerful truss, no doubt made from twisted thongs, which led from one end of the ship to the other, being stretched on forked posts so as to spread the strain. Such a truss was as thick as a man's waist, and capable of enduring a strain of 300 tons. The necessity of this truss is quickly seen to be obvious, for with such a craft as the Egyptians had, having considerable overhangs at bow and stern not water-worn, both the latter must necessarily tend to drop downwards, for the reason that they lack sufficient support. At the same time, the waist of the ship, which is supported by the water, must tend, when the strain comes, to curve upwards. The object, then, of this mighty truss was to prevent the overhanging bow and stern from dropping, and the centre of the ship from being pushed upwards. In the illustration of the shipwright's yard just alluded to, we see the men energetically setting up the truss and putting the forked post in proper position. During the 12th dynasty, Egypt had reached a remarkably high state of civilization and prosperity. Consequently, it is in this period that her ships exhibit very considerable improvements. Notably for our present study, this time is important, because it first shows the abolition of the old-fashioned method of steering by several paddles, and the introduction of the helm. This is seen to consist really of a long pole with a wide blade where it meets the water. The other end rests on a forked prop, rising to a great height above the helmsman, who works his helm by means of a strong rope attached thereto. We know that this is true because we have excellent illustrations found in the temple of Diyar el-Bahari, in which the details of the ship are shown with consummate care. But quite recently, still further evidence of the ships of this period has been obtained, owing to the interesting little models which were discovered at Rifa and are now in the Manchester Museum. The reason for these model ships being placed in the tombs is found in the belief of the Egyptians that they could be transformed by the use of words of magical power into ghostly forms of their originals which had existed on earth, and thus would be able to provide the dead with a means of sailing about on the waters of the underworld. It is during the time of the 12th dynasty that we see a modification of the sail introduced. Hitherto it has been lofty and narrow, now it becomes shallow and wide. Up till now the sail has possessed only a yard, but in this present dynasty is added also a boom. We have another illustration of a shipwright's yard, this time of the 12th dynasty, which shows rows of Egyptian ships being completed, with their helms, with carved Egyptian heads on the top, much as we have carved dog's head on many of our wooden tillers still, already in position, their spars on board though not yet in place, and other details of fascinating interest. Finally, we see the work so far advanced that the masts have been stepped and the yards and booms put in their correct position. It must not be thought that the navigation of the Egyptians was restricted to the waters of the Nile. They certainly navigated the Red Sea, and some authorities believe that they did so more frequently than is usually supposed. Various expeditions were organized, and fleets of able ships were sent to the land of Punt. To say decisively where Punt was is impossible, for the name was at various times given to different territories. But we can affirm that it was to the east or south of Egypt, and that the object of these highly important Punt voyages was principally in order to obtain incense for the burial of Egyptians. Modern scholars believe that a canal joined the Nile and Red Sea, and that thus the ships made their exit from the river to the more treacherous waters. What these ships were like that went to Punt, happily we know, for they are depicted in wall paintings of Queen Hatshepsut's temple. The crude elementary design of the Nile boats has given way to a larger, more seaworthy, abler type of ship. The exaggerated sheer has become modified, although considerable overhang at bow and stern is manifest. The yard and boom are made in two pieces, being lashed together at the center, and the truss is shown with great clearness. We see the ships arriving and departing, loading and laden with incense trees, monkeys, woods, ivory, gold, silver, leopard skins, and finally we are shown the safe arrival back in Egypt. The importance of these ocean voyages to men who had previously been content to sail the waters of a river cannot be overestimated. They had the twofold result which always follows when inland waterways are forsaken for the sea. They developed, at the advent of greater knowledge and experience, both the seamanship of the men and the design of the ships. Had we been able to go aboard the later ships of the Egyptians after they had made progress in the art of shipbuilding, and learned what to include and what to avoid in their design and rigging, we should have noticed that their method of stowing sail consists of lowering the yard, whilst the boom, lashed firmly to the mast by thongs, was supported by as many as 17 topping lifts, which came down from high up the mast and radiated out along the extent of the boom, as shown in the accompanying illustration. The halyards, which were 2 in number, led right to the stern of the ship and acted as further support to the mast. Hence, on letting go the halyards, the yard would come down onto the boom, the sail would be given a bungling furl, and the whole weight of boom, yard, and sail would be taken by the numerous topping lifts. But somewhere about the time of Ramses III, 1200 B.C., a still further change was to come over the rigging of the Egyptian ship. For just as the A-shaped mast had long since been supplanted by a single spar, so now the boom which had been introduced was destined to be discarded also. The yard, of course, still remained, to which the sail was bent, but brails were brought into use, consisting of, usually 4, ropes, which, being attached to the yard, hung down, so that when it was wished to furl sail, the yard was not lowered, but the brails were cast round the sail, over the top of the yard, and down again, thus, in a clumsy sort of way, stowing the sail to the spar. The explanation of this apparently unseamanlike method is that the weight of the enormous sail and heavy yard was so considerable that, having once got the yard up, the exertion of repeating the effort was not welcome. It involved the work of all hands and took a long time. The same practice, in fact, still obtains on board the African dhows today, although the lateen has supplanted the square sail, and the brails have disappeared. Such, briefly, is the development of the ship in the very earliest times of which we have any history. We have seen man's primitive canoe grow into a large-sized ship capable of carrying large numbers of men up and down the Nile. Then, thanks to the wholesome influence of the Punt expeditions, we have seen the boat merge into a sea-going ship, with plenty of freeboard and well-planned rigging. I am firmly of opinion that it was as a result of so much sea experience that the boom was abolished. In spite of the enormous advantage which a boom affords in causing the sail to set well and getting the ship as near as possible to the wind, any sailor will tell you that whilst the boom is admirable for smooth waters, yet to have that mighty spar swinging backwards and forwards across a ship on the ocean, whether becalmed or in bad weather, is almost intolerable, besides the very possible chance of the boom suddenly snapping and ripping up the sail, if not doing serious damage also to the hull. It is an axiom that for deep-sea work there is nothing like the square boomless sail. This, I feel confident, was one of the lessons learned by the Egyptians during their voyages to Punt. At any rate, it is significant that it was after the Egyptians took to deep-sea work that the sail with brails and without boom was adopted. And it may be pointed out at once that this rig was handed on to the Phoenicians, from them to the Greeks and Romans, and even, though slightly modified, is today almost identical with the square sail of the full-rigged ship. For inland sailing on the Nile, there would, of course, be no need to discard the boom. In fact, there would be many reasons for maintaining it. Later on, the invention of tacking was introduced, when it occurred to the Egyptians that the sail might be utilized as well for going against the wind as for running before it. The old square sail of the Egyptians was nevertheless hardly suitable in shape for a comparatively narrow waterway, allowing not too much room for the ship to come around on the other tack. A sail had to be found which would hold a better wind, so the rig for the Nile craft was modified, at first probably by tilting the yard at such an angle with the mast, that the foot of the sail came down very low, while the peak pointed well above the top of the mast. The existence of the nugger above the second cataract with just such a rig today, and its persistence in refusing to be replaced, would seem to confirm this. It was thus that the dhow rig followed, dating at any rate from as far back as the 4th century before Christ, during the time of Alexander the Great, whose name is still perpetuated in Egypt by the town Alexandria. The boom was again discarded when the dhows began to cruise along the East African coast and the Mediterranean, and the shape of the sail became triangular instead of quadrilateral. Thus today, whether in Spanish felucca or Arabian dhow, or in the familiar sailing craft which glides on its stately way over the Lake of Geneva, this lateen sail survives as a direct descendant of that old rig, which was in use when the Egyptians used to cruise to Punt. End of Chapter 1. Read by Todd.
Chapter 2 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Early Ships of the Mediterranean. After Egypt suffered that decline which is common to all nations, her place as the pioneer of matters connected with shipping was taken up by the Phoenicians. All the time the Egyptians had been declining, the Phoenicians had been progressing. Originally migrating from the Persian Gulf, they had advanced northwards and settled around the Levant, and had even pushed further still so as to found Thebes in Boeotia and to inculcate the first principles of civilization in Greece. So exceedingly prosperous did they become as seamen, traders, explorers, fishermen, and manufacturers that their influence dominated the Mediterranean. We who belong to a race of seamen cannot but extend the keenest admiration to the great daring and enterprise of this mighty nation of the world's first great sailors. The fullest extent of their voyagings cannot, unfortunately, be ascertained with any certainty, yet there is the greatest reason for believing that not only did these Phoenicians sail around Africa, starting from the Red Sea and arriving back in Egypt after 3 years, but they had crossed the Bay of Biscay to Britain, the North Sea to Norway, and even the Atlantic to South America. What, then, was the nature of the ships in which the Phoenicians sailed the seas? Very decidedly, they were indebted to Egyptian influence in the design and rig of their craft, but since the Phoenicians were sea sailors rather than river sailors, they wisely chose not so much the model of the Nile vessels as those which time and experience had shown to be fitted for ocean voyaging. Thus they had no use for the great heavy boom which had been found so serviceable on the inland waters of the Egyptian river, for the Phoenicians' minds thought of oceans rather than rivers, however large the latter might be, and however far they reached into the country. Consequently, they adopted the vessel pretty much as she had been in the time of Ramses III, mentioned in the previous chapter. The sail was suspended from the yard without a boom along the foot. The brails, or buntlines, for reefing hung down from the yard to the deck, and the double steering oar on either side of the stern remained also. In order to guard the ship against danger brought by a following sea, the stern was carried high above and overhanging the water. As the Phoenician vessels became bigger, of course, the sails grew in proportionate area, and we see the number of brails increasing to as many as 6. When at anchor, the yard would remain aloft and be brailed up in the manner already indicated in our last chapter. There are, in fact, still in existence Phoenician coins wherein this is depicted in no uncertain manner. Along the bulwarks ran a line of shields to protect the crew, whilst the bow terminated in a ram. In this last respect, we see the important departure from the type of ship as evolved by the Egyptians. Whereas the latter were a peace-loving race, the Phoenicians were conquerors by ambition and purpose, and for this reason it was not rarely that they were brought into conflict with the vessels of other people. It is, in fact, to the Phoenicians that the distinction belongs of having invented both the bireme and the trireme. The stern, which we saw in the Egyptian ships as the place of honour for the commander, is still reserved in the Phoenician vessels, and in the case of the admiral's ship this portion of the craft was further distinguished by the erection of a staff with a crescent at the top of its well, as by an overhanging rich carpet. Flat-bottomed, long and narrow, these vessels sometimes reached a length of 300 feet, and their speed, either when running before a wind or when propelled by oars, must have been anything but slow. As the Egyptian influence had been handed on to the Phoenicians and modified, so the Phoenicians handed on to Greece and Rome the ship as they had left her. We have abundant information as to Greek and Roman vessels, not merely from the writings of classical authors, but from most interesting discoveries that have been made in Greece, Italy, and northern Africa. In the year 1834, for instance, in the Piraeus were unearthed some highly important records of the Athenian dockyard superintendents, containing inventories of the Athenian arsenals of the 4th century BC. These have since been elucidated and supplemented by further research. As early as the 13th century BC, Greek vessels were sailing over the sea, and 500 years later the inhabitants of the Grecian peninsula and the western coast of Asia Minor were keenly interested in maritime matters. The Greeks busied themselves in overseas trading to their great material welfare, and in the waters of the Black Sea found prosperous fishing grounds. When we come to examine a Greek war galley as depicted on existing vases of a date somewhere about 500 BC, we see at once that the Egyptian design is still marked, even though it has undergone changes at the hands of 2 other nations. The one large square sail and mast, without boom, but with brails as before, and the double steering oars at the side of the stern, are still there. Similarly, the after end of the ship is gradually raised till it overhangs the water. The sail is hoisted by 2 halyards, which come down on either side of the mast, and when it needed to be reefed, so many turns were taken with their brails by sending men aloft onto the yard, who would pass their lines round the sail and then throw them down on deck. The yard, as had been the case in the Egyptian ships that went to punt, was made of 2 separate spars lashed firmly together. In this, and indeed many other respects, the Mediterranean galley of today bears so close a resemblance to the ancient Greek and Roman fighting ships that the descent from an historic ancestry is unmistakable. The Latin word for the yard, antennae, was always used in the plural, and indicated this doubly constructed spar. The bows of the waterline frequently terminated in the shape of a boar's head on a Greek vessel, which projected forth like a ram. Eyes were also painted on the bows of the ships, as the ancients believed that thus she might be able to see her way over the sea. In the bows were constructed a forecastle, which afforded protection for the ship against a head sea. From there a flying deck ran aft to the stern, so that the marines could do their fighting without interfering with the sailors below who pulled at their oars. Their method of fighting on sea was as different in principle from our modern naval tactics as the galley is from a modern battleship. Practically the whole manoeuvre consisted in getting alongside the enemy and fighting in a hand-to-hand manner, bows and arrows and spears forming the weapons. But considerable importance was attached to the power of ramming the enemy's ship, so that to guard against this a special structure called a phlaston was placed at the stern of a vessel to protect her against the vicious onslaught of the ram. At the same time, in order that the ram itself should not penetrate too far into the other vessel's stern and so break off, there was usually added, higher than the ram itself, a figurehead which allowed the ram to penetrate only to a limited extent. Although we find illustrations of the galleys with sails set Yet we must not forget that these sails were merely used as auxiliaries, and that the main propulsion was by means of oars. The Greek and Roman galleys never went into battle with sails up. Before the engagement the mast and sail were taken down. It is for this reason that the Mediterranean craft was slow in making development. What was preferred was a vessel that could manoeuvre quickly and handily, that could attack the enemy and get out of the way of his thrusts with the greatest speed. Since such was the demand put upon naval designers and builders, there was but little encouragement to build a real ship capable of keeping the sea and riding out bad weather. Usually the galley was hauled ashore every night, but when kept afloat she was anchored down the shore, with bows pointing towards the sea and the stern made fast to the beach, a gangway being carried on board for convenience in disembarking from the stern. When getting off from the shore, the gangway was slung over the stern, and the vessel was pushed off into deep water by means of poles carried in readiness. Two kinds of sails and masts were carried by these warships, but, before battle the larger mast and sail were put ashore, since so much gear would have unnecessarily hampered the working and fighting of the ship. Within recent years considerable attention has been given to the manner in which the oars of an ancient warship were disposed. To accept the opinion of some that as many as 30 banks of oars were customary is now scarcely possible, for the height to which a vessel would thus be raised above the water would have made her far too top-heavy and unsafe, either in battle or in peace, without considerably deepening her draught. But even if the latter were increased, the vessel would still be less easily manoeuvred than at first, and would need extra power from the rowers. The probability is that there were at most 3 banks of oars, and that when the crew was very numerous several men worked at each oar. It is a well-known fact that, speaking of a craft, generally length means speed. Experiments in connection with the boats used in the Oxford and Cambridge boat race have also proved this. Consequently, in the case of the ancient war vessels of the Mediterranean, length was insisted upon, and to such an extent that the galleys were known as long ships, while the merchant craft were, because of their more beamy and rotund appearance, designated round ships. In the British Museum there is a Greek vase bearing a singularly beautiful illustration of a merchant ship of about the year 500 B.C., which shows the mast placed amidship, the sail close reefed, a stern still resembling that of the Egyptian vessels, but a bow that is so modern in its appearance that it is almost identical with what was customary on the famous sailing clippers of the second half of the last century, or indeed to be seen on almost any steam yacht of today. The vessel is seen to be decked in, while the steersman sits as usual in the stern, where he can easily trim the sail as well as govern the steering, whilst the galley, as we have just remarked, is really a rowing ship with sails only as auxiliaries. The merchantman, or round ship, was primarily a sailing vessel, and carried oars only for emergency and calms, in entering harbours, and for accelerating her speed to escape the attacks of pirates. With regard to the building of Greek and Roman ships, for we may continue our study of them together, since their resemblance is so close, the merchantmen were usually of pine, while the warships were also made of fir, cypress, or cedar. When we recollect that the shores of the Mediterranean, at any rate around Greece, were rich in timber, red lead, iron, and copper, it is not surprising that the shipbuilding industry in these early days was so extensive. The keels of the galleys, in order to withstand the rough usage of being hauled ashore at night, were of oak, this being selected with great care. The masts and other spars and oars were made out of fir or pine. When setting to work to build these ships, the regard which today is paid to the due seasoning of the wood was ignored in the early centuries, for the reason that otherwise the wood became too hard to be pliable. Nowadays a shipbuilder is able to bend his wood to the required shape by placing it first in steaming boxes. The seams were caulked with tow, and when the hull was made quite watertight, she was coasted below the waterline with tar or wax usually, the wax being first melted and then laid on with a brush. Afterward the topsides were painted a colour, green being the usual hue for pirate ships, so as to render them almost invisible in the distance against the background of the sea. Round the stern beautiful designs, representing classical groups of figures, were painted also. The fastening of the wood was effected by means of bronze and iron as well as wooden pegs, and the galleys, like the Egyptian ships, had a strong cable to prevent any possibility of the hull hogging. The ropes were manufactured by twisting oxhide or the fibres of the papyrus plant, whilst the sail was of white canvas or cloth, being often coloured for a special purpose. A black sail, for instance, denoting mourning, a purple sail signifying the ship of an admiral or a sovereign. Pirates also sometimes coloured their sails green. Originally, anchors were merely a heavy weight of stone, but later they took proper shape and were made from iron and lead. the cables being of chain and of rope. The use of flags and lights for marine purposes was prominent even at this early date. From the voyage of St. Paul as recorded in the Acts of the Apostles, we find that the use of the lead line was known, and from this account, coupled with an illustration still existent on a relief of about the year AD 200, we find that, although in a slightly modified form, the Egyptian steering method of a rudder on each of the ship's quarters was continued thus late. St. Paul's ship, when she was in difficulties and had to slip her cables so as to run for the shore, loosed her rubber bands. These bands extended from the gunwale to the rudder, being fastened about halfway down the latter, so that when necessary the rudder could be hauled up clear of the water, just as the reader may have noticed in the case of a Thames sailing barge, or, to put the matter more simply still, as in the operation of hauling up a centre-board in a sailing dinghy. From the same account we find that there was also 2 masted vessels in use at this time. For right forward St. Paul's ship had an artemon mast and artemon sail, or, as we should say nowadays, a foremast and foresail. The discovery of some mosaics 6 years ago near to Tunis in northern Africa, belonging to a period not later than 8200, revealed just such a 2-masted vessel depicted with considerable detail, the foremast and main, with supporting shrouds, being clearly seen. Among the same mosaics, which represent only ships of the mercantile marine, and not war vessels, is the Navis Arcturia, which shows a light vessel capable of being rowed, yet furnished with 1 square sail, mast, yard, stays, and rope ladder, up which one of the crew is ascending to attend to the canvas. This ship is of particular interest, since this was the very kind which Caesar mentions as having been employed during an expedition to Brittany. The design of the hull shows a curious admixture of Egyptian and Greek influence, the old overhanging stern, but a ram-like bow being manifest. Rome had been so busy extending her conquests as to neglect the development of the merchant ship in the exclusive encouragement of the warcraft. But at any rate, by the 2nd century of our era, Roman merchant vessels had begun to develop into something more than mere glorified rowing boats, and the manner of their rigging showed at once an intelligent perception of the duties of a sailing ship and a knowledge which can only be obtained by experience of ships, the sea, and their mutual relationship. Thus we find bollards, or strong blocks of timber, being placed both forward and aft for mooring the ship when alongside a quay. Dead eyes for shrouds are introduced. There is a purchase for "sweating" down the forestay tight. The triangular topsail is introduced and set above the yard of the square sail, and is in 2 pieces. There are sheets and braces, whilst the brails for reefing pass through rings on the foreside of the canvas, so that the method of brailing the ship up is not dissimilar to the way in which domestic Venetian blinds are drawn up. With the age of luxury on shore, of course, came its expression also afloat. In the course of time, not merely were sails ornamented, a practice that was not dead even in the time of Queen Elizabeth in the 16th century, but vessels were built with every conceivable regard for luxury and physical comfort, until they became rather floating palaces than sea-going ships. Magnificent saloons, bronze baths, rooms made luxurious with exquisite marbles and paintings, statues and rich mosaics, elegant deck-houses, libraries, vine rows, trees, jewels, parti-coloured sails, dancing and concerts, these were the accessories of the great galleys of Caligula as he sailed along the coast of Campania. To this day there remain at the bottom of the Lake Nemi 2 such craft as these, belonging to about the date AD 37, but in consequence of the many centuries which have passed since these craft were sunk, it is highly improbable that they will ever be brought to the surface again, notwithstanding that various attempts have been made in different ages. With regard to the navigation of the early voyages of the Mediterranean, they had for their guidance no such thing as the compass, but in clear weather could coast from one landmark to the other. Beyond that, there was a good deal left to chance, and to that natural instinct which was no doubt far more developed in their minds than in most moderns. There were a certain number of lighthouses, and on some parts of the coast high towers were erected, so that the flames thereon burning might during the night act as due warning to the navigators, while the smoke during the daytime would both do this and indicate the state and direction of the wind at that point. This is the primitive origin of our modern system of beacons and coast lighting. In entering or leaving harbour, one of the crew would give warning of the ship's approach by blowing a trumpet, so lessening the risk of collision. This incident is actually depicted on an old Roman lamp now in the British Museum, which also shows an early lighthouse. What precisely was the connection between the ships of the Mediterranean and of northern Europe originally we cannot, unfortunately, say. That there was some connecting link seems undeniable, for reasons which we shall refer to in the following chapter. But just as we owe to Greece and Rome in matters of civilization generally more than we can ever repay or ever realize, so it was in shipbuilding. Though their development of ships continued rather on the restricted lines of the warship, to the exclusion for a long time of the more peaceful trader, yet the advance made by these ancients in the knowledge and practice of shipbuilding was so great as to lay the foundation along the Mediterranean coast, in Venice, Genoa, and the Spanish peninsula, for those great enterprises which, after a few centuries, were to send forth the intrepid explorers and navigators of the Middle Ages, while as yet northern Europe had scarcely awoke to the full realization of what the sea meant, to what new lands it led, to what vast sources of wealth and power. Because all civilization has spread from east to west, it was but natural that the territories along the Mediterranean, insomuch as they were nearest to the fount of civilization, should in shipbuilding and maritime development be the first to excel. Even if today we have far surpassed all their efforts, it is only right to admit that, but for their first lessons in building big craft, our own development of building big-bodied ships would have been long delayed. End of Chapter 2, read by Inkell.
Chapter 3 of the Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by prajak. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Evolution of the Ship in Northern Europe. We come now to that part of Europe where the climate, differing so much from that of the Mediterranean, must from the very first have called for a type of craft of greater seaworthiness than was found adequate for the Greeks and Latins. The waters of the North Sea, English Channel, and the Bay of Biscay are sufficiently stormy and boisterous to demand ships of stronger, bolder design and build. The amount of freeboard, for instance, that sufficed for a light Roman galley would have been utterly unsafe in northern seas, and we shall see in this present chapter how immensely struck Caesar was with the difference between the craft to which he had been accustomed and the vigorous ships in which the Veneti, a Gallic tribe, were wont to put to sea. But before we get so far in our story, let's begin at the earliest relic we have of the ship in the northern part of the continent. Along the Scandinavian coast, from as far north as Trondheim, even to the Isle of Gotland, are to be seen to this day a number of wonderful carvings made in the rocks. The precise age of these is a matter of doubt, for they have been conjectured to belong at the earliest to about the year 1500 BC and at the latest to about 50 BC. For myself, I believe that the earlier date is the more correct. At any rate, these rock sculptures show, depicted with much quaintness and lack of proportion, both ships and men of an early period of Scandinavia's history. Now, the significant point of these illustrations is that the ships of that country, even at such a remote date, are clearly seen to be of much the same shape as those the Vikings sailed in later, and many of the Norwegians and Swedes sail in to this day. Roughly speaking, these primitive craft, which correspond to the ships of the Phoenicians, are long, narrow, and double-ended, that is, with a bow at each end, with what is probably meant to be a ram shown in the bows. Sometimes a mast is shown amidships, and altogether the resemblance to the Phoenicians' ships is so close that it seems very probable that the earliest inhabitants of this northern peninsula obtained their first ideas of ship design from these wandering Phoenicians. On the other hand, it is possible that these northerners obtained their ideas otherwise, if it be true that their first colonizers came across Europe from the shores of the Black Sea, and that the ships which in the course of time they began to build were based on the Phoenician models, which they had been accustomed to see used in fishing or trading in the eastern waters of that part of Europe. In either case, the Phoenician influence is there, derived either directly or indirectly. Whether these rock sculptures depict properly built vessels or only dugouts or craft hollowed out of tree trunks, we cannot, of course, determine from this evidence. But the first vessels of northern Europe were formed, as we have plenty of proof to convince the most skeptical, of tree trunks hollowed out, and very probably the ships depicted in the Scandinavian rock carvings belong to that class. In many parts of Norway and Sweden, the dugout craft is still in use, the trunk of the oak, because of its thickness and durability, being especially selected in the preference to other woods. As long as man was in the Stone Age, his ship belonged to the dugout class. Like the Australian Aborigines, the inhabitants of this period had all their tools and implements made out of stone, and both the felling and hollowing out of the giants of the forest was done solely by instruments of this material. A little later, the dugout is found strengthened by addition of ribs, and the fairly flat bottom has a wooden keel attached thereto. In various parts of England, Scotland, and Germany, there have been unearthed and are still preserved in local museums a number of these prehistoric dugout craft. Possibly, the reader may have seen such a craft himself, but in case this is not so, perhaps we may take the famous dugout which was discovered at Brigg in Lincolnshire in May of 1886 and was recently presented to the Hull Museum. Here is a vessel 40.5 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 2 and 3/4 feet deep, having been hollowed out of an oak tree of such a size that it must have been at least 18 feet in circumference, and of such a height that the branches did not begin until 50 feet from the ground. Such a boat would be propelled by sail as well as paddles, and would carry as many as 40 men, so that quite a considerable pace could be obtained in calms or even adverse winds when the sail was not in use. When these dugouts happened to run on a rock or snag and hold their sides, the repairs were effected by means of wooden patches and pegs. Thongs were also employed for sewing up the patch, and finally moss was used for caulking the hole tight against the water. The brick boat clearly shows that she had sprung a leak at some time, for on her starboard side a rift of 12 feet has been made and repaired in the manner mentioned. Expert authority has determined the date of this vessel at somewhere between 1100 and 700 BC. But the next stage of advancement is more than interesting, for the Stone Age man, instead of adding the ribs last to his ship, now makes them first, and instead of laboriously hewing down and scooping out the tree, he sews together the hides from the carcasses of the animals he has killed in the chase and stretches these over the ribs so tightly as to make a skin boat. The coracle, as used in certain parts of Ireland and Wales, is practically the same type of boat as that used in the later Stone Age. That these skin boats were in actual use in early Britain is perfectly clear, for Caesar himself mentions that when he required some boats to get his troops across the river Secoris during his first Spanish campaign, he ordered his men to make boats of the kind that they had learned previously from the Britons, these consisting of a wooden keel and a frame of ribs and osiers covered with hides. Finally, in the Bronze and Iron Ages, man has learned to fashion for himself such wonderful tools that he can fell the tree with ease. But most important of all, he can cut it up into planks and by means of metal nails he can fasten them together, the one layer overlapping the other, and the gaps covered either with moss or the hair of animals. Thus he is able to build a craft more endurable than the hide boat and made with greater ease than the clumsily hollowed dugout. This represents a highly important advance, for it is here that true shipbuilding begins. To what a degree some of the northern people had progressed in this art may be gathered from Caesar's account of a naval campaign fought against the Veneti in the year 54 BC. The vessels of the latter, we are told, were flatter than the Roman ships, so as to take the ground easily. They had very high bows and sterns to make them more seaworthy, being built of oak and enormously strong. Nor was this at all superfluous, for the Veneti dwelt on the Bay of Biscay in the northwest corner of France, where the full force of the Atlantic makes itself heavily felt. We learn from the same record that these ships had cross beams a foot thick, fastened with spikes as thick as a man's thumb, and that their anchors had iron chains, and that the sails were made of skin and dressed leather. It was found that although the Roman ships, the naves actuaria, were far more easily maneuvered, yet they could not make much impression on the hulls of the Veneti when ramming, for the reason that the latter were so immensely strong. Caesar's record, in fact, makes it singularly clear that his enemies' ships were of a thoroughly practical, seaworthy type, capable of enduring storms and hard usage. Now, the design of this Biscayan craft, as mentioned by Caesar, is practically that which has been familiarized to us by the Viking ships. The high prows and sterns not unnaturally took Caesar by surprise after being accustomed to the Mediterranean shipping. From Tacitus, we learn that Germanicus, in the year AD 15, built a number of vessels of somewhat similar design near the mouth of Rhine. The same author refers to the Sions, the earliest name for Scandinavians, as having a powerful fleet whose ships were also double-ended so that they could easily be beached and in battle be rapidly maneuvered either way with rapidity. This double-ended design has remained a very popular method of shaping craft in the more northerly climes of this continent. Not merely in Norway, but in Scotland today, many of the fishing craft are of this type, while both lifeboats and whalers' boats are designed on much the same principle. One of the most surprising facts when we come to examine the history of shipbuilding is the remarkable proficiency which was possessed by the Vikings of Norway. One of their modes of burial was to place the body of the great sea king in his ship, which was hauled ashore, and after his various possessions, his horse, dogs, and weapons had been placed by his side, a sepulchral chamber was built over the ship, and an enormous mound of earth was erected over the vessel and its contents. Since the second half of the 19th century, a number of these Viking ships have been excavated, and the excellent state of preservation in which they have been found is due, no doubt, to the fact that the air has been excluded for so many centuries. The most recent discovery was in 1903 at Osberg on the western side of Christiania Fjord, but fine as this craft was found to be, she was not so glorious a specimen as that unearthed at Gokstad near to Sandford in the year 1880. From these excavated vessels, together with a vast amount of detail left to us in old Scandinavian literature, in the sagas which narrate the deeds of the sea kings, their mighty exploits, and wanderings in their long ships, it is now possible to form a very full picture of what a Viking ship looked like when she came foaming across the turbulent North Sea. It may perhaps be of some convenience to the reader if we here reconstruct what would have met our eyes had we, 1200 years ago, cruised about the ocean that separates us from the land of mountains and fjords. As she came on, we should first have been struck by the gaily colored sail of the Viking ship. Square in shape, much wider at the foot than along the yard, and exceeding the breadth of the ship herself, it would have been found to be made of flax, strengthened around the edge with hide. Sometimes the sail was striped or embroidered or made of velvet by the more delicate hands of the Vikings' women folk ashore. Stripes of red and blue, purple and gold, with quaint patterns depicting some historical incident, were added as a relief to the white canvas, the various portions of the sail being sewed together with thread. For shortening sail, we know from an existing coin that the Norse did carry a row of reef points attached to the sail. At the bow of the boat, rising well above the hull, was a dragon's or serpent's head or other device. Warships, for instance, carried the dragon's head at the stem, vessels belonging to the snakejaw or serpent class having a serpent's head in a like place and the animal's tail at the stern. A single row of oarsmen was on either side of the ship, and these were protected by shields from the enemy's darts. The handles of the oars we should have seen to be decorated, whilst the tiller head was also carved with great taste. There were 5 separate compartments, the commander's room being at the stern. Then came the room for the second in command and the place where the arms were stored. Further ahead of that was the central section of the ship where the rowers did their work and the mast was stepped, this latter being capable of being lowered and raised by means of a tackle, stage supporting it when it was needed for setting the sail. There was a gangway running down the center of the ship, the rowing benches being placed on either side. Forward beyond this midship portion, the bow section of the ship was divided into two, where the pick of the crew were placed, to whom fell the duty of preventing the enemy succeeding in boarding the ship. Here also was standard bearer, most beautifully built and designed, with a knowledge of naval architecture that even according to modern standards is admirable. These vessels were both fast and weatherly, a replica of the Gokstad ship having crossed the Atlantic some years ago for the Chicago exhibition. 1 or 2 small boats were carried on board according to the ship's size, and she also carried rollers for beaching and launching. These vessels were built very flat amidships with fine ends. The steering method was as follows, and will be immediately seen to resemble that of the Roman ships mentioned in the previous chapter. Instead of having a steering oar on either quarter, as in the Mediterranean craft, the Viking ships had one alone, and that on the starboard or steering board starboard side, but it was now fixed to a projecting block of wood where it could have sufficient play for its purpose. Into the neck of the rudder, which began by being the handle of the steering oar, the tiller fitted at right angles. In a subsequent chapter, we shall see the rudder taken from the side of the ship and placed at the stern, and with the exception of this modification, there remains in rig, design, and construction a remarkable similarity between those old Viking ships of a bygone age and many of the sailing craft of Norway and Russia today. When the vessel was under sail, the holes for the oars were closed with wooden shutters to keep out the water. At night, a tent was stretched across the vessel, being kept open by wooden stretchers, of which a pair, beautifully preserved with carved heads, are still in existence, having been found on board one of the Viking ships. The crew off duty would get into their leather sleeping bags and turn in for a sleep beneath the tent. But the Vikings did their passages usually by coasting from point to headland, and when brought up did their cooking ashore, making use of bronze utensils. From the yard of the sail depended braces leading down to the after part of the ship, but there was not always carried a boom at the foot of the sail, although sometimes this was brought into use, no doubt for the purpose of setting the sail exceptionally well when close hauled. But we may say that even if the Vikings understood the art of tacking, their vessels would not have sailed very near the wind, probably no closer than 7 points. To come round on the other tack would have necessitated the employment of the oars to get such a length of ship about, for the position of the sail so nearly amidships and with no head sail, though excellent when running before a fair wind or on a broad reach, was not advantageous for beating to windward. One sometimes finds wonderment expressed that these open ships could possibly survive the furies of a winter's gale. The answer is quite simple. The Vikings, like their Mediterranean predecessors, did not go into danger recklessly. Their sailing seasons were restricted to spring and summer, and in the autumn the ships were hauled ashore until the fine weather should come round again. Though they had no compass, they were able to make voyages of considerable length, not merely to the southern coast of England, but to Constantinople, to the Holy Land, to Iceland, and from the latter island to the nearest shores of North America. The whole shipbuilding world of today is under a debt of deep gratitude to this vanished race of sea kings. The encouragement which they gave to the scientific designing and building of good, wholesome vessels meant a great deal for Northern Europe, for without this aid not merely Britain but other countries would have remained content for some time with a far inferior and less serviceable type of vessel. So reliable and suitable was this Viking kind of ship found by the inhabitants not merely of Britain but of the coastline extending from Scandinavia as far south as the northern shores of Spain, that whenever the people along this vast stretch of coastline depicted a ship, it was always, until the middle of the 15th century, with perhaps one or two rare exceptions in the 14th, of the double-ended type with one mast and sail amidships, the sail being furled when at anchor to the yard, and not the yard and sail lowered to the deck. In many respects, we find the counterpart of usages characteristic of the Mediterranean seamanship. Such were, for instance, the use of trumpets for announcing the approach of a vessel when entering or leaving harbour, the custom of sending some of the crew aloft to shake out the sail when getting under way, and following the example of the southern seamen, usually in a state of nakedness, so that their clothes might not get caught in the gear aloft. But the clumsy method of reefing as practiced in the south was banished in the North Sea when the Vikings introduced the much superior method of shortening sail by means of rows of reef points. To send a man up on the yard to throw the brace over, it may have been none too pleasant an occupation even in the Mediterranean, but experience in the carrying out this feat of seamanship on a squally day in a channel or the North Sea must soon have suggested to the minds of these sailormen that some better plan might be devised. It must not be imagined that these open Viking ships were of small size. On the contrary, the Gokstad ship, for instance, is only just under 80 feet long, with 16.5 feet beam and a depth of 6 feet amidships and weighing about 20 tons. In comparison to their length, they drew very little water, for the ship of which we are now speaking was afloat in anything over 3 feet 7 inches of sea. Clinker built, that is, with the planks overlapping each other, as the reader will have noticed in the construction of most beach boats, of good, strong oak, with planking 1 3/4 inches thick and caulked with cow's hair, with accommodation for 32 oarsmen, 16 on either side, Such a ship was capable of giving a good account of herself when under the command of a mighty Norseman whose spirit knew not what it was to be daunted, whose determination could never be satisfied except with victory. With a brave, fearless heart within him, a strong, valiant crew to obey his commands, and a fine, bold ship in which to be carried from coast to coast, the Viking could do pretty much as he liked and journey almost anywhere he chose. No one had better ships than his, and few ever had in so marked a manner that sea instinct, which is born in a man and subsequently developed, but cannot be instilled into a man if it is wholly absent. The Vikings journeyed across hundreds of miles of sea from their homes and devastated the shores of England and France, navigating to the inland towns situated on the rivers and inlets, committing pillage and piracy everywhere. They were a power not to be reckoned with lightly, but either to be opposed strenuously or to be obeyed on such terms as the vanquished could obtain from vanquishers. For a time, the Viking sailors had it all their own way. Their ships were superior to any afloat, and their attacks none could resist, until at length, just before the close of the ninth century, Alfred came to the English throne and determined to put an end to these depredations. But how was he to proceed? Our own ships could not fight with any chance of victory against the enormous longships, that was quite evident. Therefore, he determined to beat the enemy at his own game, by opposing him with superior rather than inferior vessels. End of section 3.
Chapter 4 of the Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Chapter 4 The Development of the Ship in the Middle Ages. The decision of Alfred to build ships of the Viking type, but twice as long, much faster, and of greater freeboard, was another step toward the big ship which was yet to come. Although the help of Frisian pirates had to be called in to carry out the seaman's duties, yet Alfred's scheme won in the end, and the country was at last freed of its harassing foe. But the long association of our countrymen with the Saxon and Angles in their Viking ships had settled in their minds the type of vessel that was to continue in use along our shores. Until after these Vikings had taught us, ours was certainly not a country of sailors. It is not without importance to remember this fact, and that Norway, with the neighboring sea countries, was for a long time ahead of us in maritime matters. For the Roman invasion and occupation of Britain had done practically nothing for us in this respect. With them, no doubt, came the introduction of their Roman craft, but except for estuary work they would not be particularly suitable, and when Rome withdrew her protection, the country was left without defense against the great warlike sea nation living across the North Sea. But when we had once learned the type of ship that was wanted and had acquired the art of building it, as soon as peace was sufficiently established, matters went ahead. England began to have not only single ships of great size, but powerful fleets. In the time of Edgar, A.D. 959 to 975, there were no less than 4,000 ships to guard our island, being split up into 4 fleets of 1,000 ships each, for duty on the north, south, east, and west coasts. At the same time, trade was being carried on between the continent and this country, and many of our ships were engaged in the herring fishery. Gradually the Viking longship was modified, until she was more suitable for carrying cargo and passengers, if less conveniently disposed for fighting. At the same time, it is quite clear that not for some time was the Viking shape much modified. The ships, for example, of William the Conqueror, in which he and his men invaded England, as well as the vessels of Harold, with their striped sails and hulls, their Viking shape of bows and sterns with figureheads, steering rudder, and so on, all clearly shown in the Bayeux tapestry, indicate that in the 11th century the influence of the Viking ships was still strongly felt, and this evidence is confirmed by illustrations on old fonts, seals, and manuscripts. Before the close of the 12th century, the tendency was for these vessels to become still larger, for a ship bearing the name La Blanche Neuf, probably so called because of her white hull, which eventually foundered, was carrying no less than 300 passengers, being propelled by 50 oars. But an important development was to follow as a result of the Crusades. Whereas the ships of this country had continued for hundreds of years to perform coasting voyages as far west as Ireland and as far north as Norway and the Orkneys, they were now called upon to make a long ocean passage across the Bay of Biscay to the other end of the Mediterranean. The effect of this extended voyaging was twofold. First, it gave our seamen an opportunity of seeing the contemporary shipping of the South, and second, it developed and improved their seamanship in many ways. Now, the advance of the Mediterranean vessels had continued along the lines we indicated in an earlier chapter. Thus the galley had gone on increasing its length, but at the same time the merchant ship had also been encouraged to a very large extent, as the trade of the Mediterranean countries gradually but surely increased. Perhaps she had become a somewhat clumsy vessel, but her portliness was demanded by the amount of merchandise she was called upon to carry. There is little doubt that this kind of ship grew to large dimensions, and as early as Richard I's crusade, there was a big three-masted vessel, powerfully built and capacious enough to carry 1,500 men aboard, cruising about the eastern end of the Mediterranean. Such a vessel would be rigged with a square sail or lateen sail, sometimes, on her foremast, and a lateen sail, resembling that of the familiar dhow, on the two others. Although nautical terminology was very much confused during the Middle Ages, and frequently the same appellation was given to quite distinct types of craft, yet we shall not go far wrong if we describe this new development of the big Mediterranean ship as a carrack. She was destined to play an important part in the world's history, so that she is worth remembering, although at first she was little more than a very unwieldy, clumsy creature, which must have been very slow in a light wind and a great source of anxiety in bad weather. It was hardly to be expected that this new fashion of Englishmen sailing in English ships to the south would not cause some modifications in our naval architecture. One of the characteristics of the Southerners was their addiction to the use of fighting castles or platforms which they added even to their merchantmen, and from which they could hurl down destruction on the attacking pirates. Even in classical times, a merchant ship carried sometimes as many as 8 of these towers, which could be easily erected and as easily taken down again when danger was past. On ships of the galley type, they were still more in evidence until very late in history. Therefore, these towers must have made some impression on the minds of the Englishmen, for not very long after we find them added to the English Viking-shaped ships, of which there is much historical pictorial evidence. In the bows of the ship was built one of these towers, and by this means we obtain the origin of the word forecastle in our language as denoting the fore end of the vessel. A similar castle or tower was also placed at the stern, and thus, while some of the crew overhead were busy hurling their darts at the enemy, the steersman could do his work with some shelter, sitting under the arched roof of the turret. This new southern idea grafted onto the northern hull was the beginning of a considerable alteration in the shape of our vessels. We shall not, in fact, be guilty of overstatement when we remark that here was the germ from which came a completely new development of naval architecture. The change proceeded in the following manner. At first, the castle was merely a raised platform, no part of which projected ahead or astern of the ship. Then, the utility of this innovation becoming recognized, the structure was developed so as to project considerably outside the hull. From being at first a mere light scaffolding, the castle gradually became a permanent rather than a temporary modification of the ship, and so in course of time the design adopted in contemporary naval architecture was altered to meet this novel institution. Thus the old shape of the long Viking ships changed until they became broader to support these castles more easily, and the ends of the ship gradually swept up to meet these additions. Finally, instead of these platforms extending beyond the extremities of the vessel, they became an integral part of the hull itself, and at the same time were lowered to unite with the body of the ship. Such roughly, in outline, is the manner of the development of the ship during the period we are discussing. It is essential to bear this in mind, For even when we come to the later time when the wooden walls of England were the talk of the world, such ships were still merely the Viking craft, considerably enlarged and vastly modified by the prevailing ideas of other nations and the previous historical evolutions. Shipbuilding, like all other arts, is one long chain of development, whose links during different periods change in character and size. And of these links, by far the most important was that which connected the later ships with those fine double-ended craft of the Norsemen. But apart from the change which the castle idea wrought in medieval ships, there were other alterations which followed as the outcome of experience in the ways of the ship. Fighting tops were added to the head of the mast. From this position, picked archers could deal destruction on the steersmen and commanders of the opposing ships. The mast was supported with rigging coming down to either side of the hull abaft amidships, and there were forestays and backstays for further strength. Braces, of course, led from the extremities of the yard, and sheets from the bottom corners of the sail. The first improvement in steering seems to have been effected by working on the method we saw exhibited in the Viking ships. Thus the rudder, while still supported at the side of the ship, was held by a bracket which projected the steering oar clear of the hull, a tiller being connected at the top and leading in to the steersman. Winches with wooden drums and worked by handspikes were employed, at any rate in the 13th century, for getting up the anchor. Those readers who may be familiar with the Norfolk Wherry will remember that in fine weather she increases her sail area by lacing on an additional piece of canvas, called a bonnet, along the foot of the sail. When the wind increases, this can readily be detached, and its disuse is equivalent to taking in a reef. This is a survival of one of the very oldest features of the northern sail, and was much in use during the Middle Ages both in England and Scandinavia. Had we been able to witness a 13th century vessel setting forth from the land, we should have noticed in her a more full-bodied ship than the old Viking type. With her castles and fighting tops, she might have seemed to be more top-heavy, but there was a greater beam and displacement to make her seaworthy. She was beginning to become not merely a ship, but a battleship, and the final stage in her development will probably never be reached as long as there is any need of her services. The need not merely of individual ships, but of a defending navy was being realized, and the work of the Cinque Ports, originally 5 in number but afterwards added to, was in some way what Portsmouth, Chatham, and Devonport effect today. As soon, therefore, as the ship began to be reckoned seriously as a fighting unit for the defense of her country, her size was bound to increase. For the more men she could carry, so much more damage could she shower on the enemy from bows and engines of war. Thus the old single-sticker became a two-masted ship, for as the size of the hull increased, so also would the sail, and even with a large crew on board there is a point reached when the area of canvas in a single sail must be restricted. Even at a slight loss of speed, handiness insists on splitting up the dimensions of the canvas. When English sailors had seen this arrangement in the large ships of the Mediterranean, it was only a question of time for our country to follow the example thus set. At the same time, as early as the 14th century, another important change was made by taking the rudder from the side and placing it right aft in the position where it has remained ever since, and the tiller, instead of coming into the ship at right angles as it had for so many centuries, was now in line with the keel as it is today. Trade was being opened up not merely between England and the Mediterranean, but between the northern shores of the continent and ourselves, so that there was the greatest encouragement to build ships which could carry large quantities of merchandise and make their ports in safety and with dispatch. In the time of Edward I, for instance, there was a considerable trade in wool carried on between Flanders and England. Attention was paid to maritime legislation, the seafaring life encouraged, and the experience of long voyages was being put to practical use by the rigger and shipbuilder. At the same time, the progress of the ship was constantly being delayed through the internal troubles of the country. There is nothing like a civil war for staying the advance of shipbuilding. It was so, later in history, in regard to the Civil War in the United States of America, which cost that country a supremacy which she might have had in the world shipping, and thus allowed Great Britain to make up for lost opportunities. And it was the case also when the War of the Roses not merely stopped foreign trade, and therefore the need of ships, but prevented the shipman from following his calling through the demands for his service ashore. At the same time that our nation was wasting its energies in futile strife, other European countries were going ahead with their maritime development. In the north, the seaport towns of Germany and the Baltic had banded themselves together for mutual trading interests into what was known as the Hanseatic League. Totaling at length no fewer than 85 towns that included Hamburg, Lubeck, and Amsterdam, this grew into a most powerful organization during succeeding centuries, and to them is due a large share of praise for the development of the ship in northern Europe during the Middle Ages. It is interesting to state, as showing the extraordinary prosperity to which the Hanseatic League attained, that the London agency of this mercantile association existed until quite recently, and their offices were only demolished when the space was required to build the present Cannon Street railway station. In southern Europe, too, Genoa, Venice, and Naples had continued to flourish, not merely in trade, but in the creation of ships of considerable size. Profiting by the lessons derived from these, the inhabitants of the Spanish peninsula had also created for themselves fleets of large, powerful vessels, and England was well behind in the race for the prizes which can only be obtained through ships. Already, by the middle of the 14th century, the Canaries had been discovered by the Portuguese. Presently, Madeira and the Azores were to be discovered also, and Vasco da Gama astonished the world by his memorable voyage in which he doubled the Cape of Good Hope and got as far north as Zanzibar. All this time British shipping had considerable leeway to make up, but as soon as domestic affairs began to quiet down again, the advance of overseas trade, and so of shipbuilding, went on again. London was our chief port in the 15th century, but Bristol, by reason of its proximity to Ireland and by the fact of its being somewhat nearer to the Mediterranean, had succeeded in building up for itself considerable prosperity. During the reign of Henry IV, commercial treaties were made with the Hanseatic League to the encouragement of shipping, but the North Sea was as dotted with roving pirates, lying in wait to devastate both peaceful fishermen and merchantmen, as ever the Mediterranean had been when the richly laden carracks from Genoa and Venice made such handsome booty. Vessels were growing in size to such an extent that we find among those which were English-owned the Jesus of 1,000 tons, the Holocaust of 760 tons, and others of 500 and 600 tons. Even if we make allowance for the difference in tonnage measurement between these inaccurate times and today, yet we have here evidence of ships of no mean dimensions and carrying power. The tendencies of naval architects, if we are to judge from the pictorial examples of craft which have survived, was to make the vessels with so much sheer as to be almost crescent shape, the object aimed at being, no doubt, that the vessel might be able to run before a following sea without being pooped, and at the same time the high bows were a protection when meeting a head sea. In France and the Low Countries, the design of the ship, though modified considerably, was still reminiscent of the Viking vessels, but they had become ships instead of long open boats. Their sides were built up, their proportions were more tubby, and instead of the planks being laid on the frame so that the vessel was clinker-built, they were laid edge to edge, or carvel-built, as most vessels above the size of small rowing boats are now made. At the same time, there are not wanting illustrative evidences showing these carvel ships fitted with rubbing strakes which ran round the entire hull from bow to stern, so that when alongside a quay, or, more necessary still, when fighting an enemy and the ships crashed alongside each other, the hull might have some protection from being indented. By day, flags were flown from the masthead and stern, but gradually the practice came in of carrying a flag at almost every angle of the ship where this could be done. The introduction of ship's lanterns for maneuvering at night dates as far back as the time of the Romans. In England during the Middle Ages, the lantern on the admiralship, hanging over the poop, showed the other ships the lead to follow during the darkness. But in addition to the new inventions which we have mentioned as affecting the development of naval architecture, there was destined to be yet another important innovation, which was to cause a considerable alteration in the ship's appearance before the close of the 15th century. This was the introduction of cannon. As long as the combatants had been content to shoot arrows and throw darts at each other, to hurl heavy weights from the eminence of their fighting tops, to come alongside and board each other, practically the same tactics continued that had obtained ever since early classical times on the Mediterranean. But the introduction of cannon on board ship, though it was a long time before seamen realized how much they meant, could not fail to alter entirely both the fighting methods and the arrangement of the ships which were called upon to carry out the strategy decided upon. When first guns were employed on board ship, they were fired over the side from the deck. Then it occurred to the authorities responsible that if these were placed on a lower deck, and holes were made in the ship's sides through which to fire, the men would be less exposed to danger. But the deck above could be utilized for cannon also, thus providing 2 lines of fire instead of 1, and in this case the men could be hid by means of cloth running around the vessel's sides. In course of time, as everyone is aware, the number of tiers of guns increased. But in order to be able to withstand the shock of firing the guns and their additional weight, it became necessary to increase the beam of the ship and to strengthen its construction very considerably. It is quite evident that with so much weight placed so high up from the water, unless greater width had been given, the vessel would have been almost top-heavy, and in a seaway would have been positively dangerous. By about the end of the 15th century, the ship was growing out of experimentalism into something more capable of being trusted and made use of. For centuries, in spite of occasional setbacks of varying periods, shipbuilding had been progressing, not scientifically, but yet progressing. We ourselves were about to become a great naval nation. It was all very well for our ancestors in a century so early as the time of John to claim for England the title of Sovereign of the Sea. But even when at that time some of the vessels of Italy and the southwest of Europe were far superior to anything we could build, it was a boast that could not possibly be defended. But next to being able to introduce something new comes the ability to recognize the superiority of other people's designs. In the matter of ships, England did this again with regard to the Mediterranean, as she had done in respect of Scandinavian types. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 5 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Ship During Tudor Times. To the enterprise of Henry VII and to his encouragement we owe the beginning of our modern English navy. As already noted, the Wars of the Roses had caused maritime matters to be neglected considerably. Henry V had increased the number of ships ready for service, but on his death the 30-odd ships that remained were sold out of the service, and by 1430 the British Navy consisted of 2 or 3 dismantled hulks. There was, therefore, great need for a change in the administration of our naval defence, and to the Tudor sovereigns, especially the 2 Henrys and Elizabeth, must be given thanks for the work they performed at a crisis in our naval history. Henry VII built the Regent, a vessel of 600 tons, which carried no fewer than 4 masts, her foremast and mainmast being square-rigged, but her main mizzen and her Bonaventure mizzen being rigged with a lateen sail each, like the Mediterranean ships previously alluded to. She also had a topmast on her fore, while her main carried both topmast and topgallant-mast, though neither of the 2 others had topmasts. Besides these, she had a great spar, which was a cross between a mast and a bowsprit, extending from the bows, on which was carried a square sail called a spritsail. On a main-top-gallant-mast she set a triangular sail, with the apex at the top and the base at the bottom, but it had no yard, the foot setting along the yard of the topsail above. From this brief description, the reader will be able to gather some idea of the rig which now was beginning to dominate the big ships of this period, and to see how great an advance had been made since the old Viking days. A similar ship, though somewhat smaller, was the Sovereign. From the statement that she had a couple of decks in her forecastle, 2 in her topgallant poop at the stern, and that even above these 2 latter there were a couple more, it will readily be seen that the custom, which was so prevalent during Tudor times, of raising the stern of the ship to absurd and unnecessary heights, had already begun. The reader will not fail to bear in mind that the smart distinction which today exists between the ships of His Majesty's Navy and those of the mercantile marine had, in the time we are speaking of, not begun to exist. Sometimes the king let out on hire his royal ships to merchants in times of peace. Sometimes, on the other hand, merchant vessels were used to aid the royal ships in time of war. As to the rigging of these ships in the early Tudor times, we have already mentioned that on her main and foremast would be set square sails, while topsails and topgallant sail above were already known. For reefing, the bonnet laced on the foot of the square sail would be taken off. The rigging supporting the mast was led through dead-eyes, of wooden blocks pierced with holes, through which the lanyards of the shrouds passed, in much the same way as in many of the sailing ships of today. Pulleys were already employed. Sand glasses and logs for calculating a ship's speed through the waters, marline spikes, binnacles, and many other articles of a ship's furniture were already in regular use, as we know from existing documents which have happily been preserved. When fighting, the rows of wooden shields running round the ship's side and decorated with the admiral's coat of arms were used for protection of the gunners, and later still further protection was added. Portsmouth was springing up as a naval dockyard, and there the first dry dock was built about the time when Columbus set forth from Spain in his caravel, Santa Maria, on his memorable voyage which led to the discovery of the West Indies. A caravel was really a small edition of the carrack, and was essentially of Mediterranean origin. But Columbus's ship, with her 3 masts, being square-rigged on both fore and main, but with lateen on her mizzen, was both slow and a bad sea-boat. She carried but one topsail above her mainsail, and no others except the square spritsail set to cross and below the bowsprit. About the time of the Chicago exhibition, the American authorities sent over to Spain and inquired if by any chance the plans and specifications of Columbus's ship were still in existence. Search was accordingly made in the Cadiz dockyard, where the necessary documents were discovered among the archives, and she was then rebuilt, actually timber for timber, bolt for bolt, as she had been 400 years before. One who happened to see this replica vessel before she sailed across the Atlantic, Commander E. Hamilton Curry, R.N., then in command of a British gunboat which was lying but half a cable's distance from the Santa Maria, remarked to the present writer on this strange sight. "I may say that great as my respect for Columbus had always been, it was greatly enhanced when I saw the thing, like half a man's tall hat case, in which he sailed out into the unknown." During Henry VIII's reign, the famous Great Harry was built, a big 4-masted ship carrying both topsails and topgallantsails on 3 of her masts, and a topsail on her Bonaventure mizzen, as the aftermost mast was always called. These were, of course, in addition to the other sails, or lower courses, carried as well. But such a ship as this was the exception rather than the rule. It would be as untrue to say that, in the beginning of the 20th century, the dreadnought was typical of the British Navy, as it would be to affirm that the Great Harry was a fair specimen of the warships in the first years of the 16th century. But as the dreadnought has created a type to be followed subsequently, so the Great Harry was an example for other shipmen to follow. An important step was taken by Henry VIII when he made the Navy no longer a mere auxiliary of the army, but a separate force capable of being organised apart. Increased numbers of vessels were built, and the Hanseatic League, previously mentioned, sold some of its fine ships to swell the English lists. We can picture very accurately from existing data what one of these early Tudor big ships must have been in reality. Painted green and white, the Tudor colours, with her white sails bellying to the wind, with her biggest ship's boat towing astern, as was customary, emblazoned with the Admiral's arms, she had nettings spread over the ship's deck to catch falling spars and missiles when in action, but in celebrating a triumph was covered in and curtained with rich cloth. There were pennons flying above the forecastle, and at the 2 corners of the castle, and 2 square banners amidships, whilst above the rudder, high up on the stern castle, was a large square banner, much greater than the rest, and a broad swallow-tailed standard flying from the maintop. She must have presented a most striking sight, even if she rolled and pitched in a seaway, was a brute to steer, and sailed no nearer than 8 points of the wind. Nor were the Elizabethan ships much better. They were clumsy, with a length about 3 times their beam, built up far too absurdly at both bow and stern, with a complete gun deck running the length of the ship below the upper deck, but batteries of guns also in the towering poop decks at the stern, as well as in the great square forecastles. Between the poop and the forecastle was a space called the waist, but the bulkheads of both forecastle and poop were fitted with guns which, in the event of the ship being boarded, could be most readily used, the guns here being of course only quick firers. Under the poop decks were the quarters of the master, was responsible for the sailing of the ship as long as she was on the high seas, and the captain, who was not, strictly speaking, a sailor, but responsible for the discipline of the whole ship's company. The steering arrangements were also in the stern, but the steersmen were not able to see how the ship was heading. Instead, they had merely to obey the orders shouted down to them by the pilot through a hatch from the deck above. Below the upper deck was the main deck, where the heavy guns were placed, some of the men berthing here and others in the forecastle. Below this deck again were kept the ship's stores, the powder magazines, beer, water and provisions. A great deal of valuable space was wasted by the gravel ballast which was carried on board in baskets. The cook-room, or galley, was for a time placed below, but great complaints were made of the heat and smell which necessarily arose therefrom, and in some ships it was placed in the forecastle. We have referred above to the change in naval matters, which had ensued as the result of introducing cannon on board ships. We shall have reason again to mention this innovation here in noticing the development of the ship in the 16th century. We mentioned also that in the Mediterranean the craft had developed along two separate lines, the galley and the round ship. As time proceeded, it was found that neither of these types was perfect. There was something lacking in both, and each had the defects of its virtues. For instance, the galley was easy to manoeuvre, as she had always been, and for that reason was a very useful unit in war. At the same time, she was of low freeboard, not much of a bad weather craft, and unfitted for long ocean passages. The round ship, on the other hand, was slow, but able to hold her own in gales of wind. In light winds, the galley was able to run rings round her. Her very ponderousness became a positive hindrance to her fighting qualities. Therefore European shipmen were driven to realize that what was wanted was such a vessel as would to some extent include the virtues of both of these separate types, with as many of the defects as possible eliminated. As a result, the galleon type of ship was introduced. In reality, she was a compromise, as every kind of ship always has been and always will be, for one reason or other. She had a length of 3 times her beam, with a long flat floor, a freeboard greater than a galley, but not so lofty as in the case of the big carracks engaged in carrying merchandise. In the vessels of this type, but of superior tonnage, the galleon had at least 2 and sometimes 3 decks. But the galleon was found also to be not entirely satisfactory, and from her was evolved the great ship, or ship of the line, such a vessel as was capable of bearing the brunt of fighting, and able both to carry on and endure severe combat. By the year in which the famous Armada came sailing up the English Channel, this great ship type was established. Her example was followed for succeeding centuries, and found its fullest expression at the Battle of Trafalgar. Though lacking the mobility of the galley, she was able to keep the sea in all weathers, and to carry large quantities of provisions and war stores, though, but for the reckless waste of space in the arrangement of internal fittings, she should have been able to carry very much more. This great ship type had been a long time discovering her own particular functions in naval warfare. Previously, as the reader is already aware, the method of sea fighting had consisted in getting alongside an enemy, becoming locked together with sheer hooks extending from the yards in the shape of scythes to cut away his rigging if possible, and pouring large numbers of men on board to fight hand to hand. The invention of cannon altered these tactics, though very gradually. At first, while boarding remained the typical method of warfare, cannon were used merely as an auxiliary to this end. They were highly serviceable in crippling the ship at short range, till she was so weak and helpless that she could be boarded with the utmost ease. But in process of time, the power of the cannon gradually began to be appreciated. The principle of boarding was dying out, and the ship began to be regarded in her modern aspect as more of a large floating fort, capable of effecting destruction from a greater distance, whereas the chase pieces in the bow and stern had afforded her chief opportunities of showing the value of cannon. During the 16th century, the true import of being able to deliver a powerful broadside fire came to be recognized, and as early as 1574 it was a well-known tactic in our navy, the idea being to aim low down with the guns placed at the lowest tier, and so smash the enemy's hull. As we know from existing state documents, Elizabethan ships were armed with various kinds of guns, which included heavy muzzle loaders of brass or iron, having a long range, shorter range guns, quick-firing breech loaders, arquebuses, of which a 400-ton ship carried as many as 80, and in addition also bows, pikes, arrows, and bills, as well as morions and corselets for use as personal armour. It is impossible to give here in such limited space the entire equipment, fascinating and interesting though the description of it would be. As one wades through the manuscript records, which contain the inventories of almost all the vessels of the Elizabethan Navy, one can picture the individual ships rising up before one's eyes in entire detail. But our task is not so much to show the growth of shipping in one particular period, as to outline its development and change through successive periods of the world's history. Improvements in shipbuilding had been seriously and carefully considered by the English naval authorities, and there is no question that Elizabeth's royal ships were fine, staunch vessels, and superior to many of the merchantmen afloat. At the same time, these improvements would not have come except as the result of constant and continuous experience in voyaging over the sea. There was great inducement to follow the vocation of a seaman. Companies of merchant adventurers were dispatching vessels, fitted out at their own expense, to open trade with Russia and other countries. Explorers were sailing away across the Atlantic and returning after many months with reports of their discoveries and plenteous rewards for their daring and enterprise. The men from Cornwall and Devon had found the fishing off the Newfoundland banks, though a long way from home, highly remunerative. But besides these legitimate opportunities for enterprise, we must not forget to mention that very profitable occupation which went on at this time that was known as privateering and buccaneering. If we examined into the morality of this profession, we might find some reason for criticism. The fact that Raleigh, Drake, Hawkins, and other distinguished English sailormen took a prominent part therein makes the exploits to possess a distinction high above that of mere petty piracy. Indeed, until the time of James I, but even later, they were tacitly permitted by the English government, and the lax spirit of the age lent them encouragement. Looking at this pursuit merely historically, we cannot deny that buccaneering did much to develop not merely seamanship, but the personal qualities essential for an efficient navy. The temptation held up by the treasure ships from the Spanish and Portuguese colonies in the New World, returning home heavily laden with their rich tonnage, was too much for the adventurous spirit of English seamen, and the encounters between British buccaneers on the one hand and Spanish treasure frigates and carracks on the other make some of the most exciting reading to be found in the world's history. We spoke just now of the galleon. So much confusion has existed in many minds for so long a time that it may not be out of place to give here the results of the most recent researches into her real characteristics. First of all, let us remember that a galleon was not necessarily a ship belonging to the Spanish nation. England possessed galleons long before Spain. She was the Spanish equivalent for the Elizabethan capital ship, and was a descendant of the caravel, but somewhat bigger. Now the length of the caravel on the keel was twice that of her beam, and her height was never to be more than 1/3 of the keel. Her total length, including the rake of the bow and stern, was equal to the combined keel and beam. The caravel had no internal lining, and her masts consisted of single spars and were very long. The galleon, then, was an improved caravel. She was in length 3 times her beam, and had her berth in Italy. The Spanish galleons were built unnecessarily strong, drew far too little water, would not sail near to the wind, and were so badly constructed that they leaked abominably. After the sad lessons learned through the series of disasters which befell the Armada in 1588, the Spanish galleons were improved. Royal commissions were appointed to report on Spanish shipbuilding. Naval experts gave careful study to the art of making ships, and embodied their knowledge in learned treatises. After a time, the galleon became a better ship, and the previous fault of giving her too short a keel was remedied. There is a record of a galleon, called the Saint Joseph, being built whose length was 115 feet on her keel, while the length of her gun deck measured 139 feet, her beam being 40 feet, and the depth of her hold 19 feet. Her tonnage is given as being over 1,109 tons, but the tonnage of those days was singularly unreliable. By the year 1708, the galleon had died out altogether. It must not be thought that the galleon or the great ship were the only principal ships of the Elizabethan period. A highly important type of vessel was the pinnace, not the smaller craft, which was really a ship's boat, but a flush-decked craft of about 15 to 80 tons, with 3 masts, carrying a square foresail on her fore, a square mainsail and topsail on her mainmast, while her mizzenmast set the usual triangular lateen sail. When 2 or 3 ships journeyed together in the voyages of exploration during Elizabethan times, we frequently find that a pinnace was one of them. She carried a bowsprit, on which she set her spritsail, like these galleons and great ships, but she was far more handy, possessed a greater speed, and was more reasonably designed than those huge monstrosities which had become notorious during this Tudor epoch. Another characteristic type of this time was the galleass, which was a kind of galleon, but was also rowed when necessary with enormous oars, for which purpose a large number of slaves were carried. Among the ships which formed the Spanish Armada, these vessels are mentioned as being of such tremendous dimensions as to carry chapels, turrets, pulpits, and other commodities of great houses. But even before Spain had discovered the failings of the galleon type of ship, England had realized that the overcharged, or exaggerated built-up sterns and bows were a disadvantage rather than otherwise. In such vessels as had these defects, alterations were made so that the curve of the sheer was far less pronounced, and a more level line marked the run of the ship's body. But there still remained at the bow a powerful beak, which extended some distance outboard ahead of the hull, and when it plunged into a head sea, must have caused a great deal of unnecessary friction, and materially hindered the vessel's progress. Ship's designers and builders were still floundering about in ignorance, but they were almost beginning to see the light of science in their work. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Ship in Stuart Times and After. When the coastline of England was threatened by the invasion of the Spanish Armada, the royal ships had been assisted by a number of our merchant craft, and as giving us some idea of their size, it is opportune to mention that they averaged little more than 100 tons each, though at the same time, allowance must be made for those big-bodied craft, which were away exploring or on fishing expeditions in far-off waters. But with the great enemy of England now smashed, or at least crippled, there was a freer opening for the development of the merchant ship. The Dutch were the great sea people at the beginning of the 16th century, and before long it was evident that England would have need to contest with them the right to be mistress of the seas. But before that, and as early as the year 1600, the formation of the East India Company, which was to be the first step in securing for us the vast Indian Empire, gave a powerful impetus to mercantile shipping. For so long a passage round the Cape of Good Hope and across the Indian Ocean, it was essential to have as fine vessels as could be obtained. To carry the cargo which was to pay for the building, fitting out, and the wages of the crew, she must also be capable of stowing a large amount of tonnage in her holds. Thus a ship named Trade's Increase of 1,100 tons was launched in 1609 and sent on her way, and was the largest merchant vessel that had so far been built. The sensation, indeed, which her appearance caused at that time must have been analogous to that which the coming of the Lusitania and Mauretania aroused in our own time. Unhappily, an accident befell this fine ship while she was being repaired abroad. She fell over onto her side and was burnt by the Japanese. But other vessels were more fortunate, and the earnings of these ships on the India route amounted to nearly 340%. It is hardly surprising that so highly remunerative a speculation encouraged both merchants and builders to send to sea the best ships they could fashion. During the 17th century, the ships of both the Royal Navy and the Mercantile Marine increased in size, though not on the foolish lines that we discussed in the previous chapter. A 1,200-ton ship called the Prince Royal was laid down in 1608, being the largest and finest man of war in her time. She was designed and built by Phineas Pett, whose family, from the time of Henry VIII until the reign of William and Mary, distinguished itself by wonderful skill in naval architecture and construction. The launching of this ship caused considerable excitement at the time, and from a manuscript diary happily still preserved, written by the same Phineas Pett, I am able to give some details which may not be without interest. It is a quaint document containing an amusing mixture of his own domestic affairs and naval matters. By September of 1610, the progress of building the Prince Royal had advanced so far that everything was ready for launching, and Pett himself was busy to see that all the arrangements were complete for the reception of the royal personages who were coming specially to see the big ship take the water. A royal stand had been erected in the most convenient place in the shipyard for His Majesty, the Queen, and royal children. Every detail was so closely studied that, to quote Pett's own words, nothing was omitted that could be imagined anyways necessary, both for ease and entertainment. On Sunday evening of September 23rd, very late, a messenger came to Woolwich bringing a letter to Pett, ordering him to be very careful to search the hold of the ship, lest some persons disaffected might have bored some holes privily and the ship to sink her after she should be launched. But Pett was far too wide awake not to have foreseen any such possibility. On the Monday morning, he and his brother, with others of his assistants, opened the dock gates and got everything ready for the approach of high tide, when the vessel was to be sent into the water. But unfortunately, the wind blew very hard from the southwest, so that though it was a spring tide, when the tides usually rise higher, the wind kept back the flow so much that it was scarcely better than a neap tide. Here was a pretty state of things, for the king and his retinue had already arrived in the royal barge to witness the launching, while the tide seemed likely to fail the shipbuilder just when he needed it most. So, taking the only possible chance remaining to him, about the time of high water, Pett had a great lighter made fast at the Prince Royal's stern, hoping that thus this part of the ship would be floated. But unhappily the wind overblew the tide, although the ship actually began to move. Then the dock gates pent her in so straight that she struck fast between them by reason the ship was nothing lifted with the tide as we expected she should. And ye great lighter, by an advised counsel being cut of, the stern of the ship settled so hard upon the ground that there was no possibility of launching that tide. Besides which, so many people had gone aboard and crowded the ship that they could hardly turn around. Something of the modern ceremony of naming the ship at launching was about to take place, for, proceeds Pett, the noble prince himself, accompanied by ye Lord Admiral and other great lords, were upon the poop, where the standing great gilt cup was ready, filled with wine, to name ye ship so soon as she had been on float, according to ancient custom and ceremonies performed at such time by drinking part of the wine, giving the ship her name, and heaving the standing cup overboard. But alas, the Prince Royal was destined not to be launched that day. The King's Majesty, adds Pett pathetically, was much grieved to be frustrate of his expectation, coming on purpose, though very ill at ease, to have done me honour. But God saw it not so good for me, and therefore sent this cross upon me, both to humble me and make me know that however we purposed, he would dispose all things as he pleased. So at 5 o'clock the king and queen departed. When everyone had gone, Pett and his assistant set to work to make way with the sides of the gates, and plenty of help being at hand got everything ready before any flood came up. The Lord Admiral sat up all night in a chair in his chamber till the tide was come about the ship. It was a little past full moon, when the tides are at their highest, and the weather was gusty, with rain, thunder, and lightning, when Prince Henry came back again, and went aboard with the Lord Admiral and Pet about 2 o'clock in the morning, or an hour before high water. The Prince Royal was then launched without difficulty or any straining of screws and tackles. As she floated clear into the channel, the Prince, after drinking from the cup, solemnly named the ship the Prince Royal. Most beautifully decorated with carvings and paintings, double-planked, with an elaborate figurehead at the bows representing her namesake on horseback. The Prince Royal carried 55 guns, 3 lanterns at her poop, and will always be a memorable landmark along the pathway of history. The Sovereign of the Seas was also designed by Pett and launched in 1637, was another epic-making ship, and is interesting as being the first of the 3-deckers. Originally, this ship was a 4-master, but later she was cut down a deck, and her mast diminished by 1. In this type, we find a certain amount of permanence for the famous English warships which, under the nickname of wooden walls, were later to win so much admiration, differ comparatively little from such a vessel as this. Thanks to Dutch influence, not merely were big ships being built, but various kinds of smaller craft were being constructed. Of these we may mention the sloop-rigged craft, with 2 masts and a fore and aft sail on each, like a modern schooner, but without any triangular head sails. Yachts rigged with the mainsail, resembling that of a modern Thames barge, and triangular head sails, like our jibs, but the old-fashioned topsail, as carried on contemporary full-rigged ships. An important type also that was evolved about this time was the bomb ketch, which had a couple of masts, the bowsprit having the usual sprit sail, the mainmast being square-rigged as in bigger ships, and the mizzen having the usual lateen sail, with the square topsail above. The most noticeable feature of this craft was the large space that was left between the mainmast and the bows. This was done in order to afford plenty of room for firing the mortars with which the ship was supplied. The fore and aft rig, as we can see from early prints and paintings, had really begun to show itself towards the end of the 16th century. There were reasons for adopting, in the case of small craft, a rig that was less clumsy and needed fewer hands to work than was demanded by the ship with its yards and courses. There is no doubt that at any rate by the date just mentioned, there were small coasters rigged with just 1 sail, resembling that of a Thames barge of today, having a spar called the sprit, stretching diagonally across the canvas, the mast being stepped so far forward in the bows that head sails, jibs, were not required. But, as anyone with practical sea experience can easily guess, this type was soon to be modified, for in a breeze such vessels must have griped and have possessed an almost uncontrollable tendency to rush up into the wind. The rig of the Norfolk Wherry today is practically that of the first North European fore and afters, with one exception, that the wherry has a gaff, whereas the 16th century craft possessed a sprit instead, and the defect so noticeable in the Elizabethan coasters is essentially the great vice of the Norfolk Broads wherry. So gradually, the mast in the 17th century was brought farther aft, and triangular jibs and foresails were introduced, though in Holland the new rig had been thoroughly established before the close of the previous century. In course of time, the sprit was done away with, and a gaff was given to the mainsail, and presently a boom, so that it might set better. But the old square topsail with its yard, as on a full-rigged ship, remained, as also a top-gallant sail, set above it in like manner. Because of the shallowness of many of their waterways, the Dutchmen could not allow their ships to draw very much water, and so the use of leeboards was brought in. by which the depth of the ship could be increased for sailing better in deep water. Even up till today, the Dutch cutters and sloops have altered scarcely at all since the 17th century, and the familiar Thames barge is in many respects a modified Dutchman, adapted for the special purposes of the lower reaches of the Thames and Medway. It was the Dutch, then, who possibly invented fore and aft rig, but most certainly developed it. In 1660, they presented our Charles II with the first yacht ever seen in English waters. But her high stern, beautifully decorated and carved after the manner of the time, and her massive appearance generally made her to be an entirely different being from the kind of vessel which today is known as a yacht, though here was the true beginning of the Queen of Sports. From this high-pooped yacht type of vessel developed the famous revenue cutters of the 18th century. In this same 18th century also was developed in Ireland and later in England a keen interest in the new sport, and by the beginning of the 19th, its popularity was assured, so that in the present 20th century, it has made wonderful strides in every way. But to return to the point at which we digressed, the reader will remember that mention was made in the previous chapter of the galleass. Now its successor appears in the 17th century as a frigate, whose exact form was sometime in settling itself. What was desired was a capable deep-sea ship, but something lighter, faster, and handier than the bigger vessels. Thus, as an attempt to satisfy these requirements, the frigate was evolved, and she was given finer lines below the water. Her keel was made long, and unlike the ships of the line, she did not rise to a great height above the water. It will somewhat clear the mind of the reader if we here take this opportunity of separating the main types of ships thus. First of all, the capital ship, or ship of the line, was the backbone of the fleet, which had to stand and give the hottest fire. She had descended from the great ship, which in her turn had sprung from the galleon, which again, as we pointed out earlier, was a fusion of the galley and the carrack. Thus the capital ship, which was a 17th century expression, was the forerunner of our modern battleship. Now the galleass, which was propelled with oars and sails, developed into the frigate, and as such became the precursor of our modern fast cruisers, whilst the sea-going pinnace of the time of Elizabeth became in the 18th century the corvette. The conflict which was bound to occur between the Dutch and ourselves as rival naval powers occurred at last, but under Blake the enemy was beaten and our navy rose to the highest place among sea nations. The Dutch had, however, been in advance of us in naval architecture, which was now fast becoming a science, and from the prizes captured we learned a number of lessons which were not forgotten, even though the same enemy later on, owing to our negligence, were allowed to sail up the Medway and burn our ships. But the fine English character which had been so brave and valorous in Elizabethan times had somewhat decayed. Discipline in the navy was slack, and there was considerable bribery and corruption rampant both ashore and in the dockyards and administration, and afloat among the officers and crews themselves. Meanwhile, the French were becoming exceedingly proficient in shipbuilding, and their Soleil Royal and Royal Louis of 1940 and 18 tons, respectively, were magnificent ships of the period. But the Royal Charles, a fine four-masted ship built in 1672, showed that British shipbuilding was still far from dead. And here let us stop for a moment to fix in our minds what a late 17th century full-rigged ship resembled in her prime. The Royal Charles, for instance, a three-masted vessel, must have made a fine sight with her gilded ports, topsails, and topgallants, her timber-colored hull relieved by a band of blue, with the Union Jack flying forward and her ensign at the stern. The long raking bowsprit was still there, and the spritsail was set from below it, but by now there was added also a sprit topmast at the extremity of the bowsprit, and up this smaller spar was hoisted a sprit topsail, being also square in shape. It was above this sprit topmast that the staff of the Union Jack was fixed, and as everyone knows, the ships of His Majesty's Navy still wear the jack in the bows, but inboard, since bowsprits have long since disappeared. We have already referred to the introduction of the triangular head sails, which had been made for smaller craft rigged as sloops or cutters. Now, by about the commencement of the 18th century, this shaped headsail is also added to Dutch full-rigged ships. The old sprit sail set below the bowsprit, still remaining as it had from the time of Columbus and earlier. Then gradually the new shape spread to France and England, and still other sails of the same shape were added to fill in the gaps between mast and mast. These were main and foretopmast staysails. Then, with the advent of the triangular sails on the bowsprit, of course, it could not be long before the sprit topmast disappeared, for it was only in the way, and it is surprising that the jackstaff still remained at the end of the bowsprit, where it must have frequently got foul of the jib, but no doubt it was taken in except when at anchor. There is still another important alteration which was made at this time of the 18th century which cannot be passed over lightly. The reader is aware that the lateen sail, which had been originally the characteristic sail of the Mediterranean, and is to this day, had been during the Middle Ages used on board carracks. In the case of a three-master, for instance, it was always set on the mizzen, and sometimes the same kind of sail was on the mainmast, and even the foremast. Amid the changes which in the flight of time were made in big ships, the lateen sail still remained on the mizzen or aftermost mast until the period of the 18th century. Of more or less triangular shape, it consisted of one yard and the sail laced thereto, so that a part projected ahead of the mast to which it was attached. But now that projecting part is cut off so as to make the sail four-sided instead of three, and to resemble those early mainsails which we spoke of just now as existing on the early fore and aft ships of the 16th century. Finally, a boom is added to the sail, with sheets, and from the peak, vangs or guy ropes, which lead down to the stern. Thus we get practically the spanker or driver of the modern full-rigged ship. The new method of describing and discriminating the various types of naval vessels was according to their rating. A first rate, for instance, denoting a ship of 100 guns and upwards, which she carried on 3 decks. A second rate also had 3 decks and carried from 90 to 100 guns. Third rates had but 2 decks and from 64 to 84 guns. Fourth rates had from 50 to 60 guns, whilst fifth rates had from 30 to 44 guns, and sixth rates carried only 20 to 30 guns. Vast improvements had taken place in the design and construction of the ship. The towering forecastle and mammoth poops had disappeared before the end of the 18th century. Copper sheathing had been introduced for the protection and acceleration of a ship's hull in its passage through the water. Batteries were no longer placed so low to the water's edge, for the previous practice had been fraught with several appalling disasters, when the ship had heeled over slightly so as to allow the sea to enter through the portholes and sink her. The length along the keel was made greater in proportion to the beam. Greater care also was taken with the seasoning of the wood for the ship's timbers and planking, so that about the year 1765, when Nelson's famous Victory was first sent down into the water, England was building the fine old wooden walls, which will always be had in remembrance as representing the high water mark of big wooden battleships propelled by sail power alone. The lesson in perfect building had been a long time coming, and it had necessitated unlearning a good many faults. But though the design of such ships as the Victory is to our eyes unnecessarily clumsy and ponderous, yet it was according to knowledge, and the greatest advance in scientific design, in spite of all that had been learned from the French of the 18th century in regard to this, was withheld as the privilege of the 19th and 20th century naval architects. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The final development of the sailing ship. We have seen how the ship, after beginning in so elementary a fashion, had at last arrived at a stage very near to perfection, though lacking still something which time alone could add. Let us see what further development the last 100 years have brought. Practically, the ships that fought at Trafalgar under Nelson were of the Stuart type, with comparatively slight modifications, and it was not until some time after the beginning of the 19th century that the Stuart influence in shipping was really dead. In the meantime, not Spain, not the Low Countries, nor France was becoming likely to rival us in shipbuilding, but the United States of America, between whom and ourselves war broke out in 1812. The Americans had learned to produce a certain type of frigate that was superior to anything we had yet shown signs of being able to turn out, and for some time these big vessels undoubtedly influenced English shipbuilding. But before then, the old-fashioned bluff bows were being replaced by a rounder entrance where the vessel breasts the waves. So, too, the shape of the stern was modified, for in place of the square, box-like transom stern, the ship was given at this section a rounder design, and this rejection of the fashion which had obtained so long was completed by the action of Sir William Simons, who was surveyor to the Royal Navy from 1832 till 1847. Among other changes which were made about this time was the painting of the hulls in the Royal Navy. These, until the beginning of the 19th century, were colored in such a manner that their sides were a bright yellow, the upper works of blue, with broad black streaks at the waterline. Internally, the vessel was painted red, so as not to emphasize the blood in evidence during an engagement. Nelson made a break in this continuity of a medieval custom by painting his hulls black, with a yellow streak along each tier of ports, and the lids of the portholes black also. And even in this 20th century, though white has been long since substituted for yellow, many of our big sailing ships engaged in ocean trade present a similar appearance. Iron was introduced to a very small extent for minor supports, though it was not until 1829 that iron shipbuilding really began, and after that 10 years at least were needed to show its value for a ship's hull. The old hempen cable was not abolished until the first half of the 19th century, when the modern chain was readopted. We cannot say introduced, since it was already employed during Caesar's time, as we saw in an earlier chapter, although the triangular head sails were now, and had been for years, thoroughly established instead of the old sprit stopsail. Yet the spritsail yard remained, and the spritsail, set as before below the bowsprit, was also retained for some time in the Navy, and much longer in the mercantile marine. There are still living many sailors who remember being shipmates with it in the merchant service, where it was known under the nickname of Jimmy Green. The bowsprit now becomes a 3-part spar, consisting of bowsprit, jib boom, and flying boom, and to counteract the upward strain, a small spar, fixed at right angles to and below the bowsprit, and called a dolphin striker, was added. Studding sails were kept in use as they had been for centuries, but they seem to have disappeared when the clippers departed from the sea. These were additional sails set when running sufficiently free before a wind in moderate and steady breezes. They extended beyond the extremities of the principal square sails, and additional booms were employed which slid out from the yards. A kind of studding sail called a ringtail was also set on, and abaft, the spanker or driver, which we saw evolve from the lateen mizzen. The 2 lower corners of the ringtail were stretched out along an additional boom which slid out from the proper boom of the spanker, in the same manner as the studding boom was projected along the yard. Nowadays, on many big ocean-going sailing ships, the gaff or upper spar of the spanker is done away with, and a triangular trysail is set instead in the same place, a smaller gaff being still retained much higher up the mast for signaling purposes. We mentioned at an earlier stage the foundation of the East India Company, and the impetus which this gave to the building of the fine merchant vessels, and at the beginning of the 19th century the ships engaged on this line were some of the very finest sailing craft that the world ever saw or ever will see. The excellence of their building and of their sailing capacities was beyond praise. Presently the West Indies also attracted trade, and here was yet another influence which advanced and at the same time molded the best of British shipping. The West Indiaman was inferior in size to the East Indiaman, but faster and bore a strong likeness to the contemporary frigates of the Royal Navy. And so we come to the stage when the sailing ship reached her zenith, and the sentiment which will always be attached to the ship was at its highest. We are about to speak of the famous historical clipper, now, alas, banished from the sea, and never likely to return unless all the mechanical forces now employed to propel the ship shall some day be found inoperative. She had her origin not in England but America, and it was not a rough rule of thumb method of building which made her what she was, but careful reasoning and science as applied to shipbuilding. The legacy left to shipbuilders by the Stuarts was that of a bold, full-bodied ship, which made her way through the water by positive force. The same heritage was only slightly altered during the pre-Clipper period, but it was reserved for the American naval architects to point out that if speed was to be an important characteristic of the ship, she should rather slip through the water than push her way through the sea. The greater the friction, the greater must be the loss of speed, they argued. So to this end another trace of 17th century clumsiness was swept away. The bow was made so that it clipped or cleft the water instead of pounding into it, and the lines of the hull and stern generally were so altered as to diminish resistance. Other improvements, including the cut of the sails, were made. As a result, the Yankee clippers of the 40s and 50s obtained the blue ribbon for quick passages, to the great loss of British prestige and trade. But in 1850, England began to build vessels of the clipper type, and the famous Blackwall line came into existence. The Challenger was launched and beat the American Challenge in a race from China, and other famous clippers were afterwards built, which made remarkable passages for speed. In America, soon after the first half of the century, the Great Republic, a magnificent 3,400-ton shipentine, as her countrymen described her, was built, and this was the first ship to be fitted with double topsails, so that by splitting up the area of the sail into two, the canvas could be more easily dealt with in a breeze. This improvement still survives in the rig of our modern big sailing ships, and double top gallants too, found to be a considerable improvement on the old single sail idea. One stage further and we see wood, which from the earliest times had been always employed for constructing ships of the sea, discarded so that the hull is now for the first time made of iron, the chief benefit of which was a great saving in weight without losing anything in strength. It is not fitting that we should dismiss the clipper ship from our record of the ship's romance without saying something of the wonderful feats of sailing which these vessels performed. For if the introduction of steam had not come so soon, and the days of the big sailing ship had been prolonged, this wonderful class of vessels would have had a far longer time of encouragement and one more in accordance with their deserts. Between the years 1860 and 1870, we see the clippers at their best. In the latter year came the opening of the Suez Canal, which shortened the route to the Far East and gave an opportune opening to the steam-propelled craft. Yet even then the trade to Australia and New Zealand was for some time carried on in these sailing ships. There was an American clipper built in 1853 called the Red Jacket, which held the record for quick passages. Her run of 3,184 miles in 10 consecutive days, during one of which she logged 400 miles, will not easily be forgotten as long as sailing ships are remembered, though even this was afterwards improved to 417 knots. It was the American Civil War, lasting from 1861 to 1865, that turned the attention of our Western cousins from shipbuilding to internal troubles, just as a similar cause had put back our own advance during the Wars of the Roses. From the time when American success on the sea got its setback until this day, Great Britain has gone ahead in its shipbuilding, though at present her rival would seem to be springing up in Germany, whose advance during the last few years has been exceptional. The British clipper ship Thermopylae, of 9,991 tons, started off in 1868 from Gravesend and went her way round the world, breaking the record on each passage. Leaving the London River on November 7th, she had passed the Lizard by 6 the next evening and was out of the English Channel the same night, arriving on January 9th off Port Phillip, Melbourne, having taken 60 days from pilot to pilot. From Melbourne, she went to Newcastle, New South Wales, where she took in cargo and proceeded to Shanghai, arriving there after a passage of 28 days, which created another record. From Shanghai, she sailed back to London in 91 days, which made still another record, but even this was beaten a fortnight later by the Sir Lancelot, another famous clipper, which did the journey in 89 days. The latter also in 1872, on a voyage from Shanghai, came home in 122 days, although she carried away her rudder on the way. The Thermopylae, after the opening of the Suez Canal, when at last she was outrun by steamers, became a general trader until 1895, and even then did a fine passage. Thereafter she was sold and is now a training ship on the Tagus. Many of the other fine clippers were bought by foreign owners, especially those engaged in the Norwegian timber trade. The Sir Lancelot was lost in 1896 in the Bay of Bengal during a cyclone. Another memorable passage was that which the Ariel and Taeping, two tea clippers, performed in 1866. Together with the Serica, they left Fuchu on May 30th and never saw each other again until they found themselves in the English Channel. Taeping and Ariel passed the Lizard together on September 6th, the former arriving at the London dock the same day at 9:45 p.m., the Ariel reaching the East India dock at 10:15 p.m., Serica coming in but a few hours later. When races extending over 3 months could be ended with only a matter of half an hour separating the rival ships, it is obvious that there was nothing much lacking in either the seamanship or the navigation of the skippers who had the privilege of commanding such fine ships. We could go on multiplying instances of the rugged voyages of these clippers, but our space is limited, and we must be content to pass on in our story. The big sailing ship happily still lingers, but how much longer she will remain, who shall say? For picturesque beauty, what is there among the works of man's hands so deserving of our respect and admiration as the full-rigged ships which go out to fight for their very existence against seas and gales, manned by ill-paid, frequently ill-fed crews, arriving back in harbor with sails and spars carried away, wheels smashed to pieces, men lost overboard, yet able to deliver up the cargo which they had toiled so hard to fetch? Who that has ever watched these beautiful objects coming into Falmouth and dropping anchor, to wait for orders after a long and strenuous voyage, perhaps all the way from San Francisco, round Cape Horn and up the Atlantic, has not felt some emotion as the rattle-rattle-rat of the cable into the waters of an English harbor comes as the sweetest of musical sounds to hard-worn men, so long exiled from their mother home. Built today, with a greater regard for carrying capacity than for speed, the big sailing ship has none the less made and broken records which still stay in comparison with some of the clipper performances, and many of the four-masted barks are anything but slow, and would give a steam tramp some trouble to keep up with them. The Loch Torridon, for instance, made a passage from Newcastle, New South Wales, to San Francisco in 46 days, and in 1891 she beat no less than 78 other vessels, coming home from Sydney in 80 days. The following year she went out to Melbourne in ballast in 69 days, her best day's run being 341 knots. Looking at a modern full-rigged ship nowadays, how many changes do we find have come over her? Her hull is no longer of wood. Her rigging is of wire and iron. Rigging screws have taken the place of rope lanyards. Spars and masts are of steel. Chain has taken the place of hemp. At one time the clippers, in their greed for pace, set not merely topsails and topgallants and royals, but sails even higher still, known as skyscrapers and moonrakers. They had valuable, perishable cargoes of tea on board, and every hour was important to them. But nowadays it is rare to find a ship setting any sail above the royals, and of course studding sails have disappeared also. Bowsprits on these modern big ships are made of steel or iron, while the employment of staysails has increased, these occupying the vacant space as fore and aft sails between mast and mast. But besides the vessels which make voyages across oceans, there is still a large amount of trading carried on in sailing coasters. For this coasting work, and for shorter voyages, that rig which is peculiarly suited for the deep sea is less fitted. Something handier is demanded where narrow channels and ports have to be entered with greater frequency than the full-rigged ship or bark is ever called upon to do. In the 18th century, the favorite vessel for this kind of work was the brig, which was especially engaged in the coal-carrying trade, now replaced with the same office by the steam collier. Most of the other coast trade, when carried by sailing ships, is done in topsail schooners, but the Thames barges, of which we spoke on an earlier page, have gradually developed in one direction to such large dimensions that one frequently encounters them in the English Channel and up the North Sea, a long way from the mouth of the Thames. But of the numbers of sailing craft still employed, a considerable number are found in the fishing fleets of Scotland, England, and Ireland. The North Sea fishing vessels are usually rigged as ketches, as those who have seen them putting to sea from such places as Great Yarmouth, Lowestoft, and Ramsgate are well aware. Brixham, too, can boast of some of the finest of this type, but the cutter-rigged Mumblebee is also a favourite for the West Country fishing. In Scotland and for the Cornish coast, the lugger is the favourite. For yachts, the cutter is the most popular kind of craft for moderate-sized vessels. When the sail area demands that it should be split up, the rig becomes either a yawl or ketch, but in the case of larger vessels, still a schooner rig is found advisable. Thus far, then, we have followed the romance of the ship as a vessel propelled for the most part by means of sails, but sometimes by oars also. To some minds, it would seem as if it is here that the romantic aspects of the ship conclude, but though few would deny that the great ships of medieval times and the clipper ships of the 19th century, with the grand old wooden walls in between, compose the crown around which there remains forever a halo of something approaching reverence. Yet it is absurd to suppose that in the developments which have taken place since the introduction of steam, the ship has lost her magnetic personality. Sentiment is one thing, and utility for the general welfare of the human race is something quite different, but has as yet claims to be listened to as the other. There is no such thing in the world as standing still. Either there is advance or retreat. When the early shipbuilder found he could make a better craft by building rather than hollowing out, he did not hesitate to avail himself of a new invention. When our ancestors in the Stuart times found that the Dutch pointed out a better manner of designing and constructing a ship, the Englishmen of that period were not slow to follow along the new way. And so, when it was found in the interest of the ship, and not merely of the ship, but of progress too, that steam should be applied as a means of propulsion. The shipmen of the last century, with perfect wisdom and even greater enterprise and courage, did not throw away the opportunity thus offered to increase the sphere of a vessel's usefulness. The story of the sailing ship is that of air employed in sending her through the water. The story of the steamship is that of vapor applied to propel the vessel without dependence on the motion of air. In the one case, it is the current of air which does the work. In the other instance, it is a current of vapor. There is no reason why, on that account, the succeeding part of our story should be seen bereft of any romance. It is because we are living too near to the beginnings of its history that we are apt to treat it in a manner too suggestive of contempt. It is the old story of distance lending enchantment, for, romantic as the Spanish galleon appears to our minds today, yet it is only lapse of time that affects this. To the poor, tempest-tossed individuals who had to endure her leakiness, her unutterable stench, her abominable pitching and rolling, her crankiness and unwieldliness, the galleon was anything but romantic. A couple of centuries onwards, and the story of steam in relation to ships will be regarded by the descendants as no less worthy to be read than that of the sail. The difficulties which the creators of steamships had to contend with were far greater than those which threatened any shipman since the practice of shipbuilding first began, for the reason that something totally new was being introduced, something of which even the introducer himself knew but little, and that but experimentally. The Phoenician and Greek and Roman knew certain facts about the sailing ship, because the Egyptians had handed their knowledge down. From 6000 BC and earlier down to the 19th century, the shipbuilders and the ship designers' task was simply improving on the work of his predecessor. With the advent of steam, something entirely fresh was brought about, which might have been a success or a failure. No one knew. It will be our task in the following pages to show how successful have been the results of this innovation in so short a space of time, and how it has revolutionized both the Navy and the mercantile marine to an extent unthought of and at one time denied. End of section 7.
Chapter 8 of the Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Advent of Steam. No one would be so foolish and inaccurate as to deny that there is still life in the sailing ship. It will not be for many years, if ever, that she will disappear from off the surface of the sea. But nevertheless, it is only for special purposes that she is retained, and even for these the motor is gradually being more and more employed, not so much as a rival of the sail, but rather as its auxiliary. In the special instances of fishing craft and yachts, this is specially noticeable. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1870 was certainly one of the greatest blows to the sailing ship which she ever encountered in the whole of her romantic history. For although steam had been in use for marine purposes long before this date, yet had this been confined, for the most part, to vessels engaged in cross-channel coasting voyages or on the North Atlantic route to the United States. But the coal consumption of the first steam vessels was so extravagant in comparison with the amount of horsepower developed that for some time longer there was considerable value still in the big, fast sailing ships, and for a period extending beyond the year when the Suez Canal was opened and the route to the Far East shortened. The traffic to New Zealand and Australia was carried in those fine flyers which we saw in the last chapter.
But in spite of the wonderful voyages which these sailing vessels made, in spite, too, of the exceedingly plucky manner in which they fought for their very existence until the last, their end was inevitable for general commercial purposes in the safe conveyance of passengers and merchandise across the seas. The increasing trade, done in perishable foods, the gradual quickening of life, and the increased value of time soon made it impossible to tolerate the ship that had to be at the complete mercy of wind and weather. But let us see how the steamship began to wage the fatal war which ended in the conquest of her older sister. We have no space here to trace the fascinating history of the discovery of steam as a generator of force. We are concerned entirely with the manner in which it has been applied to the service of the ship. Like many other inventions, the steamship was not the result of a sudden flash of intellectual brilliancy, but the last stage in a particular kind of development, or rather one of the stages, for the steamship, in spite of all its wonders and magnificence when expressed in Mauretanias or dreadnoughts, is still developing, nor is it likely to attain finality as long as it is found useful. For a long time, different minds had set to work to devise some mechanical means of propelling a ship in a calm, not by means of steam, but with manual power and capstans, paddle wheels in some form being the method of conveying the power and placing it in contact with the water. As early as 1736, a steam vessel was patented by Jonathan Hulls to be used as a steam tug, and this ship is even said to have been built and experimented with in the following year, but evidently it was found wanting, for the attempt was subsequently abandoned. In this ship, the paddle was placed singly at the stern and not at either side. In 1783, a two-paddle-wheeled steam craft, turned by a single horizontal steam cylinder, was propelled for some time against the current of the Saône. This was constructed by the Marquis de Geoffroy. 4 years later, William Symington obtained a patent for a new steam engine, but for some time a Patrick Miller had been experimenting on the old idea of propelling craft by hand-worked paddle wheels, and Symington was asked to design an engine so that the ship might not need the tremendous manual labor, but go ahead under steam power. In the autumn of 1788, the engine was put on a double-hulled craft only 25 feet long and 7 feet beam, or about the size of a 4-ton yacht, the engine being geared with chains and the two paddle wheels being placed not on either side, but between the two hulls, and one wheel being astern of the other. The vessel was tried on Dulswinton Loch, when she was able to show a speed of 5 miles an hour. In 1801, a stern wheeler called the Charlotte Dundas was built at Grangemouth, and was supplied with engines also by Symington, who had installed those in Miller's ship. She also had a double stern with 2 rudders, controlled by a steering wheel placed in the forward end of the vessel. She proved her ability by towing 2 loaded vessels, each of 70 tons burthen, for a distance of 19.5 miles on the Forth and Clyde Canal. But the proprietors of the waterway feared for the damage done to the banks of the canal, and condemned the vessel. So far, then, the steamboat had received little but discouragement. The subject was engaging the attention of more than one eminent engineer simultaneously, but it was not until 1807 that the real beginning of the steamship takes place, when the Clermont, a much bigger ship than the Charlotte Dundas, was launched. Her length was 133 feet and her beam 18 feet. The Clermont owed her existence to Robert Fulton, who had had the opportunity of seeing the Charlotte Dundas on her trial trip in Scotland, and had been able thus to gain a number of ideas which were to come to fruition. He arranged with Messrs. Boulton and Watt to make for him the principal portions of a suitable engine, and these were sent across to the United States and fitted into the Clermont, which ran passages up and down the Hudson from New York to Albany and back. This ship may be said to have settled finally the question as to whether the steamship would or would not have a career of commercial utility, for its success, though to us it now appears but elementary, was pronounced, and from that, or rather from the Charlotte Dundas, may be traced the genealogy of the modern mammoth liner with her powerful turbines and express speed, at once awe-inspiring and magnificent. Even though the greatest success had so far taken place not in Great Britain, but in the United States, yet much of the inspiration had come from the former. But now we find that, 4 years after the Clermont had inaugurated a passenger service abroad, Great Britain was to see the launching of a steamship which, beside the Clermont, will go down to succeeding generations as in the highest degree memorable. For in the year 1811 there was launched on the Clyde a curious-looking little craft, 40 feet long on the keel, having a bow still reminiscent of the later Stuart times, clumsy of design, and with a speed of 5 miles an hour. She was fitted with a yard and square sail like the foresail of a full-rigged ship of that time, with braces coming down on deck from either yardarm. This was hoisted not up a mast, for she lacked such a spar, but on the long, narrow funnel, which, being well forward in the ship, took the place of a mast. She also had a short bowsprit on which was set a small triangular jib. Originally, this vessel, which was called the Comet, was provided with 4 paddle wheels, but 2 of these were found to be adequate and conducive to greater speed. The practical success of the Comet convinced shipbuilders and engineers that henceforth their work was that of collaboration, and that between steam and ships there was to be the closest relation. During the next few years, paddle steamers began to be introduced on the Clyde and also the Thames and Mersey. By 1817, a steamer called the Caledonia had not merely been taken from the Clyde to the Thames, but, after receiving new engines, proceeded under her own steam subsequently to Rotterdam. Hitherto all the steamships had been little more than river craft, whose occasional coasting voyages had been attended with considerable danger and many adventures. With a tall, thin, single funnel and a figurehead at the bows, according to the prevailing custom of the big sailing ships, there was little, if anything, to admire in beauty of form. Their entire virtues were summed up in the engines, and by seamen who had never known any other kind of craft than those propelled with sails or oars, the new order of things was treated with the greatest ridicule and scorn. But in the year 1818, the Rob Roy, a 90-ton vessel with a nominal horsepower of 30, was constructed by William Denny and engineered by Napier, and after running for some time between Greenock and Belfast, she was engaged in the Dover to Calais route. Here then was an improvement on the mere river boat, for as her regular work she made voyages, though of limited scope, across the sea. In the meanwhile, the steamboat was beginning to be appreciated in other parts of Europe. In 1815, the Elizabeth was running on the Neva. Having been rebuilt and engineered at St. Petersburg, another steamer was engaged in passenger traffic between Kronstadt and St. Petersburg, whilst the first steamer built in Germany, named the Prinzessin Charlotte, a double-hulled vessel with a single paddle wheel between the hulls, was employed on the Elbe and Spree as early as 1816. 3 years later, and the now famous Savannah had shown that a vessel fitted with steam power was not necessarily unseaworthy, for not merely could such craft endure coasting and cross-channel trips, but they could also be trusted to cross the North Atlantic in safety. It was in the year 1819, then, that the Savannah, a full-rigged ship of 350 tons built in America, fitted with a low-pressure engine giving only 90 horsepower, with a couple of paddle wheels which could easily be detached and taken on board, started off from New York, bound east, after calling at a couple of American ports first. Her voyage lasted just under 30 days, and she arrived safely in Liverpool. But though the Savannah's trip is interesting, it proves practically nothing as to the steaming abilities of a vessel that was able to cross the North Atlantic, for she relied for the most part on her sails, whilst her engines were merely auxiliary. On the whole voyage across she used steam only for 80 hours, and by the time she had arrived off the Irish coast, all her fuel had been already consumed. It was well, therefore, that she was thus plentifully supplied with sail power. It is as a sailing rather than as a steam vessel that we must forever regard the Savannah, and on her return to America her engines were taken out of her and she became a sailing ship again. England, too, showed she could build a bigger seagoing steamship when 2 years after the visit of the Savannah, the celebrated James Watt was launched at Glasgow. With a tonnage of 420 and 2 engines and paddle wheels, she was rigged not like the Savannah, but as a 3-masted fore and aft schooner with jib, staysail, and jib topsail. Her square stern, her band of white and black ports, her bow with figurehead, are all in keeping with the naval architecture of the time. With a high smoke-jack placed between the foremast and the main, with her paddles now covered up on the top by boxes, unlike the Savannah, whose paddle wheels had been left open, the James Watt represents a type of seagoing steamer which remained for many years, with but minor adaptations externally, as the prevailing expression of the combined wisdom of the shipbuilder and the marine engineer. In spite of the chilly reception with which steam had been received by most people in any way connected with ships and the sea, there were the most sure and certain signs that the revolutionary innovation had come to stay. By 1825, a little auxiliary steamship of only 176 tons, named the Falcon, had reached Calcutta, going round Cape Horn, and in the same year the Enterprise, a bigger ship of 470 tons, had made the same voyage, and during 103 out of 113 days of her journey was propelled not by sails but under steam power. This proved still more the capability of the steamship, though it was to be many years before sails ceased to be relied on, at least for emergency if not for ordinary propulsion. Although the success of the Comet had been so recent and opposition had been so obstinate, yet 2 years after the voyage of the Enterprise just alluded to, there were no fewer than 80 steamers classed in Lloyd's Register, while 5 years later still this number was increased to 100. Notwithstanding all this, steam was still scoffed at, and the incredulous who had been brought up among sailing ships were not yet convinced of the superiority of steam for long voyages. There were many, indeed, who firmly denied that the Atlantic would ever be crossed in a ship propelled under steam alone. But in the ever-memorable year of 1838, the representatives of the old school were to have a rude shock, for the matter was settled decisively, and the superiority of steamships was asserted beyond all question of doubt for maintaining communication between America and this country. Hitherto sailing vessels, with more or less regularity, had wallowed their way across. Remarkably able vessels some of them were, but the gales of the North Atlantic are more than enough to make the punctual arrival of a sailing ship utterly impossible. During this year, then, not one, but 4 vessels crossed to New York and Boston under steam power all the while. Hitherto no vessel had achieved such a distinction. When shipbuilders, naval architects, and marine engineers set to work to produce such a craft as would bring this about. The ship thus specially created for this service was the celebrated Great Western, about which we shall say more presently. The other vessels were the Sirius, the Royal William, and the Liverpool. Their respective achievements may be summed up as follows. The Sirius sailed from London on April 4th, 1838, and arrived in New York on April 22nd. The day after arrived the Great Western, which had left Bristol on April 7th. The Royal William was, however, the first steamer to cross from Liverpool to New York, the pioneer of that endless stream of liners which has gone on week after week up till today with marvelous precision, considering the nature of the passage and the distance to be covered in all kinds of weather. She had been built 2 years before for the Irish trade between Liverpool and Kingston, and it was in July, a few months after the Sirius and Great Western had performed their feat, that the Royal William was dispatched on a journey for which she had not been originally intended. She accomplished her novel task, however, in safety, and took about as long on the journey as the Sirius. From the satisfactory performances of these vessels, especially the Sirius and Great Western, 2 very important results followed. Firstly, the British government were now so impressed with the successful voyages of these steamships that they invited tenders for the carrying of the American mails in steamships instead of the old brigs which had hitherto done the work. That was the first result, but the second which arose from this was the founding of the celebrated Cunard line by Samuel Cunard, a prominent Nova Scotian merchant. Under the title of the British and North American Royal Mail Steam Packet Company, they were granted the government contract for carrying the mails across to Halifax and Boston from Liverpool. This was to be done in 4 suitable steamships, and fixed dates of sailing were to be adhered to, in consideration of which the government was to allow the company an annual subsidy of £81,000. These 4 ships were all wooden paddle wheelers built on the Clyde in 1840 and supplied with engines by Robert Napier, the Britannia, which was the pioneer of the fleet, being of 1,154 tons, with an average speed of 8½ knots. After leaving Liverpool on July 4, 1840, this ship arrived safely at Boston, her passage having lasted 14 days, 8 hours. But before we proceed further, let us go back for a moment to have a look at the Sirius and Great Western. The former, rigged as a brig schooner, that is, with square sails and yards on her foremast, but only a fore and aft mainsail with gaff topsail on the main, this rig having but 2 masts, was a 700-ton paddlecraft and had previously been employed in the Irish trade. By now, the smokestack has advanced to a step nearer to what it appears today, being wider and shorter than was seen in the days of the Clermont and Comet. Her paddle wheels are covered in at the upper semicircle as today, but the bow has not yet reached the beauty and fineness of design which characterized the clippers presently. Round her stern, still exceedingly old-fashioned, ran a row of ports, reminiscent rather of the gun brigs than suggestive of the first of that long line of steamships which have since crossed the Atlantic. The Great Western, like the other vessels, was of wood, and it is amusing to recall what was her right to be called great when we mention that her tonnage was only 1,321 gross. The gross tonnage of the Lusitania is 33,000. Built at Bristol as really an extension of the Great Western Railway system across the Atlantic, her quickest passage was afterwards done in 12 days, 7½ hours bound eastward, and 12 days, 18 hours bound west. The largest number of passengers she had carried in one voyage was 152. She was constructed with enormous strength, and after doing excellent service was broken up in 1857. This ship will always be associated with the fact that it was chiefly through her success that the rise, not merely of the Cunard, but of the other great steamship lines followed. The foundation of such well-known lines as the Peninsular and Oriental Steam Navigation Company, the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company, and others about this time were events of national importance rather than of mere commercial enterprise. For not only has the mercantile marine led the way in the development of steamships of any sort, but without this practical exhibition of faith in the newer kind of ship on the part of private firms, the coming of our steam battleships had been much longer delayed. Today, the enterprise of the Royal Navy in regard to the development of the steamship is so remarkable that it is difficult to realize the very opposite conditions which prevailed during the early years of the 19th century. Those who happened to have been at Cowes in August of 1908 will remember the arrival of HMS Indomitable, which had arrived from her voyage across the Atlantic with such speed as even to eclipse the fastest ocean greyhound. To have obtained this distinction in a vessel built primarily as a fighting unit and not as a speed maker was an achievement of which the Admiralty of today might well be proud. And yet this same body in the beginning of Victoria's reign, when it was suggested to them that it would be to the advantage of the country that steam should be introduced into the Navy, were affrighted and nonplussed at the preposterous proposal. The minute of the Board of Admiralty of that time condemning this innovation is worth quoting, for it shows in the most amusing manner how pig-headed officialdom is capable of showing itself. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Chapter 9. The First Steam Warships. They felt it, runs the wording of the Board of Admiralty in Lord Melville's time. They're bound in duty, upon national and professional grounds, to discourage to the utmost of their ability the employment of steam vessels, as they considered the introduction of steam was calculated to strike a fatal blow to the naval supremacy of the empire, and to concede to the request preferred would be simply to let in the thin edge of the wedge. and would unquestionably lead to similar demands being made upon the Admiralty from other departments. The reader may well gasp at the suggestion that the introduction of steam would strike a fatal blow at our naval supremacy. But in spite of this expression, steam was at last introduced, though not till it had been for some years satisfactorily employed in commercial craft. Only as late as the year 1821 the Monkey, which had been laid down at Rotherhithe in 1820, was bought by the Admiralty for use as a steam-propelled craft. She was a paddle wooden steamer of 212 tons, and fitted with engines of 80 nominal horsepower, and had not been originally intended for the service. The Comet, not of course the vessel of that name we referred to in our last chapter, another paddle wooden steamer of 238 tons, was built at Deptford in 1822, having a nominal horsepower of 90. Other vessels of this type were the Active and the Lightning, but it must not be imagined that these were in any sense of the word men of war. Their use was merely that of towing and special service. Between 1823 and 1840, 70 steam vessels were added to the Royal Navy, most of them being fitted with flue boilers and slow-moving side-lever engines, worked with steam pressure of only 4 pounds per square inch. In 1832, a number of other wooden paddle steamers were designed for the Navy, of which the Alecto, concerning which we shall have something to say presently, was one. As the Admiralty had opposed the introduction of steam, so it acted with regard to iron. We shall deal with the part which iron played in the history of mercantile shipbuilding in a following chapter. But it is convenient here, in order not to break the continuity of the story of steam in the Navy, to show the development of the naval steamship even when wood for the hulls of warships was beginning to be discarded. Leaving, then, for the present the origin of iron shipbuilding, let us turn now to the first iron warship, which was launched in June 1839. This was the Nimrod, which was built by Messer, Laird of Birkenhead, for that same old corporation which we saw sending its fine ships to the East as far back as the beginning of the 16th century, and which had maintained its high standards of vessels throughout the period when the sailing ship was at her prime. The Nimrod was built to the order of the East India Company and was an armed paddle steamer, 103 feet long, but the same Birkenhead firm also built an iron frigate for the Mexican government. In the same year as the Nimrod took the sea, was launched the Nemesis, also for the East India Company, which drew as little as 5 feet of water, yet arrived safely in India. It was not until the year 1840 that the Admiralty owned an iron steamship, when the Dover was launched at Birkenhead. This was a paddle craft. 2 years after this, an iron steamer was built at Blackwall for a private individual, and was afterwards purchased by the Admiralty as the first screw-propelled vessel in our Navy. Constructed of iron, she showed on her trial trip in 1843 that her speed was over 12 miles an hour, and on being taken over she became known as the HMS Dwarf, though she had been launched as the Mermaid. She was of 164 tons, and her mean draft on her trial trip was only 5.5 feet, which is in wonderful contrast to the modern dreadnought, which draws as much as 26 feet. In 1846, the unfortunate Birkenhead was launched as a steam frigate for the Royal Navy. Built of iron, she was eventually used as a transport and had a tonnage of 1,400. This vessel was also a paddle wheel craft, and foundered off Simon's Bay, South Africa, 6 years after her launching, and 454 people perished. The year before this historic disaster occurred 2 paddle wheel gunboats had been built and engined by a British firm for the Prussian government, but during the Crimean War they were obtained by the English government in exchange for a 36-gun frigate and saw active service under the names Recruit and Wesser. Some details as to these two ships of war will afford the reader an idea as to how far steam vessels had advanced about the time when the clippers were beginning to win fame and fortune. Both these paddle-wheelers were double-ended and could carry enough coal for steaming 2,000 miles, whilst drawing, when thus loaded, only 7 feet of water. They were fitted with oscillating engines, making 33 revolutions a minute, which gave them a speed of over 11 knots per hour. Steam was supplied from 4 tubular boilers, and the paddle wheels were 17 feet in diameter. Fitted with 2 masts and a sail area of 415 square yards, their gross registered tonnage was 334 tons each, length at the load water line 178 feet, and extreme beam 26 feet. As early as 1834, Francis Petit Smith, afterwards knighted, a Heddon farmer, had made a model propelled by means of a screw revolving below water. Subsequently, he patented the invention and collaborated with John Ericsson, a celebrated Swedish engineer, who had also been working on this idea of propulsion. Smith had a launch built at Wapping in 1836 called, after himself, the Francis Smith, in order to put his patent to a more vigorous test than had been possible with his model, for the latter had been driven by clockwork, and although it moved successfully on the farm pond at Hedon, it was not till the Francis Smith steam launch was built that the value of the idea could successfully be demonstrated. However, this bigger craft, although she was only of 6 tons, was found to bear out all the promise which the small model had foretold. The propeller, which was of course driven by steam, was made of wood, and during the trials an interesting action showed, what has since been frequently found out in much bigger craft, that the speed of a ship is not always in relation to the number of blades. A half of the propeller of the Francis Smith having by chance broken off, it was noticed that the little ship considerably increased her rate of progress and leapt forward with a speed that she had not hitherto possessed. Subsequently, a metal screw was substituted, and the vessel ran trips between London and Folkestone, showing that she was capable of steaming 5½ knots per hour. The first experiment with Ericsson's propeller was in 1837, and a ship named the Francis B. Ogden was built and thus fitted with the screw. She showed her ability by towing a ship of 360 tons at a speed of 4½ knots against the tide. The second experiment with this propeller was in the following year, when the Robert F. Stockton attained a speed of 13 knots on the Thames, but with a fair tide. Her tonnage was 33, and she subsequently crossed the Atlantic under sail power. In order to convince the Admiralty of the wonderful superiority of the propeller, it was arranged to tow the Admiralty barge, with their lordship on board, from Somerset House as far as Blackwall and back. This was done in perfect safety, and with such success the speed maintained averaged 10 knots. Yet in spite of this practical demonstration, the Admiralty declined to be persuaded. The obvious advantage of the propeller in time of war, in that it was submerged and therefore far less likely to be hit than the paddle wheels, was scorned. So once again the British Navy was retarded in its progress. But so successful had been the results of the Francis Smith that a syndicate was formed and purchased Smith's patents, and the famous Archimedes steamship was built and launched in 1838, her tonnage being 240 and her length 125 feet. Fitted with a propeller, she proved her capability of keeping up a speed of 8 knots per hour against wind and tide, and subsequently, after she had steamed round the British Isles and made voyages to Oporto and elsewhere, the Admiralty were finally convinced, and a sloop named the Ardent, which was being built at Sheerness, was lengthened, fitted with a screw propeller, and launched in April of 1843. Her name was changed, and she became the well-known Rattler of 888 tons, with engines having a nominal horsepower of 200 and a draft of 13½ feet. One of the most interesting sights of the 19th century was witnessed when, on a calm day in April of 1845, Her Majesty's paddle sloop Alecto and Her Majesty's screw sloop Rattler were made fast to each other at the stern, and both started to steam ahead at full speed. It was not for long that the fate of the propeller hung in the balance, for the Rattler, although in size of ship and in nominal horsepower very similar to the Alecto, showed her superiority over the paddle wheeler by towing her stern foremost at a speed of considerably over 2 knots. As a distinguished British admiral who witnessed the sight recently remarked, Alecto's paddles were revolving and churning the foam like a whale in a flurry, while a slight ripple under the Rattler's stern alone showed that there was power at work. Alecto, in spite of frantic struggles, was dragged slowly astern, and the era of the screw had begun. Although the first naval vessel to be fitted with a screw was the Rattler, yet it was the Armageddon, launched in 1852, that was the first line-of-battle ship designed from the first for the screw. It is interesting to mention that 4 years after the memorable contest took place in the North Sea between the Alecto and the Rattler, another tug-of-war was seen, this time in the English Channel, between the screw corvette Niger and the paddle sloop Basilisk. This continued for an hour, and at the end the screw propeller had again shown her preeminence, for the Niger had towed the Basilisk astern nearly 2 knots. There was much that had still to be learned with regard to the shape and blades of the propellers, but that would come with time and experience. It was enough that by now the superiority not merely of steam but of the screw over the paddle had been shown to the conviction of the most obstinate and least credulous of authorities. As improvements to the 2 gunboats already referred to as the Recruit and the Weser, the Admiralty in 1856 had the Ban and the Brune built. Of a smaller size and capable of carrying sufficient coal only for 800 miles, they drew only 4 feet of water and were constructed on the longitudinal system. Bulkheads fore and aft separated the coal bunkers from the engines and boiler rooms, and an iron deck above joined the tops of the bulkheads. These ships were still paddle wheel craft, and were fitted with 3 pole masts and sails of fore and aft rig, and not square rigged. But another revolution was to take place in the Navy. During the Crimean War, unprotected wooden ships were found to be unable to withstand the terrible effects of shell fire. Guns had been improved to an alarming extent, and something had to be done to counteract this danger. The history of the warship may be at any time summed up as attack and defense, even in times of peace. As soon as one type of ship of superior prowess has shown herself, a new method of rendering her incapable begins to be devised by her rivals. When guns improved, then armor plating had to be invented to enable the ships to endure such smashing blows. When the torpedo, at a later date, seemed to have made the life of the ship intolerable, netting defenses had to be called in to negative the attack. When the dreadnought of today was commissioned as the vessel that was able to blow any other ship out of the water, super dreadnoughts must necessarily be created in order to beat her, and so the game goes on. Since, in the present instance which we are considering, the vulnerability of the ship has been so clearly demonstrated, it was resolved to add a protecting armor to wooden warships. The innovation, however, belongs not to Great Britain, but to France, for La Gloire, a French wooden frigate, was protected with iron armor, and this novel arrangement has been the cause of the most striking distinction between the merchant ship and the ship of war. The old medieval idea of the interchangeability of the 2 types of ships had been gradually disappearing for several centuries, but here at last it was to vanish entirely, so that today, apart from minor distinctions, the main difference between the battleship and the liner lies in the fact that the one is heavily armed and the other is not. This preponderating amount of heavy guns is there because the enemy's armor needs all the smashing power that can be obtained. The action of the French government seems to have given the British Admiralty something of a fright. so that in 1859 the authorities at last woke up from their medieval slumbers and went one better than the French in building not a protected wooden ship, but an iron-clad, iron-hulled man-of-war, the Warrior, which was supplied with armor 4.5 inches thick, her speed being 14 knots. The thickness of armor in the Warrior was the same as that of Le Gloire, and the former had this backed with 18 inches of timber and an inner skin. So thoroughly did this new idea possess the naval authorities that many wooden ships were cut down and fitted with armor in much the same way as Le Gloire had been. In the case of the Warrior, the armor plates were fastened to the hull of the ship by bolts secured by nuts inside. But in spite of all these novelties which had been introduced into the Royal Navy within so short a time, the old sailing idea was dying hard, and it was some time yet before entire confidence was placed in the engines. The Warrior, of which we have just spoken, though she was capable of steaming her 14 knots an hour, still retained her lower courses, top sails, topgallants, royals, and even studding sails, as well as the usual triangular head sails, being, apart from her character an iron-clad steamer, a full-rigged ship. Perhaps at a time when the clipper ship was almost at her height and was astonishing the world by her marvelously fast passages, the influence of the sailing ship was then too strong to cause the old idea of sails to be abolished. But to us, nowadays, the picture of the Warrior with her 2 funnels standing up boldly in a cloud of canvas strikes one of passing strange, accustomed as we have grown to seeing the entire independence of sail expressed in our modern ships of war. The Warrior, then, in being the first of the armored ironclads, marks an important stage in the romance of the ship, and with her contemporaries began the passing of the sail, almost the last and final link which connected the ship of today with the vessels of bygone ages. It was only in 1859 that the Victoria, the last line of battle ship constructed of wood for the British Navy, was launched at Portsmouth. This 3-decker, carrying 121 guns, served some time as flagship in the Mediterranean, but went out of commission in 1867. She was built for screw propulsion, and had a speed of 12 knots, but her character belongs much more to the time of Nelson than to today. The Victoria represents at once the ending of the old regime and the beginning of the new. The former reaches straight back to the Stuarts and Tudors, and so to the carracks and round ships of history. The latter stretches out to the Magnificence and the Lord Nelson class of battleships, the dreadnoughts, the super-dreadnoughts, and into the terribly complicated future which no man can guess. As in the merchant ship, so also in the Navy sentiment clings round the old rigged ship with her yards and canvas, but sentiment has to give way again to practical utility if the nation and the empire are to be protected against the threatenings of the foe. For, after all, ships are, like men, created with a definite object of making themselves useful in the world. The sentiments which became attached to them, the glamour of romance, are accidents rather than essentials. The Victoria was said to have been the finest line of battle ship ever constructed of wood for our Navy, and her passing was an occasion of melancholy. 10 or 20 years hence the daily papers will record in much the same strain the passing of the dreadnought from the service. But it is a principle that no ship is indispensable in the course of time, and that the ship that isn't yet launched will far outstrip the one that is being towed to join the obsoletes in the maritime rotten row. But we must not make the mistake of presuming that the whole of the British Navy became suddenly transformed into a collection of iron-hulled craft. It was only during the decade when the clipper sailing ships were reaching their high water mark of success that the new type of naval vessels was coming into being. And even still, prejudice against iron was very strong. There are still plenty of wooden ships in the Royal Navy that had been fitted with engines and propellers. Even corvettes, ship-rigged, with yards as high up as the masts as royals, and with the old-fashioned bowsprites, were important units of the fleet till the end of the 70s, or at any rate the late 60s. With her 3 lofty masts and the great yards, her hull painted just as it was in Nelson time, with the white band and the square black ports and the old-fashioned bow of the sailing ship, she seemed to be a curious mixture of old and new, with her funnel belching smoke through the rigging. Those were the days when hulls were built of good, sound wood that was bound to endure. And HMS Conqueror, for instance, which had been built in 1833 as a sailing ship, did not have her engines put into her until 26 years after her launch. Although her designer in 1833 could have had little idea that she would ever be turned into a steamship, and notwithstanding that her great heavy wooden hull displaced 4,300 tons and drew 24 feet of water, yet on her trial runs they eventually got her very nearly 10 knots an hour out of her, with her propeller making over 61 revolutions per minute. The scientific method of designing a ship's hull so as to get the utmost speed and stability out of her was still, however, in its infancy. In the 17th century, it was practically unknown, and until a ship had been launched, the designer was rarely certain as to how much water his creation would draw. During the 18th century, the French developed a much more methodical manner of arriving at exact quantities, and from about 1860, we in this country, after having groped in the dark for a long time, founded the Institute of Naval Architects and applied ourselves seriously to naval architecture as a special science. Nowadays, it is very rarely that a vessel does not come almost exactly to her painted waterline as intended. End of Chapter 9. Read by Paul Parkinson, Calgary, Alberta, June 2023.
Chapter 10 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Chapter 10 The Turret Man of War. Before we return to follow the development which was going on in the mercantile marine, we must note very carefully still another revolution in the construction of the warship. And here we may assert that in spite of the many and vast changes which have been going on during the 19th century, by which the modern ship has been, step by step, getting away from the ship of the Middle Ages, yet now was to come the greatest change of all. The reader will no doubt have long since realized in the course of our story how continually the shipping of one nation has influenced that of another. We saw how the Vikings had dominated our design until the Mediterranean carracks instilled into our minds the idea of building much bigger craft. Later on, especially during the middle of the 17th century, the greater progress of the Dutch in the arts connected with the sea had caused us to follow the lead of the Low Countries in shipbuilding, and whenever we obtained any of their ships as prizes in warfare, they became some of the most valuable units of our fleet. Still a little later, the rise of the French as a naval nation had enabled us to learn much more that was scientific in design, and even later still, the very idea of the clipper sailing ships had originated in America. So now, not for merchant vessels, but for men of war, we were to go to America for the greatest change of all. The story is briefly as follows. In 1860, civil war broke out in the United States, and this afforded an opportunity of witnessing the first naval engagement between armored ships. The contestants were the Federals and the Confederates, and the former had burned, or rather set on fire, the Merrimac, a 60-gun frigate, in order to prevent her falling into the hands of the enemy. But the Confederates, luckily for themselves, discovered that, although she was damaged, she was not by any means in a hopeless condition. They set to work, therefore, and determined to make the best of her. Influenced by the new order of things which La Gloire in France and the Warrior in England had lately set going, the Confederates desired greatly to possess a ship that was armored, and so they set to work to transform the Merrimac into this condition. They began by cutting the wooden ship down to her waterline, and erecting an extensive rectangular vault or casement which reached from 2 feet below the waterline to 7 feet above. The sides had a tumble home, or slope inwards, at an angle of 35 degrees, being made of pine and oak, with externally 2 thicknesses of armor plating fastened thereto, and this had been made from railway lines. Piercing the armor were holes for her guns. On March 8, 1862, the Merrimac, fitted with steam engine and a propeller, put to sea and fought the Cumberland and the Congress, which were but sailing frigates. The former she sent to the bottom by ramming, and into the latter she poured such a hot fire with shells that the Federal frigate had to give in. But the next day, in Hampton Roads, there was to be given a lesson in naval warfare which the world has not even yet forgotten. Against the Merrimac was to come a ship worthy to engage in combat with her, although this fresh arrival was in actual size smaller. Named the Monitor, this vessel had been designed and built of iron by Captain Ericsson, whom we spoke of earlier in connection with the invention of the propeller, for the Federal government. She was 173 feet long on the deck, had an extreme beam of 41½ feet, drew 10 feet of water, and had a tonnage of 614. Protected with iron armor 4½ inches thick, fastened on 21 inches of backing, she carried 2 heavy guns placed in such a manner that they were parallel with each other and, this is the important point, contained in a revolving turret. The Monitor was of a curious and original design, for she was only 2 feet out of the water, her deck and her sides for several feet below the water being plated. The innovation especially to be noted is the advent of the turret principle. In the olden days, when Nelson fought at Trafalgar, battleships were armed so that their guns fired from broadside. When the guns on the starboard side, for instance, were firing, then those on the port side were obviously out of action for the time being. Now the turret idea was to get away from this conception entirely. Placed along the center line of the Monitor, they could be fired on either side as needful, and therefore the ship need not carry a double row of guns, one for either side, for the turret, being moved by means of steam and protected by iron plates screwed together, could be turned round to fire on the enemy from whatever side might be necessary. Furthermore, the Monitor presented a very bad target for the enemy to hit, for there was very little of her to aim at. Most of her was under water, her turret was impenetrable, her pilot-house was well armored, and there was only her funnel to be fired at. In the meantime, the Monitor herself was able to blaze away with her guns with such devastating effect that the Merrimac was forced to follow the example of the corvette of the day before and withdraw from the engagement. So decisively had the turret idea shown itself as a practical tactic in naval warfare that its influence is still felt, and is particularly noticeable in the indomitable class of today. Just as in the year 1812, when Great Britain was at war with the United States, the American frigates had shown themselves so superior to ours that there was a great and sudden craze for adding vessels of this type to our navy. So now the wonderful achievement of the little Monitor gave rise to a mighty outcry that we should actually convert our navy into ships of the turret class. The outcome of this in the British Navy was the Royal Sovereign, the first turret ship we ever possessed. Originally a wooden line-of-battle ship and a 3-decker, she was now cut down, plated with armor, and fitted with 4 turrets, each of which contained 2 9-ton guns. The Monitor had only 2 feet of freeboard, as already stated, but it was decided to give the Royal Sovereign as much as 6 feet. She was, of course, provided with steam engines and a propeller. This was the year 1864, 2 years after the engagement between the Monitor and the Merrimac, and in the same year also, 1864, was built at Poplar an armor-plated turret ship named the Prince Albert, not for sea-going, but as a coast defense ship. Designed and built by Captain Cowper Coles, Royal Navy, who had ever since the Russian War advocated this turret idea, the Prince Albert was not a converted wooden hull, but constructed of iron, with a length of 240 feet, beam 48 feet, draft of nearly 20 feet aft, although less forward, and a displacement of 3,687 tons. This was only one of 2 coast defense turret ships, and was followed in 1870 by a couple of large sea-going turret vessels, called respectively the Monarch and the Captain. The former was designed by Sir E.J. Reed, and the latter by Captain Cowper Coles, but there was an all-important difference between the 2 vessels, as we shall see in a moment. The Monarch had a displacement of 8,000 tons, and a speed of just under 15 knots. Her freeboard was as much as 14 feet, whereas the captain had been given only 6, as in the Royal Sovereign, which was obviously far too little, for whilst cruising under sail with the Channel Squadron in September of the year in which they were launched, a sudden squall struck them, and though the Monarch came out of it in perfect safety, the captain heeled over and capsized. It was not the fault of the weight of her armour or of her 4 25-ton guns, for in these and other respects, save that of freeboard, she was almost sister ship to the Monarch, which played her part dutifully in the service for many years. But it was this capsizing, and that of the Daphne 13 years later on the Clyde, which brought home to the minds of naval architects the importance of accelerating progress in the important matter of stability. In the first of our turret ships, the Royal Sovereign, there was an approach to modern conditions of ship design, not merely in respect of the turret system, but also in the abolition of yards and sails, although she carried 3 masts, the somewhat thicker funnel which was now in fashion being between the foremast and main. Still adopting the turret system, the Admiralty in 1872 completed 3 other turret ships of a modified type, named respectively the Thunderer, Devastation, and Dreadnought. These vessels introduced what is usually known as the military mast, with a fighting top in which were placed quick-firing guns. Also, instead of the single screw propeller, they had 2 sets of engines driving twin screws, which were found to increase materially the handiness of the ship. These vessels had but low freeboard, following in the wake of the original turret ship, but for this very reason, when met by a heavy sea, they could not maintain so high a rate of speed, and were exceedingly wet in even moderate waves. The Devastation was 9,330 tons, and had a length of 285 feet, being protected by a 12-inch waterline belt, whilst armour of the same thickness also protected the central casement, on either end of which were the turrets, which were provided with armour 14 inches thick. At that time she was the most heavily armoured ship in the world. Nor was that mistake made which was the manifest defect in the monitor ship named the Hussar, which had been built in 1865 at Birkhead as a single-turret ship, and fought with the Almirante Cochrane at the Battle of Agamos in October 1879, during the war between Chile and Peru, one of the hottest and most exciting duels of naval history. Whilst in the latter there was no dead sector, so that at a comparatively short distance from the ship there was no point upon which her heavy guns could not be brought to bear, in the Huascar, which was eventually compelled to yield to the Almirante Cochrane's fire, there were many positions on which she could not bring her guns to bear except by sheering the vessel about at various angles. And since, in the engagement which we are discussing, her steering gear became disorganized, she was entirely at the mercy of her enemy. As much as 1/4 of a circle in the revolving of her turret was dead, so that, however much the opposing ship might pour shell into her, there could not come from a quarter of her turret any reply. But in the British Devastation the arrangement was made so perfect that the 2 25-ton guns which she carried in her 2 turrets could be brought to bear on any portion of the enemy's ship, and these turrets were perfectly protected. The Thunderer, with her low freeboard, also had 2 turrets, each mounting a couple of guns, and placed at the ends of the armoured breastwork. She was practically rebuilt at a later date, but as originally constructed, she had 2 38-ton muzzle-loading guns in one turret, and 2 35-ton guns in the other. Her biggest guns fired a projectile weighing 809 pounds, which would penetrate 15 3/4 inches of armour at 2,000 yards. It may be worth noting, as an interesting comparison, that the new Thunderer, now being built by the Thames Iron Works at Canning Town, will have 10 12-inch guns, capable of sending an 850-pound shell through 20 inches of hardest armour at a range of 3,000 yards. The old Thunderer was only 9,330 tons, but the new one will be 26,000 tons. Thus the old gives place to the newer order of things. But before we consider further the development of the ship herself, we must not omit to note the change which had been going on in regard to the guns of the Navy. Since the practice had been introduced of heavily armour-plating a ship's hull, it followed naturally that some important improvements must be effected in the guns. Not enough was it that they had become of larger and larger size and weight, reaching eventually to 100 tons and more, but the old-fashioned smooth bore had to give way to the rifled guns. Rifled guns, as the reader is probably already aware, are constructed in such a manner that the bore contains a series of spiral grooves. The old-fashioned type gave the guns but a limited range and power of penetration, whereas the modern system has greatly increased both, so that in a naval battle today the firing will, in the opinion of most expert admirals in any navy, begin when the opposing fleets are as far apart as 8,000 to 11,000 yards. Today, in the competition which goes on unceasingly between the navies of rival powers, even though no open hostilities exist, there is one continuous fight between the perfection of the guns on one hand and of the resisting capabilities of armor on the other. And for this unceasing struggle we may put the responsibility on the innovation of armor in La Gloire of 1859 and of the rifled gun in 1864. The rejection of the broadside system in favor of the turret idea was not, however, complete, and it was not until the year 1875 that the two last examples of the broadside battleships were built. There was for a time an impression among naval experts that a combination of the turret and broadside systems of mounting guns was the ideal arrangement. But if we assert that from about 1870 to 1887 the turret idea of mounting the guns was the dominating principle, becoming more and more believed in, we shall not err very far from the exact truth. An example of the method of combining the advantages of the two systems may be found in Admiral Halstead's suggestion for a corvette. In this design there was at the top a flying deck, where the ship's boats were kept. Then came an upper deck with its two turrets, each having a couple of guns, and then the main deck, where there were placed 10 guns to fire broadside. It was the tremendous size and weight to which guns had now attained, together with the increased weight of armor, that dealt the final blow to the broadside principle of mounting a ship's guns. Therefore they had to be mounted not on either side, but in turrets or barbettes placed on the center line of the ship. And so we come to still another type of ship, known as the citadel, in which, as in the instance of the Inflexible, launched in 1881, the continuous armor belt running round the ship was abolished, and instead the armor plating was concentrated round a citadel in the central portion of the ship, which varied from a third to a half of the entire ship's length, the armor extending from about 4 feet below the waterline to 6 feet above. The Inflexible had plates as much as 2 feet thick, but her defect was, of course, that her bow and stern projections were unprotected, so that an enemy could have pounded away at these sections and have had little difficulty in holding her. The object of plating so heavily the central portion was to protect the engines, which made this the most vital portion of the ship. The Inflexible was classed as a sea-going turret ship, and her displacement of 11,880 tons showed the great size to which warships had by this time attained. Propelled by twin screws at a speed of over 13 knots, she had a length of 320 feet. But a year after the Inflexible was launched, still further modifications were made in the Citadel type, when 6 ships of what is known as the Admiral class were designed. In these the heavy guns began to be mounted not in turrets, but in barbettes. We may define the difference between the turret and the barbette by saying that the former consists of a circular fortress with a bomb-proof roof, the whole revolving on a cylinder which goes right down to the bed of the ship, the turret enclosing the guns and mountings, and the whole revolving together. But the barbette is a fixed circular citadel in which only the guns revolve on a turntable or cylinder, and a modern casement, in turn, may be summed up as really a small fixed barbette in which the gun is trained by means of a radial mounting upon that portion of a ship which comes within its arc of fire. In some of the earlier vessels, the casement was just a semicircular protuberance of the upper broadside. There was also introduced a broadside battery once more, thus proving yet again that the whole history of the ship is but one long chain of revivals. But the reason in this case was not purely arbitrary, and arose from the necessity of having a line of 6-inch quick-firing guns, much lighter of course than the others, for the express purpose of defending the ship against a torpedo boat, which had now been introduced as a dangerous and dreaded unit of naval warfare. But as we shall discuss this particular species of craft in the proper place, we need not here interrupt the continuity of our main story. As representative of this Admiral class of battleship, we may take the Benbow, which was launched in 1888. Built not of iron but of steel now, she was a very great advance toward the battleship as we know her in the 20th century. With her hull divided into nearly 200 compartments, and built with a double bottom extending not merely immediately below the citadel or central portion, but for some distance fore and also aft of this section, she was designed, too, with a watertight platform over the hold, extending the whole length of the ship, the space between this platform and the protective deck containing the boilers, engines, and magazines. In order to protect her adequately against shell fire, she was given a belt of steel-faced armor 18 inches thick, which extended for 50 yards and covered the sides amidships for 5 feet below the waterline and 2.5 feet above, whilst across the ends of the citadel bulkheads was fitted armor of 18 inches in thickness. The bunkers for the coal were so placed along the sides of the ship that when full, they further protected the inside of the vessel with 9 feet of coal. The Benbow, like most of the battleships of this citadel type that were built between the years 1877 and 1887, was fitted with water balance chambers, placed athwart ships so as to moderate the rolling of the vessel in a seaway, thus tending to improve the gunnery. But since then, this idea has been abandoned in favor of bilge keels placed on the outside of the ship's hull, forming a ridge, so to speak, on either side, and running almost parallel with the craft herself. The reader may perhaps have noticed these bilge keels attached to any models he may have seen of modern liners. The great drawback to the ingenious device of partially filling a cross-ship section with water, to deaden the momentum which a ship obtains when she rolls, lay in the fact that it wasted valuable space, coupled with the fact that the presence of loose water on board was not desirable. It was customary to place these water-balanced chambers above the protective deck, right from one side to the other, and experiments showed that 100 tons of water reduced rolling by 30 to 40% at angles below 10 degrees, but that with increased rolling it was less effective. The shape of the Benbow's barbettes was that of a pear, being in size 45 feet by 60 feet, protected with steel-faced armor, an ammunition trunk plated with armor protecting the charge while being raised from the magazines. In either barbette she was given an enormous gun of 111 tons, breech-loading, of course, by this time, and besides her auxiliary armament, was fitted with a torpedo tube in the bow, as well as 4 launching carriages for sending torpedoes from the ship's broadside. But before we close this chapter, we must not omit to call attention to certain improvements which had been taking place apart from the immensely important change connected with the turret development. And first, with regard to the armor. Originally, this had consisted of wrought iron, which was capable of resisting the cast-iron projectiles which were then employed. But then the competition between guns and armor became more acute, and instead of iron, steel shot was fired from guns, so that armor of less liability to be pierced had to be found. At first the difficulty was sought to be overcome by using mild steel, but this was followed for some years by using wrought iron protected by a face of hard steel which was welded thereto. This latter was found to break up the shells when they struck, whereas armor consisting exclusively of hardened steel cracked so seriously when fired at that it was condemned. The improved armor was thus known as compound, because of its combination of iron and steel, and the steel face thus added was found capable of powerful resistance. But the second important improvement had reference to the guns. In the old days these had been loaded from the muzzle, and this system was not abolished until the beginning of the 9th decade of the last century. But the reader will readily understand that whilst the old principle was all very well in Nelson's time and as far back as the Middle Ages, yet then guns were still comparatively small. But since by now guns had gradually become longer and longer for the purpose of increasing their range, it was not easily possible to ram the charge well home nor cleanse the barrel after the charge had been fired. Therefore, instead of loading from the muzzle, it was resolved, after exhaustive trials, that henceforth only breech-loading guns should be manufactured. It was not without much difficulty that the old idea, perhaps, the very last survival of medievalism, was supplanted, for prejudice always has a hard death, and nowhere is it truer than in those affairs which are connected with shipmen. During the 70s, pressure had been brought to introduce this moderate improvement, yet in vain. In Russia, France, and Germany, the adoption of the breech-loading gun had been effected for a long time, but it was not until after the year 1880 that the Admiralty obtained what it had so long stood in need of, and the ships which followed the Inflexible were provided with breech-loading ordnance, to their materially increased value as war units. There is always some sort of craze or fad which seems to obsess the naval mind in its striving after the highest form of efficiency. We have already pointed out at least 2 significant instances of this in the rage for building frigates, and later of building turret ships to resemble the Monitor. At one time, during the 19th century, there was in vogue yet another principle, a survival from almost the very earliest history of the ship. The reader will recollect that one of the essential principles of naval warfare, as carried on by the Phoenicians, the Greeks, and Romans, and even later by the Vikings and the English, was to annihilate the enemy by ramming his ship and sending her thus to the bottom. The maneuver is one involving less science than brute force. However, we who have seen the curious and persistent series of revivals in one shape or another can hardly be surprised to note that the ram was reintroduced after steam warships had become the component parts of the navies of the great civilized powers. The present age sees this revival being again dropped as unsuitable, though there is no telling whether a subsequent generation may not resurrect it once more. There is no denial that the ram, as placed upon a heavy steam warship, was a most dangerous weapon, but it was dangerous in two ways, to the ship ramming as well as the ship rammed. In times of peace there were some alarming accidental disasters, and the historic instance of June 23, 1893, when the Camperdown rammed and sunk the Victoria in the Mediterranean, causing the loss of 339 officers and men, is still fresh in the memories of all who are interested in ships. During the naval campaign of Netsah in 1866, when the warships of Austria-Hungary were pitted against those of Italy, there was afforded an opportunity of gathering more interesting data of the value of the ram in naval warfare, when the Affondatore, an Italian ironclad turret ship of over 4,000 tons, suddenly rushed out of the smoke and bore down onto the starboard beam of the Austrian Kaiser Max, a wooden ironclad frigate of 3,588 tons, and endeavored to ram her, charging twice and firing each time several 300-pounder projectiles, dismounting an upper deck gun, putting out of action 6 men who were at the Kaiser Max's wheel, destroying at the same time the engine-room telegraph, and a great deal besides. But the latter was able to elude the shocks, and to pour such a fire into the Affondatore that the Italian was compelled to sheer off. At the second attempt to ram, the two ships scraped together in a sickening manner, and exchanged fire from their small guns at each other. But a more effective result was obtained when the Austrian flagship Ferdinand Max, a wooden ironclad frigate of 5,130 tons, was headed at full speed for the port side of the Italian Re d'Italia, also a wooden ironclad frigate of 5,700 tons, and of the same horsepower as the Ferdinand. When 2/3 of a cable away, a cable is 200 yards, the Ferdinand stopped her engines so as to diminish the shock and not do the rammer as much harm as the rammed, and the Re d'Italia tried to go full speed astern, but before she had begun to gather way, the Australian flagship struck her amidships, the Ferdinand travelling at a speed of over 11 knots. The results are interesting to us who have been noticing the advance made in armor plating, for it was found that though the section where the Italian ship was struck was that in which her engines were contained, and therefore well protected, yet the armor, its wooden backing, the frames, the beams, and the planking as well, were all crumpled inboard, unable to withstand the awful shock. The hole thus made extended to 300 square feet, and after the Austrian had reversed her engines and backed out, the Italian heeled over and sank in 200 fathoms of water. So much for the rammed ship. But the Ferdinand Max, although she had rammed with her own engine stopped and her victim practically stationary, yet had her plates at the bows bent and the heads of some of her rivets knocked off, and thus sprang a leak. Similarly, during the war between Chile and Peru, already referred to, the Huascar, after several ineffectual attempts, succeeded in ramming and sending to the bottom the Esmeralda, but in so doing she seriously damaged her bows and sprang a leak. We might also quote the case of the Independencia, which tried to ram the Covadonga when the latter was within 100 yards of the beach. The Independencia endeavored to strike an oblique blow at her opponent's starboard quarter, but missed her, struck on a rock, and piled up. We could quote further instances, but these are enough to show that in spite of the awful damage which a ram could inflict on the enemy, its value was considerably discounted by its own limitations and the dangerous risks to the ramming ship which the maneuver involved. We referred some time back to the Warrior. In her the ends, which were not protected by an armor belt, were divided up into numerous watertight compartments, so that if she was holed here she would still float. This was a highly useful experiment, and its value has been shown on repeated occasions. Her method of construction was a great advance in shipbuilding, at any rate with regard to men of war, and on either side of the vessel was arranged a longitudinal bulkhead placed vertically. The compartment thus formed was watertight, and was further subdivided horizontally, so that in case of penetration the ship had a good chance of remaining afloat until she was able to make for a dry dock. But the longitudinal bulkheads also gave an added strength to the ship's structure. It was in this same ship, the first sea-going ironclad built in this country, that a partial double bottom was added. Structural details prevented this bottom being made only partial, but when the Bellerophon was launched in 1866, she was fitted with a complete double bottom for about 2/3 of the length. The same idea had already been utilized in the Mercantile marine in the case of the Great Eastern. The advantage of having an outer as well as an inner bottom is obvious when one considers the possibility of a ship running on a rock, and the practice has since become universal in our big men of war. Actual proof of this usefulness has been afforded in several instances when ships have run ashore, as in the case of the Iron Duke whilst in Chinese waters, the Agincourt when near Gibraltar, the Apollo, and others. Another notable innovation was that of using the steam steering gear. In the Inflexible, the gear could be used alternatively by hand or steam, the latter being placed entirely below the protective deck, so that when in action the risk of this being shot away was more remote. In ships of the Admiral class, the steering was controlled by steam or hand power from the lower deck, whilst in action the steam gear alone was made use of from either of the two conning towers where the fight was being directed, and a sudden order for altering the helm of the ship could be immediately carried out. The use of steam steering apparatus is now so universal, both in the Navy and ships of the Mercantile marine, that the reader must have long since familiarized himself with its appearance. End of Chapter 10. Read by Todd.
Chapter 11 of the Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Keble Chatterton. The Evolution of the Ocean Steamship. With the safe arrival of the Britannia at Boston in July 1840, begins that great chapter in the history of enterprise when the Old World and the New were brought into intimate relation with each other for the first time. Prior to this, except for the singularly few instances we have already noticed of any steam-propelled vessels crossing the Atlantic, communication between this country and America had been carried on in sailing ships. What the land-bred passengers suffered on a bitter winter's day, cooped up as some of the less wealthy ones were in the ill-ventilated steerage, while the brave ship was doing her best to thrust herself through gales of wind and terrible seas, with accommodation for the first-class passengers little more than just tolerable. We need not enlarge upon. There were then none of those luxuries which today are expected and found on even the smallest passenger ship crossing the deep seas. There was no refrigerating room. No preserved foods had been yet introduced, so the livestock had to be carried on board, often being swept overboard by the swishing seas or dying from the voyage. But though the experience of making a passage on the first of the Atlantic line of steamships was such as would try all but the hardiest today, yet it meant the beginning of the new and more endurable order of things. We hear today of so many records being broken that we are in danger of forgetting that the Britannia took over a fortnight to steam her way across. But nothing succeeds like success, and the Cunard service had been inaugurated so auspiciously that other vessels had to be added to meet the increasing traffic, which was deserting the old sailing packets and now being carried by steamers. Although it had given so little encouragement to naval steamships, the government saw that this steam mercantile enterprise should be encouraged, so a new contract was made with the Cunard Company, and the annual subsidy increased to £173,340, which enabled them to increase their fleet by 4 more vessels, one of the finest among them being the Asia, a brig-rigged paddle steamer of over 2,000 tons and with a speed as much as 12.5 knots. From the year 1840, this line had the monopoly of the Atlantic trade as regards steam until 1850, when the Collins Line, organized by American merchants, started in rivalry with singularly fine ships for that time, and by the determination to lower the rates for cargo and the fares for passengers, began a healthy competition. But in the end, the newcomers left the sea again to the older company. It is curious how prejudiced the popular mind can be in the face of convincing facts. Although the Cunard Company had as early as 1853 placed 6 iron screw steamships on the sea, and notwithstanding that the superiority of this newer type of ship had been well proved, yet somehow passengers preferred the old-fashioned paddle-wheeled craft. So after some time it was decided to continue the older form of propulsion, but to make the hulls of iron. It was not until 1862 that the Scotia, the last of the paddle-wheel Atlantic ships, was launched. She was a big ship in her day, with a tonnage of 3,871 and a speed of 13 knots. Fitted up with comparative luxury, she was the finest merchantman afloat, and reduced the passage between New York and Liverpool to just under 9 days, an effort that brings us much nearer to the voyage of today. 5 years later, the paddle-wheel steamer had been abandoned for a much more seaworthy type, and the Russia, rigged as a bark, with sails and yards in clipper bow, like the finest contemporary sailing ships, was veritably the Mauretania of her day. She was built of iron, had a 3-bladed screw, and could steam over 14 knots an hour, her fastest passage between Queenstown and New York having been accomplished in a few minutes over 8 days. The North Atlantic ever was the great cockpit wherein have been fought out the battles which determined the supremacy of the merchant steamship. The rush of emigration and the sudden rise to prosperity of North America after her own civil wars had ended created an enormous demand for the steamship, long before applied regularly to the East. For voyages to Australia and India, the big sailing ships were still more than holding their own, and there was only a smaller amount of traffic for the steamship on that route, until the Suez Canal was opened in 1870. Even in later years, the Atlantic has still retained its characters, chiefly fostering the progress of the ocean steamship, for a vessel of increased size requires a greater depth of water, and the comparative shallowness of the Suez Canal becomes prohibitive after a certain size is reached. It was then the Cunard Company who set the pace and for a long time maintained it single-handed. But competition was growing up. After they had arranged with the Postmaster General to send a vessel every Saturday from Liverpool to New York, calling at Queenstown, there began to be great eagerness on the part of rivals to secure the honor of carrying Her Majesty's mails. So the government subsidy was reduced, and a new arrangement was henceforth made, which is not without interest to the reader, that the remuneration should be henceforth entirely based on the amount of correspondence carried. But for some years, the White Star Line had been engaged in carrying the colonizers from England to Australia, where the great rush to the gold diggings was the cause of considerable passenger traffic from the old country. At first, this line had consisted solely of small sailing ships, blossoming out presently into those magnificent clippers which we discussed in an earlier chapter. Then the change was made from wooden to iron ships, but still the White Star flag flew only over vessels propelled by wind and sails. But in the year in which the Suez Canal was opened, there was launched for the American route the celebrated Oceanic, not, of course, the ship of that name which today plies across the Atlantic, but the pioneer steamship of the White Star Company, propelled by a screw, but yet carrying 4 masts, with yards as high as the royals on the fore and mainmast. The Oceanic set forth to overcome some of the prejudice which screw steamships had for some time aroused. The greatest objection against the novel form of steamship was the vibration and jarring of the propeller, especially one in a sea. The bows pitched, the stern was raised, and the screw being out of the water, freed of any resistance, raced to the great discomfort of those who happened to have their berths at the stern end of the vessel. For in the liners of that time, the old idea which obtained in the Viking ships, and even the vessels of the Egyptians, still held good, that the place of honor was always at the stern end. It seems amusing that this custom should have remained so long unbroken. The steamships, even when they had reached such perfection, had their first-class accommodation just abaft of the saloon. But the Oceanic started a new era in placing the best cabins sufficiently near amidships to get away from the propeller nuisance. The old idea, too, so prevalent on the sailing ships, of having high bulwarks, was a mistaken one, for when a vessel shipped to sea, the water remained on board, and, in the case of a heavy list in really bad weather, tended to hinder her from righting herself. But the Oceanic, besides having turtle decks both fore and aft, had rail amidship, so that the loose water could flow out as easily as it had come on board. The turtleback, as its name signifies, is a curved deck without any important structures placed thereon, so that a wave breaking across it is not prevented from washing off again without doing damage on its way. But in the meantime, other lines of steamships had been springing up. The Royal Mail Steam Packet Company had been inaugurated in the year which the Great Western had crossed the Atlantic, but this company was intended for trade with the West Indies. A year before that, the Peninsula Line had been founded for carrying on trade with Spanish ports, and 3 years later had added the words "and Oriental" to their title. But now that we have been able to get a glimpse of the ocean steamship, as she was at the time when she became a creature not merely of wonderment but of trust, in which valuable lives and cargo could be dispatched safely to any part of the world, across the 7 seas, let us go back a little and see the steps which had to be taken before this important stage was reached. We have seen something of the way in which wood was replaced in the Royal Navy by iron. It will be convenient now to show how it obtained its place in ships of the merchant service. It was not until 1860 that the Admiralty had an armored warship built and completed of that material, but many years previously an iron ship had been seen moving across the face of the waters. For as far back as the year 1821, a Mr. Aaron Manby had built an iron craft named after himself, this vessel being 120 feet long and 18 feet wide. She was taken in pieces from Horsley, where she had been built, and was put together again at the Surrey Dock, London, was then tried on the Thames, and the next month left the London River and steamed to Paris, where she continued to ply on the River Seine for the next 20 years. The Aaron Manby is thus notable as being the first iron ship that ever was put to sea. Manby had secured as helper in his project Captain, afterwards Admiral, Sir Charles Napier, who had financed the same, but commercially the venture of providing iron steamers had not been a success, and Napier became a heavy loser. Nonetheless, this naval officer was ahead of his time in endeavoring to obtain some mechanical power to propel a ship independent of sails. 7 years after the Aaron Manby had made her little voyage, he was allowed to fit the frigate Galatea, which he was then commanding, with paddles that were worked by means of winches placed on the main deck. It was, of course, merely a repetition of Miller's idea, experimented with at the end of the previous century. Napier's contrivance was found capable of propelling the Galatea at 3 knots an hour in a calm, and, like the paddle wheels of the Savannah, already referred to, these could be shipped and unshipped in a few minutes. There followed a period in the early part of the 19th century when the newly invented steamboat suffered a lapse of the greatest depression. Roughly, this may be said to cover the dates of 1827 to 1832, but in the latter year there was a kind of renaissance when Messrs. Laird and Company, of Birkenhead, built the Lady Lansdowne, with a tonnage of 148, and of course fitted with paddle wheels. Although the Aaron Manby had crossed the channel in safety, Yet she was designed and built as a river steamer, so that the Lady Lansdowne, which was to be engaged in the trade between England and Ireland, had the honor of being the first iron steamer expressly designed and built for the sea and not river traffic. But the first really large iron ship was the famous Great Britain, completed at Bristol in 1843, in order to be an improvement on the Great Western, already mentioned. Such a vessel, with a displacement of 3,618 tons, was another record breaker, and she was possessed of a multitude of interesting features which the limitations of the present story prevent one dealing with. We must, however, in pointing out the great increase in size which this vessel exhibits, show the important influence which she exercised on subsequent ship structure. Granted that, in order to make the crossing of the Atlantic more pleasant and the vessels more seaworthy, the demand for steamships of very large dimensions and displacement was a reasonable one. How was it going to be met? Wood was all very well until vessels were built of such a length, spanning so many feet, that something able to bear the enormous strain had to be found other than wood, which contemporary engineers decided would be altogether inadequate. There was nothing for it then but to use iron. It is to the lasting glory and credit of Brunel, the famous engineer and one of the greatest members of that profession who ever lived, that in spite of the keenest opposition and incredulity, he had the courage to insist on this new material being used for this mammoth ship, as she was in comparison with existing craft. The prejudice against iron for shipbuilding was still alive, although some small iron ships had shown their worth. But so daring was this much bigger project that no contractor could be found willing to undertake the building of this ship. So the Great Western Steamship Company constructed her themselves. Furthermore, she was not propelled with paddle wheels, but with a screw. And for the settlement of this last point we may trace the influence of the Archimedes, already discussed, when that vessel had arrived at Bristol, where the Great Britain was built. In appearance, the Great Britain was not a little curious. Provided with one single funnel, she had no less than 6 masts and the usual bowsprit and head sails. On all her masts she was rigged as a fore and aft schooner, except that her second mast carried yards and square sails, these latter having been no doubt retained for convenience in running before the wind in bad weather, there being nothing better than this kind of sail for such conditions. The fore and aft sails would be especially useful when on a beam wind, that is, with the wind on the side of the ship and not astern. Her average steaming speed was over 9 knots, and she did good service also under sail power, for on one voyage across the Atlantic, when her propeller broke and she had to trust solely to sails, she attained a speed of over 10 knots an hour. It was this vessel that had the misfortune to get ashore in Dundrum Bay off the coast of Ireland, where she remained throughout the winter exposed to the terrible weather and battering seas. But though she remained in this plight for 11 months, and endured the fury of the southwesterly gales, being almost entirely below the water at high tide, yet, thanks to the artificial breakwater which Brunel, her designer, had built temporarily round her, and thanks also to the excellence of the construction of the ship herself, she was at length finally refloated. On arrival in Liverpool, she was sold, her engines replaced with a newer type, her masts reduced by 2, and for nearly 30 years she plied her calling on the Australian route. Her last stages of existence may be summed up thus. After 1874, she was transformed into a sailing ship entirely, and her engines taken out of her. She next became a coal hulk of the Falkland Isles, and after 57 years of much usefulness, was brought back to England again and broken up. But the Great Britain had proved that Brunel's courage was justified, and the fact that she had endured so long the experience of Dundrum Bay showed that there was a good deal to be said for the building of iron ships. Iron ships of all kinds, therefore, began to be built, for coasting and for cross-channel service as well as for ocean steaming. It was in 1858 that another and much more important ship was to be completed, whose size was for a long time one of the wonders of the world. This was the Great Eastern, whose enormous displacement of 32,000 tons when loaded was not surpassed for many a year. Not, in fact, until the White Star Baltic was built in the year 1905. The mere fact that she had accommodation for 4,000 passengers, as well as a crew of 400, will alone afford some idea of her hugeness. Like the Great Britain, she was also fitted with 6 masts, but no bowsprit. She was schooner-rigged except on her second and third masts, where she carried yards and square sails, and was provided with 5 funnels, a truly extraordinary sight, even if she were afloat today. The design of this monster was the outcome of the combined brains of Brunel and Scott Russell, another famous engineer of the 19th century. Propelled by paddle wheels in addition to a screw, it was thought she would develop considerable speed, would be able to carry all the coal she needed between here and Australia. We must remember that the Suez Canal was still unopened, and would, by reason of her superiority to any other ship afloat, be able to attract all the cargo her holds could obtain, and would thus be a very valuable investment as a commercial concern. That she was gigantic not merely as a steamship, but as a financial failure, is now an historic fact, and those who took interest in the superstitions of the sea and its ships saw that in the fruitless attempts to launch her, there was the beginning of her bad luck thus early in her career. The first endeavor to make her take the water was in the first week of November, and it was not till the following January, involving a loss of a fortune and the winding up of the owning company, that she was afloat. By this time, her owners had had enough of her, and she was sold to another company, who, instead of running her to Australia, placed her on the Atlantic, where, as mentioned before, the great competition among steamers was being waged with consummate zeal. Another sailor superstition of old omen was connected with the fact that, after being originally called the Leviathan, her name was changed to that by which she became famous. As a passenger ship, she was found unremunerative, and her revenue as a cargo steamer was equally disappointing. So, from 1865 to 1873, she was transferred to the work of laying the Atlantic submarine telegraph cables, when she retired on her scanty laurels and was finally broken up by 1890. But as a ship, rather than a successful financial venture, the Great Eastern is full of interest. A house of 50 feet high is a pretty tall construction when you look up at it. Yet the actual diameter of the ship's paddle wheels was 56 feet, and each wheel weighed 90 tons. Under this form of propulsion alone, she could steam 7 1/4 knots, but with screws working as well, it was estimated that she could go ahead at about double that pace. A trial trip with screw alone showed her speed to be 9 knots, but the fullest speed, which had been contemplated using both paddles and screw, was unattainable, owing to the excessive resistance which these caused for their respective engines. It is worthwhile mentioning that to Brunel was due this innovation of using both forms simultaneously. Like the naval ships we discussed in a previous chapter, the Great Eastern was fitted with iron bulkheads, and from the keel to the waterline her hull was double, with a space between the two skins of nearly 3 feet. The advantage of having an outer as well as an inner bottom was shown when the Great Eastern had the misfortune to run on a jagged rock. Although it was discovered afterwards that she had been holed for a distance of about 1/7 of her entire length, yet she completed her voyage in safety without any water leaking in, thanks to the fact that her inner bottom was sound and seaworthy. This cellular system, now employed so largely in steamships, is not merely advantageous in the event of running ashore on some hard substance, but it actually adds strength to the ship's structure. Furthermore, at the end of a voyage is reached and the coal bunkers gradually become lighter, The balance in weight can be compensated by admitting water as ballast into the spaces between the inner and outer skins. Whatever strictures may be justly leveled against the mistake of inaugurating a new system by building a vessel of such singular character as the Great Eastern, it cannot be denied that she was constructed with the greatest ingenuity and of remarkable, enduring strength, and some of the experiments thus shown to be justified were put to practical use thereafter. From about 1862 to 1884, the great ocean liners were fitted with single screw and also sails, and practically all these ships were built of iron. Since the days of the comet, so many improvements have been made in marine engines that the former defects of steamships had now been overcome. These defects have been already referred to and may now be summed up in two words: waste and want. The waste was in respect of the extravagant amount of fuel which these first steamers burned, making them less remunerative to the ship owner than the sailing craft. The want was in regard to the amount of steam power developed. These two drawbacks were gradually overcome, so that engines capable of developing higher pressures, with the saving at the same time of about half the quantities of coal consumed, made the adoption of the steam engine profitable indeed. As the engines gradually came more nearly to perfection, so the public confidence in them increased, and the steamship met with full patronage. The apotheosis of the liner was already in sight, but simultaneously with the improvements going on with reference to the purely engineering part of the ship, there was being solved, or rather, strenuous attempts were being made to solve, the difficult question of ship design. We say attempts advisedly, for in spite of the experiments and conclusions of the late Mr. Scott Russell, of Mr. Froude, and others in determining the exact relations between the moving ship and the resistance which he finds in traveling through the water, the last word has not yet been said, though with the steady increase of experimental tanks, not merely in this country but in America and Germany, the next few years will no doubt see most valuable data added to our stock of knowledge. But already careful attention had been paid to such interesting problems as the resistance which a big-bodied ship makes to the amount of immersed surface through the eddies which cluster round her stern after she has passed through any given portion of water, and finally the cumulative effect of waves and the manner of best counteracting this. As speeds increased to such figures as the sailing ship had never attained before, it was obvious that new calculations would have to be made in the design of the hull. For, as the reader is perfectly well aware who has watched a fast steam launch or motorboat, the wave made by a slow craft and that by a high-speed vessel are very different. Therefore, when each successive year saw one big ship brought out to beat its predecessor, it was not merely and entirely a question of putting in the greatest steam power, but also of diminishing, if possible, the resistance to such a craft as she sought to get over the water. Thus a new chapter had opened for the naval architects, caused by the introduction of new conditions. Furthermore, the actual structure was being considerably modified. We have already spoken of the introduction of iron and of sundry other alterations to strengthen and make more seaworthy that beautiful creature which the turbulent sea loves to play with as with a toy. But there was to be yet another change, and this was from iron to steel, a change that has swept through all classes of shipping, except those which for special reasons are still being built of wood. Steel had been used more or less tentatively during the 70s for shipbuilding, but it was not till the 80s that its real introduction had come about. So successful had its adoption been that, according to the figures before me of the ships built during the past year, not one single seagoing vessel was built of iron, but whilst a number of small craft were constructed of wood, the rest were entirely of steel. That in itself is proof enough that the advantage of steel over iron is incontestable in these days when competition is keen and freights are low. but the reasons for this preference of steel are as follows. Mild steel, that is, steel which is by its nature very soft and malleable, and easily capable of being licked into shape, to use a form of slang that is particularly applicable here, was found also to be superior in strength to iron. These two advantages, ductility and strength, as soon as they became known and the usual prejudice had died down, opened up a new era of shipbuilding. It was also lighter than iron, and thus the hull weighed actually less than that of an iron-built ship, even when accidents occurred of such a nature that the iron ship would have broken. It was found before long that the steel ship, at the worst, would only bend, and if only it had been found, at an earlier date, that there was a method of manufacturing mild steel at a moderate price, there is little doubt but that it would have been introduced to the shipbuilder far sooner than actually was the case. The Royal Navy, which at one time was thought to be lagging far astern of the merchant service in its appreciation of modern inventions, had already adopted the use of this metal long before it was tried in trading ships, just as the Navy had gone ahead in its development of ships with bulkheads and double bottoms. When speed became each year so important a factor in the prosperity of the merchant ship, in order that passengers, perishable foods, and royal mails might, as was necessary, be hurried across the ocean with the utmost dispatch, the saving in weight which steel brought with it was a most powerful incentive to its being adopted. The first ship on the Atlantic route to be built of this material was the Cunard Servia, which was the largest and most powerful steamship that had been yet seen, except the Great Eastern. In her, too, was introduced the use of incandescent electric lamps in place of the old-fashioned smelling oil lamps, whose odor was not consoling to the unfortunate passenger prone to seasickness. This was in the year 1881. The next stage in the advancement of the ocean steamship was to use not the single screw but twin screws. In small ships this had been done for some time. As far back as even the year 1804, a twin-screw steamer had been built and tested in America on the Hudson, but not successfully. It was not until 1888, when the well-known City of Paris was launched for the Inman line, that a big ocean liner fitted with twin screws was seen. The advantages are so obvious that it is remarkable that for so long these were not adopted in preference to the single screw, although it is only fair to add that the Navy had already recognized their superiority. Apart from the fact that this system makes the maneuvering of a ship easier, there is that other great consideration of safety, for the big liner represents an aggregation of enormous wealth, of hundreds of human lives, a valuable hull, engines, cargo, fittings, and perhaps mails. In the by no means rare occurrence of the rudder being carried away, or of a propeller shaft becoming fractured, the single-screw liner is helpless, and it may be impossible to keep her head riding to the sea. Supposing it is really bad weather, and she gets beam onto the mighty mountains of Atlantic waves, what is to prevent her from being washed about, as sailors would say, like a half-tide rock? At the best, although the brilliant efforts of the engineers have at times made remarkable effective repairs, enabling the crew to get the ship into port, the valuable ship is wallowing about, a splendid prey to the first steamship that comes along and tows her home. She may be capable of towing or she may not. In all probability, the accident happened in bad weather, in which case to get tow ropes aboard the other may be difficult enough, but that is capped by the almost certain probability of the ropes breaking, leaving the disabled ship as helpless as before. But granted that she is towed safely home, it is not all satisfaction then, for there will be a very heavy compensation, running into thousands of pounds, to be paid the owners and crew of the other ship for salvage work. Now, with the twin-screw ship, if one propeller shaft breaks down, the other screw is still serviceable, even with the loss of speed. Or again, If the rudder becomes damaged or the steering gear put out of action, the ship can still be steered by means of the screws. And an instance of one of the big liners doing this latter evolution occurred whilst this present book was being written. She had encountered bad weather in the Atlantic, but succeeded in coming safely up channel with her rudder disabled, informing her owners by wireless telegraphy of what had happened. But today, the use of twin screws is almost universal on ocean-going steamships, and on many other smaller steamers as well. But the twin screws of the city of Paris were not at first found to be as satisfactory in regard to speed as if she had been fitted with one single propeller, and it may be said without fear of contradiction that even at the end of the first decade of the 20th century, the complete understanding of the screw in its relation to speed has not yet arrived. The experiments made with the screws of the Mauretania are evidence of this. It is impossible here to describe in detail all the special features of the city of Paris, with their watertight compartments and other points of interest which at the time of her launching were so remarkable, but it is worth noting that such an accident as we mentioned above actually occurred to this vessel. In May 1890, she had the misfortune, whilst bound to cross the Atlantic to England, to break her starboard propeller shaft, doing all sorts of injury to the ship internally. It was also this same vessel which ran on to the Manacles near Falmouth. She is now one of the fleet belonging to the American line, which absorbed the old Inman line of steamships, and under a changed name of Philadelphia, is still to be seen starting from Southampton and threading her way through the narrowing waters of the Solent out through the Needles Passage, bound to America. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Modern Liner. It is with the advent of the city of Paris and the city of New York, now called the New York, that the highly developed liner, with all her complex features, begins. With the coming of these two ships, vanished the sails which for so long had been retained as auxiliaries. But now that twin screws had come to stay, there was no need to retain this last link which connected the liner of today with the old square-rigged sailing ship of the time of the clippers, and away back into the long vista of history. Yards and sails were now obsolete, and so in the two White Star ships, Teutonic and Majestic, launched the following year, although there were originally 3 pole masts with gaffs on each, this equipment has since been modified by abolishing one of the masts and altogether abandoning the gaffs. In the new Olympic, now being built for the same company, there will be only one mast left to carry on the tradition. We have seen on another page how the ship for mercantile purposes has gradually got away in the course of time from the ship for carrying on the arts of war. It was inevitable that this should be so as long as the circumstances continued to alter and the ingenuity of man continued to be exercised and employed. But in the 80s there began to be a slight return to the relations which in former days had existed between the two kinds of ships. To employ a man of war nowadays as a carrier of freight and passengers is of course unthinkable, but to employ a crack liner as an armed cruiser was not only deemed possible in the event of war, but the Teutonic and Majestic were, as a result of arrangements made between the Admiralty and the White Star Company, specially constructed with this intention in view, whensoever the time for their conversion might arrive. It had been pointed out to the Admiralty for several years that a fast ocean liner might prove herself of considerable value in the time of war, but big bodies move slowly, and it was some time before the naval authorities could appreciate the point. These ships, then, were so arranged that they could carry a dozen 4.7 guns. The ships were to be manned by crews of which one half were to be naval reserve men. On her first trip across the Atlantic, the Teutonic crossed from Queenstown to New York in 6 days, 14 hours, 20 minutes, this being then the quickest maiden passage on record. The Majestic in the following year even eclipsed this by about 4 hours. But it is well known that a liner takes time to find her own capabilities, and it is not for a year or two that the best that is in her is displayed. Not till 2 years had elapsed since her first voyage did the Teutonic reduce the Atlantic record to 5 days, 16 hours, 31 minutes, showing an average speed of 20 to 35 knots per hour, which was about 3 hours shorter time than the best passage of the city of Paris. Although of less than 10,000 tons, these two ships were in their time second to none for the excellence of their build, engines, equipment, and comfort of the passengers, and today they are still popular, although in size and speed, and luxury as well, they have been long since surpassed by other steamships. The ships that have since excelled them have been for the most part improvements on these rather than of different types. Speed was, as just shown, one of the most obvious considerations, but not to the exclusion of everything else. In spite of the proud honor won by the Mauretania and Lusitania in the thrilling attainment of 25 knots, yet pace is not everything, and there is being manifested now a tendency to regard 21 or 20 knots as quite adequate for a first-class liner. The enormous increase of coal consumed in order to obtain but a slight increase in speed is out of all proportion to the total advantage obtained. The matter is instantly made clear when we state that, supposing a ship is driven 12 knots an hour by burning 90 tons of coal per day, yet by doubling the quantity of coal consumed, you would increase her speed not to 24, but only to 16 knots per hour. And still less will you profit in proportion when you increase your coal consumption to 300 tons, for then the utmost you can get out of the ship is 20 knots. The principle is that the amount of coal burned varies as the cube of the obtained speed. The Majestic burns about 300 tons a day, and in the event of the Suez Canal being closed, she could steam from Portsmouth to Bombay round the Cape of Good Hope, a distance of 10,730 miles, without having to coal on the way, the passage being done in 22 days. As an interesting comparison, it may be stated that the coal consumption of the Mauretania is about 1,000 tons per diem. The answer to the building of the Teutonic and Majestic came from the Cunard line with the Campania and Lucania in 1892 and the following year. These fine ships exceeded their rivals of the White Star Line in length, breadth, tonnage, and speed. The twin screw system was, of course, continued, and the average pace of the Campania from New York bound east for a 12-month was just under 22 knots, that of the Lucania being less. Rigged with pole masts, 2 in number, and without yards or sails, these Cunarders, like the 2 White Star liners just mentioned, were also built under Admiralty supervision for use as armed cruisers should occasion arise. The Lucania has since ended her days, but the Campania is still one of the finest liners afloat. 3 out of her 4 docks are built of steel, and there's also a wood-sheathed promenade deck made of the same metal. In spite of her enormous length of 600 feet, the Campania can put her rudder hard over when going at full speed and turn round in her own length. This is a remarkable fact when one considers that here is an enormous ship displacing considerably more than 19,000 tons, yet capable of being handled as easily as a small steam launch. Since steel had first been employed for the building of ships, some real and valuable advances had been made in the methods of its manufacture. In the building of these 2 liners, these fresh advances were fully utilized. It was found, for instance, that the manufacturers could now turn out steel plates of much larger sizes, and the immediate benefit of this to the shipbuilder lay in the fact that less work was required and fewer rivets had to be employed. Following up the custom introduced by the Oceanic, the first-class passenger accommodation was arranged in the center of the ship. The luxury of the city of Paris and of the Teutonic and their successors was further advanced another stage. Fire grates in passengers' quarters were fitted as in shore dwellings, the steerage quarters were made far more comfortable, and an effective device was fitted for regulating the engines so as to prevent the racing of the screws when the bows of the ship pitched and the stern was raised out of the water. This was an advance in the direction of both safety and increased comfort. With the Campania and Lucania, the British flag was seen flying on the fastest and finest of the ocean liners until the year 1898, when the Kaiser Wilhelm de Gross came onto the scene. Future historians will have the difficult task of assessing at its full value the activity of the 19th century, but of the many features of interest and importance, few will be found of a more striking character than the sudden rise of Germany, both as a prosperous commercial nation and as a first-class naval power. With the latter we have neither space nor intention to treat here, but in the development of the ship we are compelled to turn our attention momentarily from our own country across the North Sea to the country possessed of a limited coastline but unlimited incentive and powers of enterprise. The first iron shipbuilding yard was not established in Germany until the year 1851 near Stettin, and it was not until 4 years later that the first German-built iron ship was launched. Until the Franco-Prussian War had been brought to a conclusion and the German Empire had been founded, it had been necessary to go to England for the best shipbuilding. The high regard which was paid to the excellence of British ship construction all over the world brought to our country a continuous supply of the best orders. To learn a new trade always involves the expenditure of much valuable time as well as money. To lay down properly equipped shipyards, with all the costly appliances essential for the building of first-class ships, would have been absurd and unwanted until such time as the country had progressed to a further stage. But in the meantime, Germany had resolved to make a bid for a large share of the world's business carried on in ocean-going ships. There was no alternative, therefore, but to take advantage of the preeminent position which Great Britain occupied in the shipbuilding world. The best German ships, then, were the result of British brains, labor, and material. But from about the year 1879, the German government determined to subsidize mail steamers of their own, and the building of these was begun near Stettin. Henceforth German ships were as far as possible to be built by German shipbuilders, and competition from a new source was to begin. Only 2 large passenger steamers had been built in Germany, but the North German Lloyd Company lent its encouragement to its own country, and other companies followed in their wake. At last magnificent new ships of great tonnage and considerable steam power were being constructed in the newer empire, and by the time the Campania and Lucania were achieving their triumphs, the Germans had progressed so far as to be preparing plans for a new express steamer which should, in speed at least, surpass the 2 Cunarders. The outcome of this is seen in the Kaiser Wilhelm de Gross, which was 25 feet longer than the Campania and of greater displacement by more than 1,000 tons. The latter also exceeded the Campania in the matter of speed, so that the blue ribbon of the ocean was held not by England but by Germany, until the wonderful feats of pace were achieved by the Mauretania and Lusitania. Unlike the ships of our country, these foreign vessels were so arranged that each group of boilers was placed in a separate room, being self-contained by separate watertight bulkheads. The first-class passengers were located in the center of the ships, the stern being reserved for the second class and the forward end for the third class, whilst the different companies of the crew were distributed in various parts of the ship, in order to be placed as near as possible to the locality of their usual work. In 1901 the success of the Kaiser Wilhelm de Gross was followed up by the Kronprinz Wilhelm, and 2 years later by the Kaiser Wilhelm II, which showed a speed of about 23 knots, a truly marvelous achievement for any ship to attain, but still more wonderful when we bear in mind the celerity with which the German naval architects, engineers, and shipbuilders had reached such remarkable proficiency. The latter had been given a problem to solve of the greatest magnitude, and even to attempt such a task demanded no little courage. When the contract was made for building the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, it was even stipulated that the ship should be required to prove her entire efficiency by a trial trip across to New York, and if during that voyage she did not come up to the standard which had been set, the North German Lloyd Company was to be permitted to decline to accept the vessel from the shipbuilders. It was immediately seen, however, that the highest expectations had been fully realized. To come back now to the progress of British shipping, which still remains at the head of the world's list, for in 1909 of the amount of tonnage classed at Lloyd's, over 76% was built in the United Kingdom. Germany, of the other countries, contributing the next largest amount, followed by Japan with but a short interval between. Let us see briefly what have been the characteristics which have marked the development of the liner during the last few years and up to the present time. In order to keep the subject within the limited scope of our inquiry, we must necessarily confine our attention to main points, but we shall be able to arrive at a fair estimate of the last stages in the long career of change which has marked the story of the ship in her mighty efforts to become the trusty and capable servant of man and his commerce. We address ourselves at first, then, to the second Oceanic, built for the White Star Line in 1899, a worthy upholder of that name which the pioneer steamer of this company had bestowed upon her when she first took the water. 7 feet longer than the Great Eastern, but about 15 feet less beam, she was not intended to be as fast as either the Campania or the Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse, though of greater tonnage than both. But the Oceanic also was and remains a wonderful piece of engineering skill, with her 7 decks of lower orlop, beginning from the lowest, orlop, lower deck, the last mentioned on the water line, with middle deck, upper deck, promenade deck, boat deck, and captain's bridge towering above the sea. She's built of exceptional strength, with a double bottom as usual, her plates being fastened with rivets of unwonted size, of which more than 2,000,000 were used up before the ship was completed. In her, the costly striving after excessive speed was not thought necessary, or held to be compensated by the amount of superiority obtained in return, though the long, narrow form of the hull is conducive to pace in the highest degree. We drew attention in the case of the first Oceanic to the introduction of the turtle decks for the bow and stern, and referred to the function which these were intended to serve. As long as liners remained of moderate size, this tended to make the ship of greater seaworthiness, but, as we have seen, the liner had gradually risen higher and higher out of the water, attaining such a height, even at her gunwale, that her freeboard was now unlikely to require decks of this shape. In the second Oceanic, therefore, the turtle decks were conspicuous by their absence. Thus we come to the end of that eventful 19th century which had seen the steamship first traveling over the seas. In spite of all the ill-conditioned prophets of evil who said that a marine steam engine was preposterous, and only modified the statement later to the effect that at any rate a steam-propelled craft could not cross the broad Atlantic in safety, the victory had been won, and the worst expectations of the pessimists had been unfulfilled. We have seen in like manner that the scorn which greeted the suggestion that iron should be used for building the hull of the ship was utterly unjustified, and subsequently that the prejudices against steel and the adoption of the twin screw system were but the imaginings of those whose thoughts were of the present rather than of the future. In like manner the engines had gone on in their development. The low pressure engine, with a wasteful expenditure of coal and a minimum of steam power obtained, had been followed by the compound engine, in which the steam generated could be used more than once before being finally discharged into the condenser. Coal consumption was reduced, more pressure was obtained, and increased speed accordingly. When the reader is reminded that it is no extraordinary thing for a big steamship to burn 700 or 800 tons of coal a day, it will be seen that the possibility of being able to economize in fuel was a consideration of the utmost importance. The compound engine was followed by the triple expansion engine, and the latter in turn by the quadruple expansion. It was the advent of the compound engine which, introduced in 1854, though not adopted universally for another 20 years, enabled the steamship to achieve such wonderful passages as startled the whole world. Without leaving the domain of ships to trespass on that of practical engineering, we may, for the sake of clearness, state briefly that the working of the steam engine is just this. By means of heat applied to the boiler containing water, steam is generated, and is conducted thence by means of pipes to a cylinder where it is admitted to drive the piston. Afterwards the steam passes to the condenser, where it is converted again into water and pumped back again into the boiler, and the process repeats itself. Now, by using more than one cylinder, so that the partially expanded steam may be able to do some additional work before it is discharged finally into the condenser, it is obvious that a great saving is obtained, and the value of the ship fitted with this type of engine is far greater than hitherto. The triple expansion engine is but a further development of the compound principle, and the modern use of the quadruple expansion is but a stage advanced further still. The first oceanic had compound engines. The city of Paris introduced the custom of having two sets of triple expansion. The Canard Ivernia, built in 1900, was given quadruple expansion, whilst the Kaiser Wilhelm II has 4 instead of 2 sets of these. But now we open up the last and at present final phase of the steam engine ship. This comes with the year 1905, when the Allen liner Virginian was the first ship fitted with turbine engines to cross the Atlantic. The same year, the Canard Carmania, a vessel of slightly under 20,000 tons, having been built not with twin screws but triple, and provided with turbines, paved the way for the Mauretania and Lusitania which were to follow. Before we explain the action of the turbine, let us remark that the adoption of this kind of engine means a great saving of weight as compared with the reciprocating engine, and, what is equally important, a similar saving of space. Additional advantages are found in the fact that the turbine causes no vibration, but it is by no means certain that it is as economical as the best triple expansion. The perfecting of this system is one of the problems which the present or the next generation will have to solve. We cannot here do more than say quite briefly that the working of the turbine is much the same as that of the water wheel, which gives the power to the mill. Instead of water, however, steam is used. That, in one sentence, shows the idea stripped of all technicalities. Put more fully, we might go on to explain that a flow of steam comes out onto the turbine wheel, or rotor, as it is called, the latter being mounted on the propeller shaft direct, so that no rods or levers are necessary. The wheel is provided with a series of small, curved blades between which the steam flows, and as this wheel revolves, so also must the propeller. The principle of this invention is exceedingly old. The ancient Greeks certainly knew something of its nature, but it is to improvements made by the Honorable C.A. Parsons that its modern success is due. Like many other good things, the turbine has the defects of its qualities, and one of its greatest drawbacks lies in the fact that it can be rotated in one direction only. But a liner that cannot go astern is of little service, so that this difficulty has to be got over either by fitting also slower engines of the reciprocating type, or by adding turbines for revolving astern only. With the completion of the mammoth Mauretania and Lusitania, and their admission into the large and illustrious family of the liner, there seems to be but the thinnest connection between them and that first floating craft which we saw at the beginning of our story. When the character of these two wonder ships is still fresh in the minds of all who note the events of the day, it may seem unnecessary to add more words expressive of amazement that the hands of man should be capable not only of making such a creature, but of launching so massive a structure from the land to the water. As the largest, the fastest, and most luxurious ships of any kind that the world has ever witnessed, as the embodiment of the best that could be planned regardless of cost, These two ships are amazing creations. And yet, in spite of their enormous bulk, so beautifully are they designed, so delicate are their lines, that it is not until a moderately large vessel is placed alongside them that their full size is appreciated. Four-funneled, quadruple-screwed, turbine-propelled, with a speed of 25 knots, a palace inside and a steel island outside, it is difficult to think of them as just ships. Rather, with each vessel carrying over 3,000 passengers and crew, she is a moving town. All the luxuries of Caligula's ships are here, with the addition of high-speed, wireless telegraph connection with the shore, a daily paper printed ready for the passenger as he emerges from his sumptuous stateroom and comes down to breakfast in a saloon replete with all the luxuries of the most perfect restaurant. There is nothing omitted which the ingenuity of man or the resources of science could have added to increase the comfort or efficiency of such a ship. Each of these represents a couple of £1,000,000 sterling as a vessel alone. What the value must amount to when mails and passengers and baggage are on board, we do not propose to estimate. As affording some idea of the relative importance which certain departments possess on the latest Atlantic liner, we may mention that each of these ships, besides an army of telegraph, telephone, and lift attendants, printers, cooks, stewards, and bandsmen, carries only 70 sailors, but nearly 6 times that number in her engineering department. Had it not been for the handsome assistance of the British government, who agreed to advance 2 millions of money towards the cost of these two ships, it is doubtful whether we should have seen their like. In peace they are the strongest links between the old world and the new which have ever been forged. In war their services will no doubt be amply shown when high speed and extraordinary internal capacity are demanded for special use, either for transporting troops or for the carrying of food supplies. And here we may leave that part of the story of the ship which deals with the modern liner. Bigger vessels than even these two are being built, although the probability of any ship of such dimensions attaining a speed beyond this is highly remote, for the barrier of extra cost is well nigh insurmountable. Nevertheless, so much has been done, so many changes have taken place which had previously been ridiculed when even hinted, that it would be dangerous to speculate. It may be that, as in the case of the arrival of the steamship, at the critical moment when the sailing vessel was reaching finality in rig and speed and build, so the synchronizing of the coming of the aeroplane and the perfecting of the liner may be the beginning of the change in mode of travel from the ship of the sea to the ship of the air. We have now been able to gain some idea of the last development of the steamship as employed for her peaceful mission in bringing over the vast oceans which separate men from their blood relations. Let us now take up the story of the steam warship where we left it in the previous chapter. Like the liner, the modern man of war is an aggregation of complications, with the principle of division of labor carried to its fullest extent, where system has been pushed so far that it cannot be pushed any farther. The same problems of speed and seaworthiness that confront the makers of merchant ships are in weight also on the designers of the man of war of today. Not only must she be capable of going anywhere and getting there quickly, regardless of gales and wicked seas, but primarily she is built not for purposes of navigation, but as a movable platform for death-dealing guns. With the special types which circumstances have evolved, both in the Navy and the mercantile marine, we shall deal presently. For the moment let us confine our attention to the stages which led up to this modern floating gunnery platform. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Perfecting of the Steam Man of War. We have already seen how, side by side, The Royal Navy and the Mercantile Marine have, since the introduction of steam, continued to run their race in order to keep well abreast of the progress of science. Sometimes the one had been ahead, sometimes the other has hesitated, only to come on again with a sudden spurt. All sorts of experiments and theories have been tried in regard both to guns and ships. We shall be able now to obtain some idea as to what at its close the 19th century had done for the Royal Navy in actual visible results, as manifested in the ships of that time. We mentioned at an earlier stage the Benbow, a first-class battleship of the Admiral class, built in 1888. It was only on this ship, on the Victoria, which went down after collision with the Camperdown, and on the Sans Pareil, that the 110-ton gun, that huge product of the 80s, was mounted. Its subsequent abandonment was due to the realization that the concentration of fire, delivered and on, was a defective tactical idea. Its enormous weight was another drawback, and it was only possible to carry 2 of these, one in either barbette, whilst the capabilities of destruction which this gun possessed were simply enormous. Yet its life was a short one, for the reason that after firing 100 rounds, it was thought to have finished its career, and it is now obsolete. This was succeeded by the 13.5-inch gun, which weighed 67 tons, a considerable saving in weight, so that whereas hitherto only a couple of the 110-ton weapons had been possible on board one ship, it was now possible, since the displacement of the man-of-war had also steadily increased, to mount no less than 4 of this newer type. But this in turn also had to be discarded, because it could not be fired quickly, and soon wore itself to a state of uselessness. During the 80s, the 12-inch gun had weighed but 45 tons, but this is now practically obsolete also, though the modern 12-inch gun, which weighs about 65 tons, is the standard heavy gun of the British Navy. So quickly does the fine man-of-war make her first sensation by her improvements in design, construction, and armament, and then vanish into obscurity on the appearance of her still further improved successor, that one is tempted too frequently to admire only the present, forgetting all the time that the whole history is one of evolution, and that the handsome ship which we see now represents only one more stage in the romantic history of the naval vessel. The early 90s introduced an interesting type of battleship known as the R class, of which we may mention the Royal Sovereign, the Repulse, the Revenge, the Royal Oak, and so on. In them may be summed up all the beneficial results of the experimental years which had preceded them. The Royal Sovereign, for instance, was built of steel, and was so efficiently armored with plating and protective decks that these alone amounted to 4,550 tons in weight, apart from that of the hull, engines, guns, and 1,000 other entities. A feature of this R class was the method of protecting the central parts, a steel deck composed of 2 thicknesses of plates being screwed onto the top of the armor belt, so as to protect her machinery and magazines from vertical fire. As the power of the quick-firing guns increased in destructiveness, the application of additional armor, so as to go right round the waterline, became essential, and presently the steel of the armor had to be given a surface made by a special process, and so hard as to be less penetrable without any increase in weight, for already the battleship, with her guns and armor, was quite heavy enough in all conscience. The size of these vessels ranged from 12 to 14,000 tons, and the speed was from 17 to over 18 knots. Like the contemporary liner, the battleship was, by the early 90s, already a highly complicated organism. Steam had been developed not merely for propelling power, but applied to many auxiliary uses, such as moving the turrets, pumping, hoisting in the boats, and so on. Hydraulic power, too, was used for hoisting up the powder and shell and other objects. Sails were no longer part of the inventory of the capital ships of the Navy, but 2 masts made of steel were retained, as also yards, since they were still useful for signaling purposes. In the naval program for 1893 to 94 were included 2 battleships, the Majestic and Magnificent, which were to prove most valuable additions to the Royal Navy, each of these costing £900,000 and possessing a speed of 17 knots with a displacement of 14,900 tons. We need not weary the reader with the maze of figures and statistics, but in order to give some idea of her fighting power, it is only necessary to add that the Majestic carries forward the 12-inch guns of which we just spoke, 12 6-inch and 30 small quick-firing guns. We may explain that the 6-inch gun is the largest of the quick-firing class, though not officially so reckoned, carrying a projectile of 100 pounds weight, which is the heaviest limit, where the projectile has to be lifted by hand and not by machinery. Besides these, the Majestic has 5 discharges for torpedoes, whilst she is protected against the enemy's fire by plate only 9 inches thick, so that, thanks to the introduction of highly improved hard-face steel armor of small weight and thickness, it is possible to extend protection to a very large part of her hull. It has been found that 6 inches of hardened nickel-steel armor are every bit as effective as 11 inches of the old-fashioned compound armor, and the equivalent of even 14 inches of the still older wrought iron armor, which we discussed in an earlier stage in our story. In the same program were included also 2 first-class cruisers, which will be familiar, at least in name, to many of the readers of these pages. These vessels were named the Powerful and Terrible, each being of 14,200 tons, with a speed of 22 knots, equal to that of one of the swiftest liners. The Powerful is 500 feet long and draws about 27 feet of water. Of course, built of steel, the hull was also covered externally, since she was intended to keep the sea for long periods, with a wood sheathing, and then coppered. She can carry as much as 5,000 tons of coal, and has an armored deck 4 inches thick. The intention of this being that, in the event of a shell dropping down onto her, instead of coming at her side, she will still be immune as far as possible. With the functions of the cruiser we shall deal in another chapter, but we may add that it was with the advent of these fine ships that the Navy received its handsomest protected cruisers, for the Blake and Blenheim, built in 1890 and still in the service, are much smaller, and of only 19 knots, whilst the ships of the Edgar class and the Diadem type are also smaller and slower than the Powerful and Terrible. It is worth pointing out that in the latter there was used phosphor bronze, which does not corrode, for building certain portions of her. Thus her stem, stern, and rudder frames were castings of this metal, all the rest of her hull being of steel. She is flat-bottomed, like the modern liner, and has a couple of bilge keels, whose usefulness we explained in an earlier chapter. The principle of watertight bulkheads is well illustrated in this ship, for her machinery space is divided up into 10 of these compartments, and a longitudinal line, extending the entire length of the vessel, separates her again into 2, whilst between the protective deck and the main deck, just above it, the space becomes separated up again into so many more divided compartments. Consequently, in the event of the enemy piercing her hull, she would not be likely to sink straight away, but there would be every possibility of her crew of 800 being saved from drowning. The Terrible is interesting, also, as having been fitted with what are technically known as Belleville boilers, a type which had been introduced from France, by means of which very considerable pressures of steam could be obtained in the shortest time, and greater steaming capacity was obtainable in proportion to the space occupied, each boiler consisting of a series of continuous tubes which run backwards and forwards over the fire and incline upwards to a steam collector. In order to precipitate the solid impurities which would be deposited in the tubes, lime water is introduced. Like the city of Paris and other later liners, the Terrible is fitted with twin screws, each having 3 blades made out of manganese bronze. The years 1892 and 1893 were eventful in other ways for the British Navy. In the former period, the Howe had the misfortune to strand on some uncharted rocks while entering Ferrol Harbor, and after remaining there for 4 months, was with great difficulty got off, docked in Ferrol, patched up temporarily, and brought home to Chatham. Her salvage was reckoned at the time one of the finest engineering feats of the 19th century. In the same year, the Undaunted, under the command of Lord Charles Beresford, then a captain, grounded while leaving Alexandria. The 4th also ran into a merchant steamer in a fog and seriously injured her ram, thus proving yet again that ramming, even accidentally, could not be effected except with damage to the aggressor herself. But the still more serious instance was that of the Camperdown and Victoria, which, inasmuch as it emphasizes this point still more strongly, and will remain one of the greatest misfortunes that any navy had to suffer in times of peace, must be alluded to here. These 2 ships, it will be recollected, were with the Mediterranean fleet maneuvering off the Syrian coast on June 23rd. These were, moreover, the fleet's 2 flagships. According to the evidence at the court-martial subsequently held, the loss was due to an order given by her admiral, Sir George Tryon, that the 2 divisions, which were steaming in line, were to turn 16 points inwards, the leaders, the Camperdown and Victoria, turning first and the others in succession, the 2 columns being then 6 cables, i.e. 1,200 yards apart. Although the court collected all the evidence obtainable regarding the closing of the watertight doors of the Victoria, it did not feel justified in expressing an opinion as to the causes of the ship's capsizing. It is interesting to add that naval men were inclined still less to have faith in the ram when they learned how seriously damaged the Camperdown was after the accident. Nowadays, it is very doubtful if, in a modern naval battle, the enemy's ships other than torpedo craft would be allowed to approach so closely as to be able to execute such a maneuver as ramming. Before such a possibility could occur, the advancing ship would have been dispatched by the firing of torpedoes at her hull, and probably sent to the bottom. When so many improvements have already gone before, that to go one more step forward is immediately the cause the previous results to be obsolete, one cannot but sympathize with the difficulties of those on whose shoulders such serious responsibilities rest. It is a task sufficiently trying to arrange the 1,001 details of a liner's internal economy, so that she will come up to the guaranteed speed, but it is still more onerous a task to endeavor to give to a floating heavy battery, with her ponderous guns and weighty armor, all the speed and handiness of the ocean greyhound. The fact that this has been and is being done year by year, improvements being improved upon, the better making way for the best, is at once the pride and consolation of the progressive naval nations. The building of modern navies is no ordinary occupation. It is the pitting of the cleverest and most inventive brains of nation against nation. Within the 19th century, the whole aspect and character of the man of war has been entirely altered down to the smallest details, and the greater number of these drastic changes were covered by the second half of the 19th century, for the influence of the olden times was still curiously strong up to the 50s. There are those alive today who remember that when they entered the Royal Navy 50 years ago, some of the weapons then employed were very similar to those used at Trafalgar, and so further back to the times of the Armada. The change has been so sudden in its happening, so vast in its extent, that we have scarcely been able to realize it all, just as, when standing close to a beautiful Gothic cathedral, you cannot possibly contemplate its size or its symmetry until you get away some distance onto the neighboring hill. So it is with the ship of yesterday. We have been too near her to appreciate this creation at her just estimate, and only a later generation can assess her correctly. But all the inventions of the engineer, all the wonderful triumphs of the shipbuilder, all the originality of the naval architect, everything, in fact, in the making of the warship, is done with one aim, that she may be able to hit hard, and hit quickly. Types may come and types may become obsolete, but unless the ship is, above all else, an efficient fighting machine, she is not fulfilling the work of her calling. The closing years of the 19th century saw the battleships strengthened by what are known respectively as the Canopus class and the Formidable class. The principle of grouping ships of war in this manner is that of calling the class usually after the name of the first vessel of that category to be launched. Thus the Canopus ships, which included 5 others built during the years 1897 to 1899, were in many respects similar to the Majestic class which preceded them. Each class of ship cost the same amount to build, and though the ships of the former were 2,000 tons less in displacement, they were 1 knot faster, while in length, breadth, and draught they are almost identical. The number of the standard 12-inch guns that we mentioned just now is in each class 4, but the Majestic carries more quick firers. Similarly, the dying years preceding the present century saw the armored cruisers beginning their important regime, among which the protected cruisers, powerful and terrible, may be said to have been but the first stage in the evolution of these. The importance which the cruiser class gradually obtained is one of the most interesting features of modern naval development, and we may attribute this to the fact that their mission in the event of war would be to police the high seas and even escort the homecoming merchantmen, without whose cargoes of food supplies we in our island home should very soon be reduced to starvation. The later development of the armored cruiser, as distinct from the protected cruiser, has been such that the former approximates very closely to the battleship. With their separate distinctions we shall deal presently in a later chapter. For the present we wish to fix in the reader's mind the fact that though the first armored cruisers were, in respect both of tonnage and speed, actually inferior to the protected cruisers, powerful and terrible, yet the Cressy, which was the first of the armored class to be built in 1899, and her sisters are far more capable of enduring the enemy's fire. It is not too much to say that the coming of the modern armored cruiser, of which the present Indomitable class is the most recent development, has reduced the value of the powerful and other first-class protected cruisers to something infinitesimal as fighting ships. Similarly, the second-class cruisers of the same period, though their moderate displacement of 4,000 or 5,000 tons and their speed of almost 20 knots, made them remarkably mobile and enabled them in certain duties, such as scouting, to do good and useful work. Yet as fighting ships, again, they are now of little value, for they are but lightly protected, and their heaviest guns are only of the 6-inch type. Another product of the 90s, the torpedo boat, has already begun to be obsolete, not by reason of any defects in construction, but because in the march of time they have ceased to be fighting units. To this class belong the Triad of the year 1893, the Halcyon, 1894, and also the Harrier, with a length of only 250 feet and a draft of the remarkable small amount of 9 feet. Such ships as these, with a displacement of just over 1,000 tons and a speed of 18.5 knots, were excellent for the purposes for which they were built, viz., inflicting a harassing attack on the enemy by firing from their 5 tubes death-dealing torpedoes. They were also supplied with a couple of 4.7 guns, but now these ships are relegated to such duties as fishery protection work, or as guide for torpedo flotillas. The torpedo gunboats of the 90s became too expensive and slow for the work assigned to them, as battleships began to be built with a speed as great as these gunboats, and even greater, and so now their work is assigned to very much faster vessels, the destroyers, whose tonnage is far less. The reader is well aware that long before the end of the 19th century, sails had disappeared from the Navy. As a broad statement of fact, this is true today also, but it is worth pointing out, what is very frequently forgotten, that even in this 20th century, the Royal Navy contains about a dozen, or slightly fewer, small vessels, officially known as sloops, which are auxiliary craft, rigged either as barks or barkentines. We will define these two rigs presently. The intention of this revival of a type of ship belonging to about 50 years ago is that these may be able to carry on cruises for a considerable length of time, independent of coaling stations. Thus, for instance, where our interest in the Pacific need the presence of a man of war, this type is particularly suitable, for she can cruise for long periods under canvas alone, whilst yet having auxiliary engines to be set going when necessary. A number of these sloops were brought out at the end of the last century, their size being about 1,000 tons, practically unarmored, built of steel, sheathed with wood and copper so as to be able to keep the sea for a long period without needing docking, their heaviest armament consisting of 6 4-inch guns, which have wonderful range and powers of penetration when one considers their size. They can be fired 15 times a minute. The speed of this sloop type is only 13.5 knots under steam at the outside, but, as already hinted, the object of these vessels is not so much celerity as ability to keep the sea and be independent of the shore. It was one of these ships which 8 years ago, whilst on the Pacific station, foundered, but she disappeared without leaving any survivors behind to say what had happened. The name of the vessel was the Condor, and many of my readers will no doubt recollect the reporting of the incident. The probable solution of the mystery is that she was carrying too much canvas at the time, and wind overcame her. And here let us redeem our promise made above to discriminate between the two types of rigs with which this class of special ships has been provided. A bark is a 3-masted vessel and carries square sails on her foremast and mainmast, like a full-rigged ship, but is 4.5 rigged on her mizzenmast, without any yards and square sails thereon. A barkentine, however, is square-rigged, only on the foremast, while on her main and mizzen masts she is rigged with 4.5 sails. Thus these modern sloops, the last was built as recently as 1902, were given, even if only on the foremast, what the deep-sea sailor loves most, plenty of square canvas, which is the ideal shape for this class of work. Some of our finest auxiliary yachts today are thus rigged, and have proved over and over again that, with the additional aid of their steam engines, they make ideal ships for ocean cruising, where speed is not so important a factor as it is in the mercantile greyhounds or the fast men of war. Long before the century closed, the employment of electricity not merely for lighting, but for signaling purposes had been introduced. No sooner does a squadron seem to have come to their anchorage, and night closes in, then the winking of the signaling light begins from one ship to another by means of the well-known Morse code. using dots and dashes of light and darkness. Signaling, although it was certainly known in the men of war of the Middle Ages, in a crude, elementary form, has now attained a state of high art. But the adoption of wireless telegraphy has enabled fleets to keep in talking distance with each other for many miles out of sight, where, of course, flag or night signals could not possibly be read. Recent naval maneuvers have already indicated unmistakably the part which wireless telegraphy will play in the next sea campaign. It has had at least one curious effect in that it has stopped the abolition of the mast inherited from the old sailing ship days, the one solitary connection, in fact, which links the day of Nelson with the period which followed 100 years after. Otherwise, what is there in a modern dreadnought which would enable any one of the sailors that perished at the Battle of Trafalgar, if he could come to earth again today, to recognize that the latest man of war was of the same family, a great-great-granddaughter of the Victory whereon he died? If he saw her first from a balloon, he would assuredly not take the dreadnought, brought up perhaps in Spithead, for a ship capable of doing more knots an hour than probably the Victory ever did in twice the time. He would, if he gave any opinion at all, probably describe her as some monstrous fortress, not one single mechanism of which he would be capable of handling. He might go aboard, and he would be horrified to find the historic, time-honored custom of berthing the crew forward, and the officers aft exactly reversed. When he had looked up in wonder at the wireless telegraphy gear, and ceased to ask what had become of the sails, although the 1 or 2 yards remained in their loneliness with apparently no reason for their existence, he would, except for the fact of the Union Jack being still worn forward and the white ensign at the after end, scarcely know which was the ship's bow and which her stern. The tripod mast, the absence of any suspicion of a bowsprit, the dull monotonous hue of the hull instead of the tiers of painted ports, the gigantic funnels, the absence of wood, the prevalence of steel, would all cause him to feel a sojourner in a strange land instead of being at home on one of the battleships of his own mother country, on one of whose prototypes he had died fighting dutifully. The engine room would be to him an inexplicable mass of complicated puzzles. The searchlights, the guns, and 1,000 other things would worry him almost back again into death. But when that marvel of modern intelligence and smartness, the man-of-war's man, acting as his cicerone, informed the visitor, pointing to the 10 big 12-inch guns, that a projectile fired from each of these would hold an armored ship 4 miles away, but possess an actual range of something over 14 miles. The Nelson veteran would no doubt refuse to believe what, after all, would be absolute truth. Patent logs for calculating the ship's rate through the water, deep-sea sounding machines for ascertaining the depth of water below the ship, these would perplex him almost to madness, and then he might look over the ship's cold steel side and see a torpedo boat destroyer doing her trials along the measured mile in Stokes Bay, and churning up the water at a rate of 33 knots. After that, the old seaman might be left alone to wonder what Nelson, what Collingwood, and the others of his officers would have thought of it all. For the modern sailor is less a seaman than a highly skilled mechanic, who knows his own particular job to perfection, but would have been as out of place and as useless in the Battle of Trafalgar as the Nelsonian seaman would be in the way on the dreadnought at the time of an engagement. It would be useless to seek to convince the visitor of the superiority of the turbine engine over its predecessor, for the man would be at a loss to understand the meaning of the terms used, nor would he be any better off when the subject of torpedoes came up. But at the end, he would ask himself and ask his guide a question which every member of the community must ask himself whenever one nation threatens another. What, after all, matters? Is it the ship with her armor and ingenious devices? Is it the wonderful wireless gear, the turbines, or the guns that really count when the climax comes? It is all these indeed, but not exclusively these. For in the end, as the Japanese wars with China and then Russia have shown, and everyone has always believed would be the case, it is the personal element which counts. It is the gun in part, but it is today still, as it was in Nelson's time, the man behind the gun who holds the destiny of our peace in his grasp. Having, then, watched the growth of the ship of war during the last and most interesting stage of evolution, let us now examine more in detail the composition of a modern navy. End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Chapter 14. The Modern Man of War. From the type of battleship represented by the Majestic, Magnificent, and their sisters, this class developed during the next years following into a battleship that was fairly light, had a moderate speed, and was armed always with 4 12-inch guns, in addition to those of smaller account. Interesting as the study is to all lovers of ships, we have not the space to deal individually with the succeeding classes of battleships which followed. The Majestics had been followed by the Canopus class, which were in tonnage somewhat smaller, but in speed were 1 knot faster. Then came the Formidables, slightly bigger than the Majestics, but of the same speed, 18 knots, as those bracketed with the Canopus battleships. The Duncan class of 1901, with a tonnage of 14,000 and a speed of 19 knots, the King Edward VII class, instituted 2 years later, with the same speed but a tonnage of 16,350, and the Lord Nelsons of 1906 differed but little in either tonnage or speed. These all prepared the way for the coming of that new type of ship which has revolutionized the navies of all the world and has hastened the rapidity of obsolescence beyond any rate previously contemplated. It is, then, with the advent of the dreadnought, one of the most wonderful products of the 20th century, that the arts of naval warfare have been brought to a pitch of unparalleled terror in the perfection of their death-dealing powers. For the first time in the history of the sea was observed a great steel monster of nearly 18,000 tons, heavily armored and heavily armed, costing a couple of £1,000,000, with the extraordinary speed for a floating fort of 21 knots. In her we saw the wonderful stage to which the turret ship principle, combined with a multitude of other and more modern ideas, had developed. The main characteristic of the dreadnought and her successors lies in the thorough-going adaptation of the all-big gun theory. In any naval war the issue, it is supposed now, will be decided by the amount of havoc which the guns will work upon the enemy. Torpedoes and mines, deadly enough though they be, are accidents rather than essentials of the modern sea fight. We have seen the trend of the warship since the introduction of armor and improved guns, and have observed that the last few decades have been one continuous competition between these two contrary entities. The ram came in and went out again. The torpedo, which at first was thought to be able to make the existence of the big ship unendurable, is not the important factor that it once was, and for the following reason. As the power of the gun increased, so did its range. Consequently, in the next great naval war, the opposing battleships will open hostilities when they are several miles apart. Now the torpedo, though an engine of destruction at relatively close quarters, cannot travel beyond a certain distance, and thus its own limitations, and the extended range of the gun have caused naval development to concentrate in one particular sphere. Thus, whereas before the appearance of the dreadnought, the heaviest armament of the battleship from the Majestics of 1894 to the Lord Nelson of 1906 had consisted of 4 of these 12-inch guns which we dealt with at an earlier stage. Now, that new type of ship sets the fashion of being supplied with 10 instead of a quartet of these weapons, in addition, of course, to her 27 small quick-firers. The coming of the dreadnought has given the standard to all other naval powers of the civilized world, so that in studying her we are gaining some little insight into the latest type which every nation is copying. The 12-inch gun, too, after no end of discussion and changes, has become recognized as the standard to go by, for, as we just saw now, the old 110-ton gun was found too heavy, while the 12-inch, though anything but light, can be carried well and fired with exceedingly penetrative effect. It will be readily understood that it is not merely the gun which adds up weight, but its ammunition and its mountings too. It is indeed difficult to estimate the importance of the gun too highly, and for that reason the whole subject of naval design is based on the principle of rendering the greatest service to these weapons. In Nelson's and earlier times, the battleship was a ship first and a weapon afterwards, but today she is intended for battle on sea, and everything else is subservient to this purpose. In spite of the important tasks which belong to the cruisers, the torpedo craft, and so on, it is the battleship which really counts, and on her must fall the brunt of the conflict. Unless, therefore, her guns are of such power and her gunners are of such skill that her fire is a fair match for the enemy, little else matters. Strategy and tactics, theories and organizations avail but little when the main essential is wanting, so that when hostilities begin there is in the naval mind that one guiding principle of hitting first, hitting hard, and keeping on hitting as long as there is an enemy to hit. Now, hitting has become not merely a remarkably intricate art, but a highly expensive one. Every time the modern 12-inch gun is fired, it means a cost of £100. Even at a distance of 13 miles away, its projectile will penetrate 8 inches of armor. On the other hand, the dreadnought battleships, to be protected against the enemy's fire, have a belt of Krupp steel 11 inches thick, this being equal to 20 inches of the old-fashioned compound armor which we have discussed some time earlier in our story. The citadel theory, which we also explained, is still well exemplified in the case of the dreadnought. The midship section of the dreadnought is protected with Krupp steel about 11 inches thick. To enter here into a discussion of the gunner's art is altogether foreign to our subject, but, as illustrating the development of the ship of war, it will not be out of place to give the reader some idea of the way in which firing from a modern battleship will be carried on in the next sea fight. When aiming at the object to be hit, there are various matters to be taken into consideration. Owing, of course, to the laws of gravitation, the gun must be aimed higher than the target to be hit. Then allowance must be duly made for the conditions of the air, the rate and direction of the wind, but these may vary very much over the space the projectile has to pass before it reaches its target. Thus, supposing the firing is within the range of 15 miles, the projectile will rise to the terrific height of over 22,000 feet in the air, the height of a very lofty mountain, before it comes down into the hull of the enemy. Then there is another allowance to be made when the ship firing is underway and steaming anything up to 20 knots or more, for the enemy's vessel will have changed her relative position during the few seconds elapsed since the projectile left the gun, and though this may be only 100 yards or so, it is quite enough to make a miss, and the 100-pound shot has been expended with no good result. But nowadays, naval gunnery has improved to such a state of perfection that after the first shot it is expected to get near but not hit. The gun is directed to the right or left, lower or higher, according as the first shot has fallen short. 2 men are busy at each gun, each looking through a telescope, and each with a wheel for controlling the direction of the gun horizontally and vertically. On shore, when the fort is unmoving, the ability to fire well necessitates the greatest skill, but what shall we say when the fort is a steel ship, which, in spite of her enormous displacement, is never steady for one moment, and in bad weather makes good gunnery one of the hardest tasks that could be wished for. And yet, as affording some idea to the wonderful skill which is possessed by the gunners of the British Navy, we may mention, not inappropriately, that recently, when firing at a target very considerably smaller than the size of a battleship, at a distance of 8,000 yards or 4.5 miles, of the 6 shots fired, 4 went right through, and the other 2 also ricocheted through. When next the reader finds himself looking at the dreadnought, he will notice a kind of platform perched high up on the mast where its 3 legs converge. Here is what is known as the fire control station, whence the ship is, as regards her firing at least, directed through the battle. When opening hostilities, the range is found from this platform and signaled down to the men behind the gun. We need not endeavor to realize the serious position of the fire control station, which is, in fact, not merely the brain, but the eyes of the ship. At a range of several miles, it would not be easy to hit this tempting mark, but it is far more probable that damage would be done to its supports. And in order to diminish the fatal result of such an accident, it will be noticed that it is customary now to have the tripod mast, so that if one leg is shot away, the other 2 may support their burden. Turning our attention now from the battleship to the cruiser, we find the measure of her importance becoming greater and greater, until she has, in the case of the Invincible class, become a much more powerful unit than most of the battleships which preceded the dreadnought. Whereas, as we saw just now, these earlier fighting ships carried nothing heavier than 4 12-inch guns, yet the Indomitable, Invincible, and her sisters, though they are cruisers, carry no fewer than 8 12-inch weapons of this kind. The evolution of the first-class cruiser from the time of the Powerful and Terrible, when they were protected but not armored, is full of interest. The Cressy class, which passed into the Navy at the beginning of the new century, were vessels of 12,000 tons with a speed of 21.5 knots, costing £750,000, whilst the Invincible cost most of £1 million more. The heaviest armament of the Cressy consisted of a couple of 9.2-inch guns, a kind of weapon which has attained great popularity in the British Navy, and is found on both battleships and cruisers. Inferior in regard to smashing power as compared with the 12-inch gun, it can be fired more frequently in the minute, and at a range of 3,000 yards will carry its shot through the equivalent of 25 inches of wrought iron. The Cressy type of cruiser was succeeded by the County class, which, though several thousand tons smaller, were 2 knots faster, their armament being 14 6-inch guns and 13 small quick-firers. The Drake, the Good Hope, and King Alfred, and the Leviathan followed next, being 4-funneled vessels of 14,100 tons and 23.5 knot speed. Armed with 2 9.2-inch guns, as well as 33 guns of smaller caliber, they were able to get away from many of the battleships afloat, and at the same time to deal them a good deal of damage. After these, in the year 1903, came what are now known as the new County class of armored cruisers, of which the Hampshire is familiar to those who spend any part of their season in the neighbourhood of the Isle of Wight. Smaller than the Drake class, with the same turn of speed, they were the forerunners, with the Minotaur and the Duke of Edinburgh class intervening. Of that newest and most wonderful class of all, which have recently astonished the world as the finest, the fastest, and the heaviest armed cruisers in existence. To this class belong the Indomitable, the Invincible, and others. When the first mentioned made her record trip homeward across the North Atlantic, with the present King George aboard after His Majesty's visit to Canada, the vessel attained the marvellous speed of over 29 knots, beating not merely the record of any warship, cruiser, or battleship alike, but even throwing the marvellous performances of the Mauretania and the Lusitania into the shade. For a man of war, with her heavy plated hull and carrying her heavy armament, to have accomplished so wonderful a feat is an achievement which will long be remembered and marks an important stage in the romantic story of the ship. Practically, therefore, the cruiser has evolved from the old sailing frigate to the present state, when she is really nothing less than a powerful battleship but possessing mobility of the very highest order. And in any naval campaign, her value would be difficult to reckon too highly. In her, too, the principle of mounting the guns so there is a minimum of the dead sector defect, which we alluded to earlier, has been carried out with admirable success. But battleships and cruisers alone do not compose a nation's navy. Although their place is preeminent, yet there is important work to be carried out by other and smaller units. A class of small, protected second-class cruisers is now being built, and although their size is less than 5,000 tons, yet their speed is 26 knots. These vessels, following the example set by the crack ships of the mercantile marine, are fitted with turbine engines. Following out the idea of territorial association, they are being named after important cities of the United Kingdom, the 5 comprising the Bristol, Newcastle, Glasgow, Gloucester, and the Liverpool. With the Newcastle, there was at her naming an interesting innovation, for contrary to practice, she was launched with her 4 funnels, her boilers, condensers, outmost turbines, auxiliary machines, boiler room bulkheads, and protective decks already in place. Only 2 heavy weights, her main turbines, remaining to be lifted on board, and this operation was performed the following day. This established a record, for hitherto no such thing had been done, the custom being to put the engines and so on aboard after the ship had taken the water, so that she may be launched as light as possible. Another unit which forms an interesting special development of the ship is the Scout, whose high speed makes up for her lack of fighting qualities, for she would not be able to endure the battering which even a cruiser could administer to her thinly protected hull. Able to run out at sea and gather important information of the strength and movement of the enemy's fleet, and then flash the news back by wireless telegraphy to the flagship, the Scouts have a sphere of great usefulness. 25 knots is their speed, and they are armed with 16 small, quick-firing guns with which to reply to the attack of other fast, small craft which the enemy might send out against them. Their draft is only about 14 feet, so that they are able to negotiate small channels and shallow estuaries. A new class of scout cruisers is being built at the present time, rather bigger than their predecessors, but with the same speed. This is known as the Boadicea class, with a displacement of over 3,000 tons. They are designed as an improvement on the old type, and will replace the latter as parent ships to the torpedo destroyers. They are being fitted with Marconi wireless telegraph gear. We now pass on to that wicked-looking, crafty creature, the torpedo destroyer, whose mission in life is to send her instrument of death into the enemy's hull quickly yet cautiously, and then dart away as fast as her powerful engines will take her. Her pedigree is worth recalling. At the present stage of development, she is practically a large torpedo boat with a far larger amount of displacement, better sea-going qualities, a powerful engine equipment, and a high rate of speed. She has become, in fact, very much more than the nature of the torpedo ship that the little, black, tin war canoe of the torpedo boat. But advancing from small size to big, from moderate to enormous speed, the destroyer has become so costly an item in any naval program that it has become a serious question as to whether they are worth the money which their construction diverts from the building of battleships and armored cruisers. Thus the Swift, the fastest warship in the world, which was recently launched, is one of the modern destroyer type and aptly illustrates her point. Her cost represents an outlay of no less than $280,500, and when the much more powerful unit, a modern dreadnought, can be completed with all her engines, armor, and ample armament for $1,450,000, the problem becomes one of some magnitude. It was in the 80s that France and Germany had built up a fairly large class of torpedo boats. We mentioned some time back that one of the fads through which the Navy has passed was the all-importance of the destructive power of the torpedo which the torpedo boat was to fire. And as a sudden realization of this fact, the British Admiralty created the destroyer to be superior to the continental torpedo craft in sea-going qualities, in speed, in size, and in fuel-carrying capacity. and to carry small, quick-firing guns in addition to the dangerous torpedoes discharged from her side. Originally only a craft of less than 200 tons displacement, with a top speed of 22 knots, this type of destroyer has continued to develop until, in the case of the Swift, just mentioned, and her 10 sisters, the displacement is between 700 and just below 1,000 tons, with the remarkable and unheard of sea speed of 41 miles per hour. An interesting feature is that this class burns not coal, but oil, and can steam at moderate speeds for over 15,000 miles without re-oiling, so that in time of war they can keep the sea independently of the shore for a considerable length of time. The Admiralty, as a result of important tests, has made extensive arrangements for purchasing from Scotch companies large supplies of oil fuel. Part of the arrangement specifying that the oil shall be stored for delivery as wanted in big storage tanks at certain East Coast ports. The oil is obtained in bulk, 20,000 tons being the equivalent of 5 million gallons. The original destroyers had only one 12-pounder and 3 6-pounder guns, but each of the newer tribal type mounts 3 12-pounders in addition to 2 tubes for firing 18-inch torpedoes. This Swift is the most remarkable ship in any navy of the world and is fitted with turbines which develop twice as much power as the battleships of the formidable type already noticed. She can travel, in fact, at a rate of 36 knots an hour, which is the equivalent of about 41.5 land miles, and this wonderful turn of speed would make her in any naval engagement today a most dangerous unit. For from her 4 4-inch guns can be fired 15 projectiles of 25 pounds each minute, to say nothing of the torpedoes dispatched from her tubes. But simultaneously with the improvement in type of ship and armament has gone forward the gunnery of those on board these ships, and a recent Admiralty memorandum states that their lordships note with great satisfaction the considerable improvement in the results, some of the destroyers having made what are esteemed actually marvelous records, obtaining in one case 15.33 hits out of the 16-pounder per minute, the gun used being the 12-pounder. When the appearance and character of the ship of war are so frequently changing, owing to the restless efforts to obtain perfection in efficiency, it may seem only of passing and ethereal interest that we should discuss the trend of the latest naval types. But the present age sees such marvelous advancements made, such comparative equality among naval powers, that it is impossible to have a comprehensive grasp of the modern development of the steam warship, or of its future probable tendencies, without having first gained some insight into the ships that are in being. The dreadnought type, which embodies the principles of the all-big gun theory, is really the last and most complete extension of that lesson which the little American ship Monitor taught during the preceding century. It is a sufficient proof that the turret system of placing the big guns is a thoroughly sound one. The United States, Japanese, French, German, Italian, Austrian, Brazilian, and Argentinian governments have all followed this mammoth battleship type. Foreign navies have introduced such improvements as carrying a powerful, quick-firing battery, which the British completed vessels of this type lack. The plea put forward on behalf of the smaller and less costly battleship, of that 14,000-ton Duncan type, for instance, which we mentioned above, is not accepted with much enthusiasm among experts. Among other reasons, the smaller class of battleship would be inferior because she cannot be protected to withstand efficiently the fire of the heavily armed ship of war, nor in bad weather would she be able to fight her guns with the ease with which the bigger ship could carry on her work. It is probable that before long those battleships which, in any navy, do not belong to the dreadnought type will have to be rebuilt in order to come up to that standard, for the value of the pre-dreadnought ships is diminishing more rapidly than a previous type is usually placed out of fashion. One of the dominant principles of naval strategy is that fleets and squadrons should be composed of ships of similar speed, gun power, coal endurance, range of fire, and armor plating resistance, for the strength of a chain, as the old proverb runs, is that of its weakest link. and the speed of a squadron is that of its slowest ship. Similarly, the same rule holds good when applied to the other essential features just enumerated. And the few modern naval battles have proved this far too effectively to omit of any discussion of the subject. This similarity of character is generally referred to in naval language under the category of homogeneity. Now, the pre-dreadnoughts are so slow that they would delay the rest of the squadron, as lame ducks set the speed with which the farmyard pond is traversed. Speed is, in short, together with smashing power, the great consideration today, and will probably continue so to be. In the Atlantic Fleet of the British Navy, changes have recently been made which have brought about the entire homogeneity of the battleship. At the moment of writing, the 8th and latest British dreadnought to pass into the service of the battleship Vanguard and displaces just under 20,000 tons. This ship is also remarkable in that she carries the new improved 12-inch gun, which has a striking power 12% greater than the previous pattern of this gun, whilst in her too may be seen the last chapter of the story of armor development, which the reader has followed step by step in these pages. Instead of the 11-inch thickness possessed by the first dreadnought, this Vanguard has it reduced to 9 3/4 inches, which is thought to be sufficiently effective at modern battle ranges. But the secondary armament for dealing with harassing presence of torpedo craft is added, consisting of 20 4-inch guns. On the other hand, although the improved ships of the dreadnought type are in every way superior to their prototype, yet in actual cost they are becoming cheaper and cheaper to build, so that the Vanguard has been constructed with a saving of over £300,000. With the minor types of naval craft, such as depot ships, hospital, training, survey, repair, tugs, and etc., we have no space here to deal, though each, according to her office and ability, fulfills her part in the service by contributing to the aid of the larger and executive vessels. We have been able now to appreciate some of the uses to which the big ships of war will be put in the next naval contest between nations of first-class power, and in watching the development of the fighting ship, whose very creation is avowedly one of war and not of peace, we might be rashly accused of stepping out of romance into terrible reality. But without the ship of war, it would be impossible for the merchant vessel to go about her business with any degree of safety, nor except with that security which a fleet in being affords. Would it have been thought worthwhile to invest and put a practical test to these many improvements of which the turbine is but one? Nothing gives the progress of shipbuilding so sudden and powerful a setback as a war. But once peace is declared, nothing accelerates the rate of construction so much. The competition between nation and nation, making each type better than the last, and each succeeding ship better than the best, is all in the interest of the ship and in prevention of war, which brings ruin. Today, more than at any time in the world's history, the ship has shown herself, whether as a man of war or as a simple cargo carrier, to be less and less dispensable. In the promotion of peace and the advancement of the world's progress, she is doing more than the most prophetic seer could ever have foretold. And whatever her subsequent history may be, or whatever modifications may be made in her appearance or means of propulsion, the latter half of the 19th and the first decade of the 20th centuries will remain memorable for the vast and unsuspected changes which so short a space of time brought about. End of chapter 14. Read by Paul Parkinson, Calgary, Alberta, June 2023. Chapter 15 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. Chapter 15. The Ship in Action. When Admiral Togo was awaiting the approach of the Russian fleet before the Battle of the Sea of Japan, the first tidings the Japanese admiral received of the oncoming enemy was by means of wireless telegraphy, which his reconnoitering ships well ahead used to transmit their tidings. This was the first time such an invention had been used in naval warfare, but its value was proved so conclusively during the British naval maneuvers of 1909 that unless some still more powerful invention eclipses this in turn, it will be possible in the next naval campaign to keep in touch over oceans of sea. A number of units, for instance, each possessing ability to telegraph for no farther than, say, 200 miles, would, if spread out at that distance apart from each other, be able to keep up a communication of thousands of miles. Since the revolution which the advent of the steam-propelled, armor-protected ship of war caused in naval tactics, there have been but few opportunities of putting to practical test the theories which during so many years of peace have been fashioning the construction and disposition of our fleets. We have already alluded during the course of our story to the Netsah campaign of the year 1866 between Italy and Austria-Hungary, to the naval war between Chile and Peru of 1879-81, as well as the American Civil War, and from these we have taken instances to show the use of certain ideas and the employment of certain types of ship in fulfilling the especial duties for which they were designed. We might go on and in like manner watch the lessons to be learned from the Chilean Revolutionary War of 1891 and the attempted Brazilian Revolution of 1893-94, of the memorable Spanish-American War of 1895 and the Russo-Japanese War of 1904. Our space, however, is limited, and we shall confine ourselves to the most momentous naval war of them all and consider only the last mentioned, which, because of its greater modernity, is of far greater interest, since the conditions under which it was waged approximate to those which may be expected in the next war on the sea. The intention, which is utmost in the mind of an admiral on the eve of battle, is so to arrange the ships under his command that he may be able to pour into the enemy the greatest amount of fire, whilst receiving in return a minimum of damage. In order to put this intention into practice, it is not exclusively a question of possessing the largest aggregate of big guns, but of disposing his ships in such a manner that these guns may be given the chance of doing their utmost. In a word, the ships must be so maneuvered that the gunfire may be concentrated. The probable formation of the British Navy in time of war would be for the squadron of battleships to steam a single line ahead, that is, practically single file. The senior flagship ahead and the other battleships follow astern at intervals of 2 cables, or 400 yards. On either side of this line would steam the cruisers, thrown out a great distance and keeping in touch by means of wireless telegraphy. But as a distinguished Norwegian admiral has recently pointed out, the difficulty in fighting in a long single line is very great, when the line consists of a large number of vessels. At the Battle of Trafalgar, the British fleet was arranged in 2 grand divisions, and to the commander of each were given instructions to have the entire direction of his line, to make the attack on the enemy, and to follow up the blow until they were captured or destroyed. This arranging of fleet in 2 divisions was tried also in the Russo-Japanese War, but today, with battleships possessing a speed of 20 knots, when maneuvers and phases happen quickly, matters are more complicated than formerly. At the Battle of the Sea of Japan, the Russians advanced in 2 columns, the special service craft being in the rear. Then they bore down on the Japanese in a diagonal manner, the armored cruiser squadron following in the rear of the main squadron, and the whole thus forming now one single column line ahead. Afterwards the battle developed a more desultory nature, and here the Japanese ships availed themselves of the advantages which the arrangement of their guns permitted. Thus, after placing their ships so as to pour a deadly broadside into the Russian ships, they steamed round the enemy's stern and fired at her other side, thus bringing into action the greatest concentration of the most powerful guns. At the Battle of Netsah, the Austrian fleet on July 20th, 1866 was formed into 3 divisions. The order of each division was unique, and this attacking formation is not likely to be repeated, although the Austrians were victorious. It is not easy exactly to describe the order, but it may be summed up by saying that each division was, in technical language, disposed quarterly to port and starboard, or in the formation of a V-shaped wedge, the senior officer's ship being at the center or point of the wedge, the second division following the first, and the third the second. But in this battle, as in the Battle of the Sea of Japan, mist and fog, coming and going at intervals, hampered tactics in a most annoying manner. In the former, as soon as the Austrian scouts had reported 6 steamers in sight, and from the flagship almost simultaneously smoke had been discerned to the southeast, immediately a squall of rain shut down any further observations at a most critical juncture, and the weather did not clear again for 2 hours. In the more recent battle, after the Japanese had concentrated heavy fire upon the Russians so that several of the latter's ships burst into flames and were compelled to leave the firing line, a fog came down and enveloped the fleet, insomuch that the Japs ceased firing at the enemy for a time. It is thus that nature, by suddenly obliterating the range of vision, can reduce the best laid schemes of strategy and gunnery to utter uselessness. In the event of a naval battle being fought, for instance, in the North Sea, it is more than likely that the fighting might have to be carried on at much shorter distances than the full range of those monster guns. When fog and mist and haze are such prevalent conditions as they happen to be in this particular ocean, there is no telling what formation might have to be made for attacking the enemy. Whilst the enemy might be thought to be some miles away, he might be suddenly described emerging out of the evening fog settling down on a warm day, or coming out of the morning haze and pointing to any angle of the opposing fleet, right ahead, abeam, astern, or even on a parallel course. It is for this reason that 2 fleets might remain in close proximity for some time without being aware of each other. In a few minutes the fog might lift and the firing begin at comparatively short distance. As an instance showing once more what mischief a fog can do in shielding an enemy, we might give the case which was recently adduced by a distinguished British admiral, who related that a short time ago an admiral was told to consider himself in command of the enemy's squadron escorting an imaginary force of 70,000 men across the North Sea to Scotland. Owing to the prevalence of a fog, which kindly obliged at a most suitable time, and continued practically all the way during the passage, the enemy was able to reach his allotted port without meeting one single British ship. One of the lessons to be attained from the Russo-Japanese War was the amount of harm which the torpedo was able to inflict. After the battleships had engaged the Russians during the day, inflicting terrible injury on the enemy, Togo withdrew and left his torpedo boats and destroyers to carry on the work during the night. In the darkness, they fulfilled their mission so well that, in spite of the Russian searchlights trained on these stealthy little craft, the Russian ships were thrown into a condition of entire confusion. 3 of them were torpedoed within a short space of time and rendered unmanageable. And here is an interesting point as showing the necessity for anti-torpedo armament in addition to the big guns. So close did the Japanese torpedo craft advance to the hulls of their enemy's ships that the Russian guns could not be depressed sufficiently to aim at the harassing hornets. But there is probably no kind of naval work which demands such caution combined with dash as carrying on destroyer tactics at night. And it is not surprising that besides 3 of the torpedo boats which were sunk by the enemy's shells, the Japanese craft suffered much injury by colliding with each other. And here let us say something about the torpedo and the torpedo boat, since we have already spoken of the destroyer. The torpedo itself is practically a small, cigar-shaped automobile boat, which is driven by an engine and a propeller, the motive power being compressed air, and the torpedo can be aimed at any part of the enemy's hull without being deflected during transit. Supplied with an explosive charge of gun cotton, it is fired from its tube on board its mothership, and on coming in contact with an obstacle, explodes. Big ships discharge these through submerged tubes, whilst the smaller type is discharged from torpedo and destroyer craft from a tube placed on deck, which can be swung round and fired on either side. At one time, the battleships and cruisers were able to fire them from above the waterline also, but now they are discharged from what are known as flats, special compartments below the waterline, lest an enemy shell should strike the torpedo ere it left the ship and so spread destruction on board. Nowadays, the torpedo is, though somewhat complicated, a thoroughly reliable little creature. But the following incident will show that this is not always the case. During the war between Chile and Peru, there was a moment of great anxiety when the Peruvians endeavored to torpedo the Chilean corvette Abato. The Peruvian monitor ship Hascar was called at Iquique and taken on board a couple of lay torpedoes together with a man who understood their working. Off Antofagasta, they found the Abato at anchor, and it was resolved to destroy her forthwith. The Hascar therefore approached within 200 yards of her victim, when one of the torpedoes was launched from the deck, and had only proceeded a little distance on its journey between the two ships when it suddenly began to turn to port and return to the Hascar. This type was driven by compressed carbonic gas, but steered by electricity through a cable which unwound itself as the cigar-shaped weapon progressed through the water. When it was seen to be heading for the Hascar, efforts were in vain made to stop it by means of the cable. But something had gone wrong, and the best that could be done for the ship was to minimize the speed. Therefore, with great courage and enterprise, Lieutenant Diaz-Canseco jumped overboard and succeeded in deviating the torpedo from its course and thus saved the Hascar and her crew. It is amusing to find that the Peruvian admiral was so disgusted with these treacherous weapons that when he returned to Iquique he forthwith landed both of them and buried them in the local cemetery. Had the modern Whitehead torpedo been in use, there can be little doubt that the Hascar would have blown the Abato to pieces, or at least holed and sunk her. The present effective range of the torpedo is 2,000 yards, though it is said that by means of a fresh improvement this distance can now be increased, and recently continental experimenters have endeavored to direct them, after having left the ship, by means of wireless telegraphy. Now and again one hears of one of these weapons getting lost during practice and being picked up by fishermen. They are costly instruments and are valued at £500. It was, then, for the purpose of carrying and firing these new creatures of destruction that the torpedo boats were built. They were to be of great speed, light of hull, to rush forth and discharge their torpedo and then withdraw as fast as they could. The earlier types of these torpedo boats were of limited capacity and could carry but little fuel. Later on, they were given quick-firing guns as well as the torpedo tube, and by now they are of about 300 tons with a speed of about 25 knots and more. Their hull is necessarily made of such thin steel as to be unable to withstand any fire from the enemy, and the slightest collision with any hard substance injures them at once. Extremely narrow and long, they are not particularly weatherly, and in a sea way, very wet and lively. The forward end has a long turtle deck forming the roof of the men's quarters, which, considering the size of the ship, are particularly roomy. The engines are amidships, and the two officers' quarters right aft. Another lesson which the Japanese War afforded was the terrible amount of danger to be feared from floating mines, whose known presence might be able to deter in the future the approach of a squadron of battleships across a certain space of water. In order to possess suitable ships for clearing the sea of these mines, the Admiralty have recently purchased a number of high-class steam trawlers which, by means of their trawling gear, will be able to remove such objects of danger and clear the channel for the approach of the fleet. Men of war have also been lately fitted with suitable gear for this work, in addition to the trawlers. It is generally supposed that the known presence of mines, and the realization that they may be suddenly met with and the ship blown to pieces would act as a most powerful deterrent, and the readers may imagine for himself the terrible feeling of suspense on the part of the officers in charge of the ship, impressed with the possibility of its encountering annihilation at any moment. From the torpedo and its allotted craft, the naval trawler, and the mine, let us now turn to that other modern engine of destruction, the submarine. The most recent example of her class is much more of the nature of a ship than her predecessors. This is the D type, and is an improvement on the C type, of which the general reader retains an unhappy memory when he recollects the tragic accident which occurred to one of these craft, the C-11, in the North Sea, by which the little ship and her crew were sent to the bottom, and in spite of continued efforts was never raised. Just as France had been ahead of us in the realization of the war value of the torpedo boat, so it was with the submarine. In 1900, we possessed not one of these, and even in 1902-3, we had barely a dozen, whilst France had nearly 40. But now we number more nearly 100 in the British Navy. The United States had already learned to appreciate these novel engines of war, and the first submarines to be constructed in Great Britain were 5 of the Holland type, thus being called after the name of the American inventor. This class represented quite a small ship, with only a displacement of 122 tons and a speed on the surface of the water of 9 knots, but only 7 when the vessel was submerged. The D group, now, is of quite a considerable size, each vessel of this class having a displacement of 600 tons and a speed on the water of 16 knots, but 10 knots when traveling below the surface. Although the submarine is not supposed to be particularly seaworthy, yet flotillas of these have recently shown, by their lengthy coastal cruises from the English Channel to Scotland, that their ability has been underrated. There have been several terrible accidents to the submarine, both in this country and abroad, but she is too useful a weapon to be omitted from the service. Practically, she is a torpedo boat, but of a very special kind, and her method of procedure consists of discharging her torpedo, which can be controlled for some distance after it has left the submarine. On coming into contact with the enemy's hull, the torpedo explodes and wreaks its awful damage, and the little submarine herself has to retreat as well as she may, either below the water or, returning to the surface again, among it. We can picture her after she has sighted her foe by means of her periscope, which is a tall, thin mast-like structure whose top appears just above the water. The reader may perhaps at some time have made use of the old-fashioned camera obscura, which reflects an image downward so that what is going on outside passes before the observer's eyes. In the same manner, this periscope is fitted with a number of lenses which reflect whatever is visible above water so as to be seen by the steersman. When the submarine wishes to dive, she fills her ballast tanks with water until she is like a rock that is just covered at high water. Next, the engines, which are employed only for navigating along the surface, are stopped, and those for use below the water are set going. Every reader knows what a ship's rudder looks like, and that it moves horizontally from side to side, so altering the direction of the vessel. Now imagine a rudder which moves not horizontally but up and down, instead of from side to side, and you get the action of the deflecting rudder with which the submarine is fitted. It will be immediately realized that this diving vessel will want both kinds, the one for altering her course from starboard to port, and the other for causing her to descend or ascend the waters. Therefore, when the engines for use below have been set going and the deflecting rudder is inclined, the little vessel is bound to descend gradually, not straight down, but at an angle. But as soon as the engine is stopped, the depressing influence of the helm is neutralized, and the submarine ascends to the surface again. It is because the submarine has to carry 2 separate sets of engines that she is more heavily weighted than ought to be necessary. For cruising along the surface, motor-driven engines are set to work, But when the ship descends below, there is only a comparatively small air supply, and this is very precious. If the petrol motor engine were used now, it would speedily consume what little air there is, so that another engine, driven by electricity from storage batteries, is employed. When you see the submarine underway, you regard a curious sort of creature resembling something between a whale and a torpedo, across which the waves break, as if over a ridge of shore projecting out into the sea. Tied up in harbor, she looks just as little habitable, being practically nothing more than a cigar-shaped tank, with a curious bridge erection standing up amidships. Taking her as a whole, the submarine is not a thing of beauty, but of discomfort and danger. To the enemy, suspecting the presence of mines and a few submarines lurking below the surface, suspense and anxiety would come with cumulative effect. On the other hand, whilst the enemy could scarcely dare to move until he was assured of the absence of these objects, yet the anxiety on board the submarines would be but little less. Confined to quarters of the most limited and least comfortable order, with no power of defense, and the possibility of being instantly destroyed on returning to the surface, with further possibility of something going wrong in her complicated gear, the crew who volunteer for such work go literally with their lives in their hands. We could say more of this exceptional type of ship, possibly the most extraordinary of any that we have yet discussed, but we must pass on. Today, with the coming of the D class as introduced in the British Navy, we are approaching the time when the sufficient margin is left for safety, so far as is practicable. This is a long stride from the early attempts which were made in regards to this type of craft. Thus, as far back as 1878, an interesting submarine boat was experimented with in the Liverpool docks, but this was driven by manual power. Had the motor been then already invented, it is possible that the submarine might have come earlier into our navies. Following on this, a year later, another vessel was built of steel and could be completely closed, being driven by a single propeller with a pair of rudders amidships for deflecting, but the usual rudder at the stern for steering from side to side. Her crew consisted solely of 3 men, and her name was the Resurgam, but she belayed her title, for she was lost at sea and never came up again. The method adopted in this craft for propulsion was interesting. The engine received steam from an internally fired boiler. When cruising below the surface of the sea, the furnace was closed, the heat in the boiler water supplying the steam required, and thus she could steam for 12 miles when submerged. For the support of the crew, whilst thus confined, a special air-purifying device was fitted. Submarines have still to make their debut in naval warfare, and not till then is it possible to decide whether, in return for their costliness and the risks which are run by their crew, are they really worth all that they have involved. We cannot omit here to refer to another of the important lessons which the Russo-Japanese War bequeathed to the great naval powers, the one which has since been made use of in no small measure. We have already touched lightly on the subject of fire control, as the term is in naval parlance. Formerly, gunfire in time of battle was directed by means of speaking tubes from the conning tower, where the captain and his advisers are to a certain extent protected in an armoured little fort. From here the pipes led down to the men behind the guns in the turrets, who thus received the instructions as to the nature of the fire which the enemy was to be entertained with. One of the lessons to be learned from the war between Chile and Peru was that the commanding officer should be located in a safe place, and it was found that the worst possible place for him was near the base of the smokestack, which was the best vertical target on the whole ship. The conning tower was therefore to come of a necessity. But a ship is a huge mass of separate entities, and with so many guns aboard, it became increasingly evident, as the Japanese War confirmed, that a gunnery officer should be told off for the purpose of controlling and directing the firing from a higher altitude. The fighting top is now falling into desuetude, and the firing control station is regarded as a position of greater importance. From his superior height, the gunnery officer is able to tell how well or how badly the firing is going on from his ship. And by means of electric wires and a switchboard, he's able to keep in communication with all the big guns on board. The next time the reader passes a battleship, if he will look up at the little platform on the mast, he will be able to imagine for himself what are likely to be the feelings of the man, perched between heaven and sea, directing death into a barely visible enemy away in the enveloping haze, whilst around him heavy projectiles are whizzing and armor is being battered, every man doing his work, yet hidden from sight. We hinted on an earlier page of the possibility of one of the triple masts being shot away, and even the whole structure coming down, together with the fire control platform. For some time the United States authorities have been trying, instead of the steel masts, even in tripod form, a kind of iron latticework, somewhat resembling a miniature Eiffel Tower. The theory is that the shells, even if they penetrated this structure, would not utterly wreck it, and so the fire control platform would remain aloft. But experience has lately shown that this structure, ingenious though it is, sways too much because of its flexible character, and that, thus, the ranges, as reckoned from the fire control station here, are not sufficiently accurate. Perhaps when the steam engine gives way in time before the perfected oil motor, it will be possible to abolish the funnels, and some other ingenious method of controlling the guns will be brought in. But the time is not yet. End of Chapter 15. Read by Paul Parkinson, Calgary, Alberta, June 2023.
Chapter 16 of The Romance of the Ship. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Netsah. The Romance of the Ship by Edward Keble Chatterton. The Mercantile, Marine and Yachting. Chapter 16. The Mercantile, Marine and Yachting. We have been able to obtain some idea of the nature of a nation's fighting ships. Let us now see what is the kind of vessel in which the valuable cargoes are carried from port to port, from country to country. Already we have considered the liner, that marvel of engineering skill, and have traced her pedigree, but not all steam merchant vessels are liners, any more than all the ships of the mercantile marine are exclusively steam-propelled. Let us look into the matter. Practically, all of the coal-carrying trade around the British coast is carried on today in the steam collier, but during the 18th century this was done by sailing vessels, brig-rigged, that is, square-rigged, with such shaped sails and yards, at both of her two masts, but carrying a fore and aft sail, called a trysail, on her mainmast. Even until late in the 19th century, this type persisted, but the progress of steam soon showed that the older vessel was doomed. Some of the finest of these collier brigs were those which came out of Whitby, on the Yorkshire coast, their size being usually somewhere about 200 tons. When it was found that steamships could carry the coal from the north to the southern ports, not merely with greater dispatch, but cheaply and as regularly as the weeks went by, there was but little encouragement for the old brig to remain. Suffering from neglect, manned by brave but poorly paid sailormen, many of them have ended their leaky days in the North Sea, the survivors being perhaps taken off by a passing trawler or Dutchman, or the crew perishing altogether in the fury of a winter's gale. Nowadays, the steam collier has gradually evolved into a fine, able, ocean-going ship of several thousand tons, with a speed which not many years ago the Atlantic liner could not afford to despise. To anyone familiar with the lower Thames, no kind of craft is more familiar than the sailing barge, which, tracing its descent from the Dutch of the 17th century, is now the characteristic type of the Thames and Medway cargo carrier that is not steam-propelled. The barge belongs to a somewhat large family and varies from the small, stumpy to the much larger seagoing type, which one sometimes encounters as far down the English Channel as Devonshire. With a crew never exceeding 3 in number, and more often consisting of just a man and a boy, these craft carry a considerable share of the coasting trade, though chiefly to the ports contiguous to the Port of London, and the advantage of their flat bottom is that they can enter shallow creeks where the tide eventually dries out, and take the ground without risk of injury to the ship's hull. With mast and sail lowered, they can creep up a narrow gut of a canal and lie alongside some factory wharf for loading or discharging their cargo, and then proceed round to Harwich or other North Sea port, or else go beating to windward down channel against the usual southwest wind, past Beachy Head and Selsey Bill, to one of the Hampshire ports, or, further still, round Portland Bill and the start to Plymouth. Another type of sailing merchantman which is still alive and very much in evidence round our coasts is the topsail schooner. The peculiarity of her rig consists in the addition to the fore and aft schooner rig of 2 square sails and yards placed high up on her foremast, and called respectively the foretop sail and foretop gallant sail. There are very few harbours of this country in which the reader will not be able to see one of these black, tar-hulled vessels, loading or unloading. She is ever actively engaged in the coasting trade along our shores, and for her own particular calling is admirably rigged. For the square sail, as already mentioned, is very suitable for running before the wind for any length of time, whilst its defects lie in its lack of handiness. A compromise is therefore made, retaining some of the characteristics of the full-rigged sailing ship, as well as preserving the main distinctions of the fore and aft schooner. Running up channel, say, from Cornwall to the London River, before a westerly wind, the advantages of the square sail are particularly noticeable, while the other rig, with which she is supplied, makes her sufficiently handy for entering harbours and narrow channels. There are few sights more pleasing than to watch these picturesque ships turning to windward across some wide bay. But owing to the retention of this square sail, they are not able to go so close to the wind. Her rival is perhaps the little coasting steamer, which, more business-looking, if only moderately picturesque, is able to carry a greater amount of cargo in her hold, and to do so at such a price as to leave the poor sailing ship but little to live on. A new method of compromise has, however, lately arisen, owing to the invention of the internal combustion engine. Some of these schooners are being fitted with these motors and are able to stem the tide of bad luck. We may take, for instance, the case of the topsail schooner, North Barrule, a vessel of 100 tons which trades between Kipford, N.B., and Liverpool. In olden times she used to be delayed in port by lack of wind for as long as 6 to 8 weeks, and all the time no money was being earned and the expenses of the crew continued. There were, too, times when the tide did not serve, and winds were contrary, but now she is installed with an engine giving her a speed of 5 knots per hour, even when loaded fully, and she can leave harbour independent of winds or tide, sometimes even giving a sister sailing ship a friendly tow. No doubt the coming years will witness the conversion of many of our poorly paid sailing traders into auxiliary ships, for the cost of placing a motor on board is not long in being repaid by the saving of time, and of the charges for employing a steam tug for certain harbour entrances. We might take the case of Dartmouth as an example. Here the harbour mouth is narrow, the tides are strong, and the shore is strewn with dangerous rocks, and the wind is so fickle and fluky that one minute it is a calm, and the next moment it rushes down with such force as to make the handling of the ship exceedingly anxious work. The use of a tug, therefore, becomes imperative. But when the auxiliary ship comes along, she can lower away her sails on approaching the entrance, and then, getting her motor engine to work, she can enter with confidence and without dependence on local help, thus saving not merely expense, but valuable time also. It is thus only that the sailing ship has any prospect of holding her own as a cargo carrier in the coasting trade. Kipling has spoken of the liner as a lady. So she is, in more ways than one, but she has honourable sisters, which ply their calling with many an anxiety both as to finance and weather. The expression steam tramp, as applied to a certain kind of steamship, is not unknown to the reader, an appreciation which only needs the explanation that whereas the liner is one of a series of ships carrying out the same voyage out and home with the utmost regularity, the tramp is but a wanderer across the face of the sea with no fixed route, but picking up a cargo here, taking it to some out-of-the-way port, and then looking about for another odd job of the same nature. With her 9-knot speed, she has often been laughed to scorn by the sailing men as she creeps along, grinding out the revolutions of her propeller with distress, and playing at submarines whenever a beam sea comes driving along. Badly built, equally badly paid, and almost as leaky as the proverbial lobster pot, she was, for a time, a disgrace to merchant shipping, and when she disappeared in a storm, her unprincipled owners were more than compensated by the insurance money. But today, though there is still room enough for better things, many of the past abuses are disappearing. Nowadays, competition is so keen, and the advance in shipbuilding has gone so far, that the cargo carrier is second only to the liner in excellence of her construction. Special types are designed and built for special trades. There are those suited for carrying oil in bulk across the Atlantic. Others are confined to the carrying of cotton and wool. Others again bring over those vast supplies of cattle from the continent of America, landing their cargoes in Liverpool, Antwerp, or London. The tendency, in spite of the fact that bad trade, which immediately reflects its condition on shipping and shipbuilding, now and again stops progress, is to build and launch ships that are thoroughly sound and seaworthy, and admirably fitted for the work contemplated. The old ways of seamanship are no doubt disappearing fast, and the few hands in which a steam cargo ship needs to carry, in comparison with those which were numbered in the old clipper days, are, like the men in the navy, more mechanics than seamen. It is the engineer and the stoker who have taken the place of the real sailor-man. On the bridge, the master has had to adapt himself to the new conditions, to the latest form of seamanship. Heaving to during a gale, for instance, with the propeller going just dead slow, is not the same kind of sailor work which heaving to in a full-rigged ship implies. But the principle of other days, other ways is true, and the ability of the modern captain is far more scientific, even if his troubles and complex duties are in no degree fewer than in the olden times. Among the smaller fry, the early Victorian tug has developed into something by no means worthy of disrespect. Possessing engines of very great horsepower, with strong steel hulls and considerable strength, they are capable of any kind of work that could be asked of them, from towing a small sailing ship out of harbour to towing a massive floating dock across the Atlantic. Often one meets with one of these able tugs taking a big four-masted sailing ship down the English Channel until she is well clear of the land and begins her long voyage across to the American continent. The paddle has again given way to the screw, wood to steel, and the moderate speed engines to those of high power and entire reliability, essentials that cannot be dispensed with when the tug is called upon to carry out such trying tasks. As an old sailor previously employed on powerful tugs remarked to the writer some time ago, it isn't in fair weather, when the sun shines and the waves are still, that the tug is busily employed, but it is when the equinoctial gales are blowing and big ships are in distress that the tug is wanted for rescue and salvage. Perhaps a liner, full of valuable cargo, has stranded on the edge of the Goodwins, or a full-rigged ship has got picked up by one of the banks at the entrance to the Thames estuary, when the sea breaks in its full fury over her hull. It is then that the tug steams bravely forth, and the worse the weather, the more is she likely to be needed. But there is another type of craft, of which one hears but little, though it is familiar to those whose work is on the face of the waters. She carries no cargo except her own men. She has to face all sorts of weather, and even the biggest liner cannot get on without her. We refer to those plucky pilot craft which all the year round lie in wait for the coming of the homeward-bound steamship. In these and the fishing fleets are still the finest sailing seamen that one could find round the coast. Their ships are, like themselves, capable of facing anything that blows. Not over-canvassed, they are no light-weather craft, but ready and able to do battle with the fierce and wicked seas which have to be encountered. In some of our ports, pilotage is compulsory, and the incoming ship has to pay for this, whether she takes a pilot aboard or not. Most of these pilot vessels are cutter-rigged, but some are schooners, and the neighbourhood of Dungeness is a favourite cruising ground for the latter, where big ships coming home from foreign can pick up their pilot for the London River, Antwerp, or other North Sea and Baltic ports. By law, every pilot is bound to carry with him his licence, to show that he is qualified for the serious task of guiding the ship and her valuable lives into safety. As the Dungeness schooners stand off and on from the shore, ever on the lookout, up goes a signal from a big steamship away to the westward. The schooner comes round on the other tack and stands out to sea. Then, heaving to, one of the pilot men drops into the boat and is rowed off to the steamship, which has now eased her engines as she comes abreast. With a bump against the great black steel side, towering high above the waves, the little frail boat comes alongside. The pilot clambers aboard. The boat is rowed back to the schooner, and the steamer starts her engines again as the pilot ascends to the bridge. At night, a steamer wanting a pilot burns a blue light every 15 minutes, or she may exhibit a bright white light, flashed or shown at short intervals, just above the bulwarks, for about a minute at a time. Pilot vessels, when engaged on their work, do not show the usual green and red starboard and port lights at night, but instead, in order to show their character, carry a white light at their masthead, which is visible all round the horizon, and also burn a flare at short intervals. In bad weather, and that means for a pilot something much worse than what is sometimes thus adjudged in the mind of the landsman, it is not without the greatest difficulty that the pilot can be got from his ship to the liner. The most skilful manoeuvring has to be employed, and perhaps the well-known use of oil as a means of protection has to be resorted to. The steamship heaves to, and distributes oil from her weather side and lee quarter, i.e. from her windward side and the side opposite, well abaft midships. Then the pilot cutter, or schooner, runs up on the windward side of the liner, lowers her boat, and rows round the steamer's stern to the lee, or non-windward side. The pilot ship then runs down to leeward also, gets out her oil bags to windward, as well as on her lee quarter. Her small boat, after putting the men aboard the big steamer, also rows round the pilot craft's stern to her lee side, being protected by the oil, both the steamer and the pilot vessel having drifted to leeward gradually, whilst leaving an oil track to windward between the two. The manoeuvre is as efficacious as it is simple, and many recent experiences have shown repeatedly that the value of oil for modifying the effect of waves is undoubted. The oil is applied by means of small canvas bags, capable of holding about a gallon. These bags are pricked with a sail needle so that the oil may leak through sufficiently, and are hung over the ship's side so as to be in the water. When, on the other hand, a pilot has been shipped to take an outgoing vessel from the harbour, his schooner or cutter awaits him some distance out. When the steamer approaches, the pilot vessel lowers her boat and comes alongside. Definite localities are arranged for this, such as off a headland or lightship. Sometimes, though rarely, the weather is altogether too bad for the pilot to be taken off, and there is nothing for it but that the man should be carried, an unwilling passenger, to the ship's next port. Just such an incident occurred recently in connection with the Cunard liner Mauretania. She had come out of Queenstown in charge of a pilot, but outside in the Atlantic, the seas were too much for the man to be taken off, and so he was compelled to go all the way to New York and back, this being the 5th time that such an occurrence had befallen him. Some of the finest pilots and pilot boats are those hailing from the Bristol Channel, where tides are strong and waves are steep. Cutter-rigged and with a displacement of 20 or 30 tons, they can keep the sea in almost any weather. All the gear is so arranged that if necessary, the vessel can be sailed single-handed. They are of exceptional speed and often race against each other for many miles in order to get the lucrative job of taking a liner into port. If only 2 men are on board when they come near the steamer, the boat will be launched overboard. One man will get in and row himself off to the steamer, and then kick her adrift from the side. The liner will steam away, and the pilot cutter will sail down and pick the little boat up, getting her on board by means of a tackle. Then, with this comfortably stowed on deck, away the cutter will sail back home, round Land's End for many miles, with only one man to handle her and keep the lookout, as shipping of all sorts comes running up and down the busy English Channel. We have essayed in this book to cover as far as possible all the representative developments which the ship has passed through in the course of her adventures and fascinating history. We have seen her adapted both for war and for peace. With the space now remaining to us in this chapter, we shall look for a few moments at that other and most modern development, which belongs neither to the class of warship nor really to the mercantile marine. Instead of war or trade, we turn now to the pleasure ship, the yacht. The development of the yacht, both sail and steam, and now also motor-propelled, is one of the most striking features of civilized sport. And yet practically this is the outcome of the 19th century. We mentioned on an earlier page that it was from the Dutch that the yacht was introduced into England, and that Charles II was the first English yacht owner. So pleased was the king with this new toy with which to idle away more of his wasted hours, that Pett, whose family we have already mentioned, from his yard at Deptford, designed and launched other examples of this species of ship. One of the few good acts that we can attach to the life of this weak-kneed monarch was his encouragement of maritime matters, and his name occupies a unique position in the history of this. The sport of kings, as well as now of those of comparatively small means. The first British Yacht Club was founded as early as 1720 under the name of the Cork Harbour Water Club, which is now the Royal Cork Yacht Club. Only the wealthy could take part in the pastime in those days, and the design and build of the so-called yachts, which much resembled the king's revenue cutters of the 18th century, were very Dutch-like and clumsy. In 1812, a yacht club was inaugurated at Cowes, and, thanks to royal patronage, this in time became the present Royal Yacht Squadron, the only yacht club which possesses the right of flying the white ensign of the Royal Navy. Gradually, as racing became more frequent between yacht owners, the design of the yachts became better and the build less clumsy, for they were unnecessarily strong, whilst the Stuart influence was still there, even to the carrying of enormous quantities of heavy ballast. This was the expression of the old-fashioned and erroneous theory that a vessel should be sent through the water by positive force, as it was, and we have seen it to have been in the days preceding the clippers. It was only gradually that builders learnt to bring science into their work, and to realize that a vessel should cut her way clean through the sea with the least possible amount of friction. Some of the bigger yachts resembled the contemporary gun brigs of the Navy, and even carried a tier of guns. We have advanced a long way since this practice, which obtained as late as the 40s. Then presently lead ballast was introduced, first inside the yacht, and afterwards outside, and those prejudices which are characteristic of the seafaring man, and which we have watched manifesting themselves whenever any new idea was launched, were militantly opposed to such a change. But time has long since shown that the objectors were entirely wrong. Next came an improvement in the cut of the sails, and all the time the gear and details of rigging were being made better and more suited for the work of which they were intended. The clippers in the merchant service began to influence the shape of bow and stern in the yacht. Iron was partially employed in her construction. Wealthy gentlemen of leisure began to take keener interest in the new sport, and so there was sufficient encouragement for yacht architects and yacht builders to put forth their best. In course of time, the excessive beam vanished. The straight stem became the now familiar spoon-shaped bow. Yachts of all sizes and many rigs were launched. The America Cup contest was inaugurated, whilst at the same time the pure cruiser, as distinct from the pot hunter, was involved. And today there is scarcely a suitable port along our coasts which does not boast of its sailing or yacht club. Speaking for a moment away from the historical aspect of the yacht, as one who has enjoyed more years of yachting than there are chapters in this book, it may be permissible to assert that for training the eye, sharpening the powers of observation, inculcating that healthy spirit of resource and cool action in time of peril, there are few, if any, sports or recreations so wholesome and invigorating for a boy and young man as this. Yachting and boat sailing away from the tutelage of the professional sailor develops, instead of diminishing, those faculties which are essential to a man in his battle through life. Not merely will the handling of even a small vessel preserve the sound mind and a sound body, but it will give him also a sound judgment, the ability to make up his mind quickly, yet not hurriedly, promptly, yet without haste. When he goes out to sea, he has the satisfaction of knowing that he is doing, but more scientifically and in a superior craft, what the old Egyptians did before him, The Greeks, Romans, Vikings, the great Elizabethans, and hosts of others after them. For the sea is a great leveller. Fisherman or public schoolboy, pilot or university man, it is no respecter of persons, and the waves and winds are alike for all. The one thing that is asked for, and is called forth, besides the requisite skill, is character. And thus arises that curious freemasonry of the sea, a brotherhood which is open to all who love the ships that traverse its deep. Steam yachts, because of their increased cost to build and to maintain, are fewer in numbers than the sailing yacht. It is amusing to mention that so inimical was the spirit of the Royal Yacht Squadron, the premier yacht club to the introduction of steam, that one of their early rules decreed that any member applying steam engines to his yacht shall be disqualified thereby and cease to be a member. But this has long since become a dead letter, as the many palatial steam yachts belonging to some of the members prove. The first steam yacht of which we have any record was the paddle wheel steamer of 1825. In 1844, the first screw steam yacht appeared, being of 300 tons. In subsequent years, as the value of the steam engine was gradually appreciated, numbers of sailing yachts were given this addition. Today, one has only to be present at the wonderful assemblage which gathers for Cowes Week to see how graceful and how majestic a creature the steam yacht has become. As engines and boilers have improved in the Navy and merchant service, so these improvements have been introduced into the yachts. Already the turbine has found its way into yachting, and the steam yacht Emerald, owned by Sir Christopher Furness, of the well-known line of steamships of that name, possesses the honour of being the first turbine-driven yacht to cross the Atlantic. His Majesty's steam yacht, Alexandra, launched in 1907, is also propelled by this new method. Recent years have seen the application of the motor to yachts, some of these vessels being of even 300 and 400 tons. Many smaller ones also have been built with these engines as their sole means of propulsion, whilst others still retain their masts and sails for cruising, only using the motor in case of calms or other occasions when advisable. The largest motor yacht afloat, and the first ocean-going vessel so fitted in this country, was the Modewena, launched a year or two back. But at present, the dangers resulting from the presence of petrol on board a craft have somewhat damped the popularity which the motor seemed likely to obtain at one time. No doubt when these dangers have been sufficiently guarded against, the motor yacht will leap into greater prominence. End of chapter 16.